first, father going in second.
I don't know if I'd rather go first or second if two of us were doing it.
Oh, as long as they both get to go, that's the main thing, isn't it? So Paul Brown at the controls of our two-seater dragster. Until Chris Newsom came along, he was the only one with a perfect light this weekend. And goes through with 805 at 166 miles an hour. And it literally is a case of he's gone back to the future because he's disappeared, isn't he? It's a time continuum up there. Oh, I love it. Absolutely fantastic. Right, okay, so this is Pro ET final qualifying session. The next time you see Pro ET come round, they will be in eliminations in a 64-car ladder. Up first, Vic Parsons with the Belvedere dialing in 975. Don Scott with the Superbird dialing in 973. Now Don's already got a perfect ET, so he's going to be finding that difficult to improve. Stays number 2. Vic Parsons goes 980, stays at number 12.
Has Vic already gone bang on?
Not this weekend. He has run a perfect.
Okay.
But not this weekend.
Because I've just seen he's up at 12th and nothing Pro ET in a minute.
Oh, no, sorry. Yes, he has run his number.
Okay.
Because the top 15 or 16, I think, have hit their numbers. What's the plunger? Where's he gone? Yeah, top 15 have all hit their dial-ins. Right, next up, Simon Swarbrick, Marie Mills. Simon looking for 11.54, Marie looking for 10.34. Oh, Simon Swarbrick hits his number, 11.54 with a 5, 11.54. Goes from 49 to 14. So that is now the top 16 are all on their dial-ins. If you consider Simon Swarbrick missed the whole of Thursday, fantastic effort. So, yeah, he's in the cool kids club there. Right, Chris Orthodoxou, John Tebenham. 11.50 plays 8.50. 8.50? No, he's not there, that's why. Yeah, the pop won't go 8.50 unless he takes the engine out of the Pro Mod.
It's not a bad idea.
Don't give him ideas. So it's going to be a solo then for Chris. And that's all. He breaks out by just over 100 of a second. So Chris Orthodoxou stays number 19 for the time being. Hans van der Spang with the pickup truck there. Going alongside the Ready City Racing Camaro Z28 of Al Platt. 10.55 and 11.88 are the dial-ins. Hans is currently number 45. Al is number 18. Now, with Simon hitting his number, we need to look at the top 32 now. It's 028. Now, this is just for fun. We're looking at this. Double breakout. Hans van der Speck misses by less than 100th of a second. A bit bigger breakout there for Al. So they stay put. Next up, Warren Watts with the Camaro. 895 dial-in for him. Andrew Brook with the Appliance Dragster, 9.15. They are 17 and 33 respectively. I thought conditions would be pretty good for Warren to go in 890 or 889, but no, he's going 895. Brooks stays 33rd with a 917 on line 15, and Warren Watts breaks up by 100th of a second. Goes 894 and a 95.
Just to give you an idea of how cutthroat Pro ET is, if he'd have dialed 100ths of a second quicker, he'd be your number 2 qualifier.
3. 2, yeah. Yeah, it would have been a perfect ET actually, yeah, you're right. Matt Dowdy, number 17 dialing for him. Anthony Mitchell, 10.77. 10.81, 11.27. No help for those two. So Anthony stays 6. Matthew stays 11. Well, one family that are having a fantastic time. Caught up with them in the pits last night for literally 2 minutes. The McClure family. Johnny McClure with the Willis, 984 dial-in for him. He's currently number 35 spot. One place behind him in 36 is Mason Griffiths with the Sour Grape Javelin. And Mason looking for 1173 on this one. Johnny, 984. 982 with a 5, 1168 breakout for Mason. So double breakout means it's no help for them. So they'll stay put. Right, your number 1 qualifier and highly unlikely to be removed from that position is Reuven Dawson. He hit his number with all the zeros. And he's number 1 qualifier in comp eliminator as well. So he's really, really going well this weekend. It was interesting to see Reuven and Nick Williams have a good old chinwag last night because they are good mates as well. Obviously running the same car but different combinations. So yeah, it was a good friendship and relationship building up between those guys. Laura Baton, 10.45 dial-in for her. Laura moves up from 39 to 30. Reuven Dawson hits his dial-in yet again. And he had an 03 light. He's on super form this weekend. Watch out, Reuven's about. It really is a case of that. Right, Dave Fulton, Simon Innes. Now, Simon is number 5, Dave number 7. They both hit their dial-ins already. When we say their dial-ins, to within 100th of a second of their chosen number, it then goes to the thousands and then 10,000s. So Dave Fulton wants 990. Simon Innes wants 1068. Dave stays 7, Simon stays 5. No improvements. Ronnie Mercer with Annie for Pop 1029. And Lucille Bjorn Cezinda. Sorry, says Zena. Get it right eventually. 10:41 and 10:29 the dial-ins. Bjorn is currently number 43. Ronnie currently number 20. Ronnie goes 10:44, 10:52 for Bjorn, so no help for those two. So Ronnie will stay 20 for the time being. Bjorn stays at number 43. Right, the next one up is Billy Everett. 9:44 dial-in for him. And Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Dragster 10:05. Billy is number 21. Tom Kay is currently number 13.
Speaking to Tom Kay last night, he said his average reaction time this weekend was an 03. Average reaction time.
Well,
just to say that.
His average, isn't it? So Billy's going to get there first with the 950. 10:14 for Tom. So Billy and Tom stay put. Well, the mist is lifting a bit more now. We can see further down the shutdown area. As Lee Huxley and Tom Watkins come to the line. So Lee Huxley is .028 off his dial-in, and he's in the bottom half of the field. It's just crazy, isn't it? Double breakout, 863 on 865, 906 on 909. So Lee stays 33 for the time being. Tom Watkins stays 24. Sean Law with a Wicked Lady, 8.6 dial-in. And Frankie Taylor with the Banshee Altered, 10:05. Got a great view inside the cockpit there of Frankie Taylor's Altered. Very unusual to see an Altered where the actual driver is sat to one side instead of actually over the transmission tunnel itself.
So it was designed like that way back in the day when the car was originally concepted. The car's from the 1970s or 1980s, basically just to combat weight transfer.
That's a cracking little car, man. So Sean's going to get there first with 870. Wow. 966 on a 10:05. That's a big old breakout, wasn't it? I knew it was going to go into the nines. I didn't think it was going to go that deep. I thought they were a bit brave with the 10:05 dial-in, but yeah, huge breakout. Right, Chris Waterhouse and Jason Pickett. Chris looking for 966, Jason looking for 10 flat. We know both can run the numbers. It's can they do it now? Fair to say Jason's loving the new engine in there. It's a 400 cubic inch small block. Launching beautifully. He's going to have a wheelie bars and other upgrades over the winter. 1018 stays number 48. 992 on a 66 there for Chris. Stays 46. Lee Morris, green with envy, Jaguar E-Type, looking for 1010, and that's Will Clark, 976. I think, like everybody, we are stunned that this car hasn't sold yet. It's so reasonably priced. and will fit literally any driver, because if you see Will outside the car, tall lad.
Well, if he was outside the car, he'd be the tallest person on the start, though, I think.
Well, they're both wide awake off the line. They're going to need that when it comes to eliminations. Breakout for Lee Morris. And only 600ths off for Will Clark, but he stays number 39. Lee Morris breaks out by 300ths with a 10.07. Right, the Banzai Cobra of Dave Rudd looking for 9.70. And John Bean with a Shotgun Mustang 9 flat. I think we're going to send Dave on his way, and then we'll run John afterwards.
That car of Dave Rudd spools the turbo so quickly.
974 stays 42. 400ths off and stays number 42. Whoever wins Pro ET this weekend has well and truly earned it. 100%. Right, so John Bean. .901 on 144 on a 900 dial-in. He stays number 9. He's already hit his dial-in. Doug McClure and Susie McClure. Yes, yes, yes. We got the two of them together. Right, it's all the 4s on this one because Doug is number 44, Susie is number 4. I think this is the first time these two have actually paired up on the racetrack. 9.56 dial-in for Susie, 11.27 for Doug. Doug is going to have a perfect view of Susie disappearing into the distance here. .11.35. Susie stays 4, Doug stays 44. Right, Chris Newsom and Stevie Gates. Chris Newsom, the winner of our Perfect Light Award, sponsored by Kath and Tig Napier, Bad Habit Racing. Love to see Kath and Tig back at the racetrack with the Dodge. Really, really do. We're missing you guys. Really, really do. But thank you for your continued support of the one of our perfect awards, the Perfect Light Award. Chris Newsom, it was so perfect that the computer didn't register it. It was all the zeros that we could ever have. Right, the dial-ins then. Stevie Gates, 860. Chris Newsom, 973. 857 breakout for Stevie. Chris goes 974 with a 9. He's only 200ths off. Stays 23.
Do you reckon Chris Newsom has stopped telling anyone yet that he got the most? No.
No. But it was so good that we didn't see it because the computer didn't register it, but his timing slip did. And then we looked at the video and he said, well, yeah, it was. But well done. The best light ever. Neil Watkins and Bob Molden, your next pair, 1140, 952 the dial-ins. Don't forget, this is the last qualifying session for Pro ET. They've been qualifying since Thursday morning. $9.54 for Bob, and it's 11.45 for Neil Watkins, and Bob stays 16, Neil Watkins stays 40. Not much movement around it in this final qualifying session, to be fair. The only one that has made the huge leap has been Simon Swarbrick. But with the amount of runs they had, I mean, this is qualifying session number 7. They've all pretty much got their act together. All right, Amy Watkins. Steve Kelly out front. Steve had a passenger ride with Amy on Wednesday on the test day. Absolutely loved it. Going alongside Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing F100. 11.11, his number of choice. Amy wants that 9.59. .958 with a 3. Amy breaks up by less than 100th. Bill Wilson goes at 22 on 11. So Amy stays number 58. Bill Wilson stays number 38. Well, the hits just keep on coming. This is Mark Huxley from Toyota Corolla Can-Do 2. And Josh Duncan. What a debut for his new car this weekend. Absolutely loving it. And rightfully so, doing very, very well indeed. Mark Huxley currently number 8, Josh Duncan number 31. Josh Duncan, 8.49 with a 6 on an 8.50 dial, breaks out by less than 100th. Mark Huxley, the right side, 9.84 on a 9.80, but they both stay put. Darren Huxley with the Earthmet Nissan. Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger, 11.15 and 9.76 for these two. They are 25 and 10. On a 76 and 19 on a 15, so Dave stays 10. In fact, no movement for many of these at all, actually. Can we have Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, let's have you into the lanes. Well, as I look into the lanes from the live feed, it's only Super Pro down there, so I think this could be our last car to put a qualifying run in Pro ET, and it is Nick Buckridge, who is in the number 32 spot. And Nick is 028 off his dial-in, and he's number 32. Hear him using all the gears as he goes 10.07 on the 10.04. 300s off, stays number 32. Right, that is it. Pro ET, all their qualifying is done, and then I'm going to have the fun of working out a 64-car ladder before they come into eliminations. But well done to everybody in Pro ET. Next class up will be Super Pro ET, and we just called Junior Dragster into the lanes. Then it'll be Super Gas, Street Elimination, Super Comp, and then it's FIA and FIM classes. Going to be starting things off with, obviously, the Jets. They will be running first around about 11:10. There'll be Comp Eliminator. Oh, it'll be Havoc versus Bradford's. They're coming out this morning as well. And then it'll be Pro Mods, Nostalgia Funny Car, Nitro Funny Car, and all the other FIA classes, and then the FIM bikes.
And hopefully the sun as well. There we go. I can just see the bottom of a windmill over there, so it's definitely clearing a little bit. But yeah, it's dry. That's always the most important thing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So we're looking down the pairing lanes. Morning, Tom. You can see Tom Atkinson sitting very happily in the Cortina estate down there. Tom is one of our regular Super Pro runners, and very good he is at it too.
Right, who else we got in the lanes then? Let's have a little wander around with the camera. Yeah, John and Tom, they share the driving. Tom, I think, probably does a little bit more of the driving these days. That is the DKM Construction pickup truck of Harley J. Darby. Another one from the Junior Dragster Hall of Fame. Actually got behind the wheel of this truck at age 16. Was driving this before he could actually drive on the road. So Lee Darby's dad and owner of the truck, but it is Harley J that pilots this vehicle these days. Does a very, very good job of it as well. So those of you looking at the big screen, you can see that. Those of you tuned in at home as well, you're having a little bit of a walk around the pairing lanes at the moment. And there we go, you can see his dial-in for Super Pro there, 884. Great, great vehicle that. Right, spin around, let's see who's next. Al Schofield. Oh, he hasn't had the best weekend, fair to say, as Al. But there he is, just sitting there, nice and comfortable in the cockpit. Fingers crossed. I was going to say fingers crossed, and you actually put them up there, praying for everything. So, yeah, really, really do hope that Al can get a decent pass in this morning. Let's just fair to say that the Gremlins have really been fighting him this weekend. And let's just hope that the Dragster can actually perform the way he wants it to, not the way that it wants to do it, if you like. So best of luck to Al. Deserves a decent run this morning. So let's see who's tucked in behind Al. Oh, that's Ian Brown. And John Sleeth, the 760 Chevy pickup truck. Absolutely phenomenal performances from John, especially at the Green Light Nationals a few weeks ago. He hit his dial-in, was #1 qualifier, and went on to win the event as well. So John Sleeth, this truck, when he first brought it out, actually had diesel power, but then went over to the more traditional LS power with turbo, and really has got a handle on this thing. You'll see a lot more of John in 760 next year as the class continues to grow, as will this man as well, actually, Ian Brown. He'll be running in 760 next year. Great to see Ian back after a few years out. And I've also just spotted Mark Turner. Now, he's not racing this weekend, but he's standing in the pits there, and with Ian Brown. So keeping an eye on all the 760 racers there. And I believe engines are fired, so let's see who's going to be coming around the corner first. It is Pete Brown. And they were absolutely hauling yesterday. 8:37 with Rebel. And it is Tom Atkinson that we saw in the pairing lanes a moment with the Time is Money Cortina Estate. And they are the first pair round in Super Pro. So, last qualifying session then for Super Pro ET. 8.39 is the dial-in for Pete Brown with Rebel, the Slingshot. They are in the Slick Tricks lane. And it's Tom Atkinson with the Time is Money Cortina Estate. Dial-in for him, 8.48. Rob and Pete have been campaigning this car for a few years now. They share the driving duties. As I say, it is Pete behind the wheel this weekend, and they are in the number 4 spot in qualifying.
Is that
Tom is currently number
run?
22. Yes, it is.
Is that, yeah?
Okay, so Tom Atkinson and Rob Brown. 8:48, 8:39. Side by side at the stripe, and it is an 8:46 for Rob Brown, 8:56 for Tom Atkinson. No help for either, actually. Both of them just a little bit off what they wanted to run. Right, we saw him in the lanes. Let's see how he gets on this time. This is and that is Harley J. Derby with the DKM Construction pickup truck. 8.84 the dial-in.
Just a very quick housekeeping announcement while it's almost quiet. The top end crew have been in touch to say they've found somebody's, I presume those are their in-ear monitors for their radio by the looks of it. Yeah. They're blue with yellow tabs on the end of them. It looks like someone's in-ear monitors for like the in-car radio or something like that. So if anybody has lost theirs, they're kind of a vital part of anyone's racing operation. So please take a trip up to the top end. If you've lost yours, Angie and the team up there have them for you. Thank you very much indeed for the message, Angie. And a very good morning to all of our top end crew. Hope you have a nice peaceful day today, because there's no wind in any direction whatsoever.
All right, so Harley J currently number 23, Al Schofield number 31. $8.13 for Al Schofield. Moves up one spot with that one. $8.95 for Harley J. Stays put at number 21. Okay, as Phil Toppin does his burnout, time to mention our 2024 supporters and sponsors of Super Pro ET. And I'm not going to do them all in one hit, but let's see how we go. AJS Bodyworks, A-League Roofing, Orders Automotive, Another Small F Limited, The Bath Bloke, BG Motors, Copy Print Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Haas, Good Vibration Motorsports, got Giles and Hartley, Giles Services Limited, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing and Hydra Hose, JK Farzak Technic, Mersch Manifolds, MJC Property Solutions, Pete Walters Race Design, Plain Racing, Premier Rosettes, S&B Racing, Solo Precision, Swinney & Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics, Walters Motorsport, and Windscreen Wizards. I managed to get them all out in one go.
Look at that.
That was cool.
In between their routines. So, Colin Morris and Phil Toppin. Up next, 8.54 for the Camaro, 8.94 actually, darling quicker than 8.99 this time for Phil Toppin. Hopefully getting a handle on the Alton. 59 and a 9.59. Okay.
That's pretty cool, these two have lined up together. I wonder what the dial-ins are.
Oh, no, not exactly. Well, the thing is, in Super Pro, they don't need to
I know,
do that. Just a couple of quick hellos as well. Very, very good morning to Judy Pateman and to her less famous other half, Brian Pateman. Just kidding, obviously. But tuned in from home. Wish you were here. Judy, thank you very much indeed for doing your pod run from home this morning. That was seriously quick, like almost too quick. I'm not proud of what I did yesterday now, but there we go. Anyway, congratulations. Also to Jenny and Matt Ellis, who are sitting up there at 1,000 foot. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to bump into you yet or even to say hello, so I'm very, very sorry. But it's one of those weekends, a bit busy. But I hope you're having a wonderful time being back. It is your first time back for a long while, I know, so hope you're having a great weekend.
I've got to share this one with you because you know you get random messages from races and that. I've just had a message from Martin Kirby. He goes, "Morning, Cole. The fish tank is with us in the gazebo."
Hey?
I know what it means, but it's just a
I
random
love
message.
that. Well, out of context, that's fantastic,
I know,
isn't
brilliant.
it? Can we have super gas, please, into the pairing lanes? Super gas, please. So, two of our regular-ish 760 heads-up racers. 7.60 is the dial in the Kestrel lane for the pickup truck. And Ian Brown with the Camaro.
Great rate. 761, 768. John Sleeve moves up 10 spots with that one. 18 to 8.
And 768. No help for Ian Brown. Actually got bumped back one spot. Also have to mention at this point, because everyone's just popping up with them, the flags are back for this weekend, folks.
Yes.
So I'm not sure whether they're handed out or they're going to be left at the entrance to the grandstand. They will definitely be handed out around the banking as well. So your favourite nation of your favourite driver. I'm sure there's plenty of international races here this weekend. Please show your support for everybody. I can see plenty of Union Jacks down there. Who's the one that's got a stars and stripes? Seriously? Yeah, okay, fair enough. There's always one. But anyway, always good to see. And this is one of the best international meetings of the year, obviously. Multi-nationalities represented, including in this race. Bradley did well, number one from last year, well the car was anyway, with his dad in the seat in the Kestrel lane, and Elodie Dubois from the Valence region in France. Beautiful place to be. No racetrack today, so what do you do? 705 for Elodie. 707 with a 7. Was number 9, stays 9. Brad Didwell doesn't improve. He's only 200ths of a second off his dial, actually, so not bad at all.
Next up, Kieran Astley with the Joker, the Dragster. 7.55 turbo LS in the back of the Dragster there. That's pretty much where he wants to be. He can't go quicker than 750.
Oh, who picked up a Swedish flag? Put that back. No, don't take that. You don't want it. Just kidding, obviously. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, Kieran Astley with the turbo LS in there. That looks like a super fun car to drive. It really
Actually, I don't know
does.
if the camera can Jody can get close to that Joker Dragster again, or looking at the side of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just see all the ha-ha-has on the side of it. I just noticed that. Why so serious? Love it.
So Kieran's been putting in some brilliant runs. This looks like another one. Looking for 755. He's out of it at the top end though. 846, 106 miles an hour. 103 to 60 foot though. Nice one, Kieran. 895, the Teenage Dream. Just that little bit too quick.
Oh, good match here. Jack Williams and Harry Gibson. Evil Edna. Good strong burn out there for Harry Gibson. You know when sometimes you look at drivers and their, how can I put this? It's their body language in the car. It's the way they drive. Harry is such a natural behind the wheel of this thing. He's got a touch. The way he pedals it to get it to work. Very experienced head on very young shoulders. I think is probably his driving is a lot more experienced than his time behind the wheel. It's quite staggering.
Like a lot of youngsters, he's been around the sport pretty much.
Oh
his
yeah,
whole
he
life,
has
which
a long
is-
time.
I mean, even if you haven't driven, that gives you a good idea of what you need to do when you get behind the wheel. So Jack Williams with Evil Edna as Graham from Euro Dragster very kindly informed me and reminded me from Will O' the Wisp. Evil Edna was the evil TV set from Will O' the Wisp.
There's another driver actually, Jack Williams, taken this, the proverbial Dr. Walker with this Chevy Nova.
So Harry gets the thumbs up from the main man on the start line.
Yeah, that front wheel came up quite a lot. It was really pressing hard on the wheelie bar. Oh, Jack.
7:57 gets him up to number 6. Only 5 thou off and he's number 6. Unbelievable. It is interesting though that all the 760 racers are choosing to dial other numbers. Admittedly, not exactly far off. I bet Joe Kellett loves getting in a car called Dolly Daydream. I'm sure he loves it. I'm only kidding. For many, many years, it was Joe behind the wheel, and then his sister, Leah, joined in to sharing the driving duty. She runs in Supercomp. He runs this car in Super Pro. They're both unbelievably capable. And over the last few years, and since she started driving, Leah has actually had, I don't want to say this out loud, more success than Joe has. But Joe had an incredibly successful junior dragster career.
Yeah, but if you look at your pairings, you want to avoid Joe.
Oh,
all the way.
Absolutely.
He's a very, very good racer indeed.
So 7.28 is his predicted number for Fabien Dubois with a fabulous Milwaukee dragster in the slick tricks lane. 6.97. That car hooks and flies. It's almost probably a little bit too lively for bracket racing, but we love watching it anyway. You can tell it's a fast car because you've got twin parachutes on the back instead of just the one.
Yeah.
Wow, that didn't fly at all. That was a lovely looking launch. It's a 6.99 and a 7.30. Well, Fabien stays number 3, but that's still a great run. 190 miles an hour, look at that. And a 7.30 for Joe. Only a couple of hundredths off on both sides of the track. So, what was I saying about international flavour? France against Sweden in the UK. Can't get much more international than that, really. This is the amazing Pontiac in the slick tricks lane of Patrick Dubois. Again, supported by Milwaukee Tools. The ATD, the Association Trophy Dragster Series, out in France, mainly at Castres. I think it is only at Castres these days. In northern France, not that far from Calais, if you ever fancy the trip. A lot of the races from the UK have, and they say it's a great fun time. Really, really nice. 6.92 for the big dual car in the slick tricks lane. These are final qualifying sessions. Kent Johansson with the Olds Cutlass with the nitrous turned on for this qualifying session in the Kestrel lane. His dialing is 762. Now, he's one of those guys that out in Sweden normally runs in Pro Street, which is their version, if you will, of 760 heads up. It's the same class, same thing. And we're very, very glad to have him over here. Please send more. We want to grow 760 as much as we possibly can. This weekend he's in Super Pro. Well, big tyre shake again for Kent, unfortunately. No trouble at all for Patrick. Goes 6.97, stays 19, 8.09 at a booming speed for Kent Johansson of 175 miles an hour. They just really haven't got to grips with the track over the weekend, the team. It's a real shame. It's a massive shame to come all that way and not get what you're looking for. But they're still in eliminations. They've still got a chance to race for it, but the car has not been consistent in qualifying at all. So, 2 dragsters from the UK. Your next pair, Nick Good and Mr. Scott Hauser. That's a very sad-looking Swedish flag getting in that car. Don't worry, you've still got eliminations to go. I think a round win or two will soon put a smile back on their faces. Yeah, Scott Hauser. Scott is only number. Do you know what? I've just realised. Scott is number 17.
So we get number
Sportsman ladder.
Yeah.
He'll be against number 1. So, yay, I'm number 1. Oh, I've got Scott. Well, Mark Bailey is the man in number 1 at the moment, I think. That's,
yes, it is, yeah.
8.73. He's up against Nick Good. Now, Nick's number 5. Also for the championship, Scott wants as many qualifying points as he can possibly get. We've got the ladder. Can you write that small?
Yeah, I'm going to have to.
Going to lose Colin for a minute while he does his own work. Go. So Scott Hauser, 7:33, 6:92 for Nick Good with the blow car. 7:07 and 7:34. Scott takes himself into the top half. Sigh of relief, I'm sure. Not least from Mark Bailey. Yeah, not least from Mark Bailey, because he won't have to rate Scott Hauser in round 1. However, he may get someone equally as tough, you never know. So, Bob Doyle with Zizek Case. Both these two are in the bottom half at the moment, actually.
I can't believe it.
Well, Collins, the reason Collins, we're going to get a lot of this. Collins actually sitting here, we've been given the ladder for Pro ET round number 1.
Oh,
it's
dear.
an all-run field, so go on, what was that for?
Third pair,
Yeah.
Mark Huxley,
Yeah.
Lee Huxley.
Oh. I see why you did that now, yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
dear. It had to happen, didn't it?
Well, where's AC going? His crew was saying go that way, and he's going the other. Anyway, Slick Tricks Lane, 8.85 for the door car, and an 8.58 for the little Datsun. Now, both these two do themselves a favour by getting closer to their number. However, due to it being a sportsman ladder, number 1 race is number 17, not the last qualifier. So whoever ends up 17 gets number 1. Now sometimes that can be a championship tactic, so they take out their competition early, or at least have a chance to anyway. So last chance to move into the top half. Bob Doyle, 8.65 and a 9.05. Bob Doyle does actually. Bob Doyle actually moves around the bloke in the other lane by 1 spot, if you like. So, Callum Swinchat taking on Mark Bailey next. Mark is number 1. Still a few more cars in the pairing lanes that could knock him off that spot. Could we have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Excuse me. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. I beg your pardon. Okay. Yeah, so Mark Bailey's number 1. The number on the board today is 8.76, slightly slower than he ran when he qualified number 1. Callum Swinchat's in at 13 at the moment, 8.89. However, it's so tightly bunched at the top. Anyone in the top 16 is only a couple of hundreds off where they need to be. $8.93 for Callum. And a rather off pace. 8.97 for Mark Bailey. Not really much improvement apart from Scott Hauser in this round of qualifying. Okay, I think we've got one more car after this pair left in Super Pro. Then we're on with Super Gas. So, Mark Courcelle, actually, do you know something? If nothing changes, well, nothing's going to change in this pair anyway. Mark Courcelle is number 16 qualifier. And again, once again, due to the ladder, that means he would pair up with the number 32 qualifier in round 1, whoever that might be, obviously. Now, that means, in effect, he's got the lowest qualified car, which means he has the best chance of advancing, supposedly. It never really works that way. You've still got to win them all. So, an 8:45, that's somewhat slower than that car can run, but they're trying to get it to run consistently, not quickly. Crew Chief Steve leans over, resets the tack. Yeah, number 32 is Jack Brewster at the moment. Thank you very much indeed. Bailey Ashdown in at number 14 at the moment. She will stay in the top half. .813 for Bailey, stays 14 actually, and Mark Courcelle slowing up considerably from what that car can run. 8:56. Stowe stays at 16 though, so that's not a bad draw for round 1.
Right, Pro T ladder done. Matchups, interesting ones. Obviously, Mark Huxley, Lee Huxley. The McClures have managed to all avoid each other.
Whoa.
Can't say the same for the Watkins family, though.
Oh.
Amy takes on Neil in round 1. So, yeah, it's always going to happen. But, yeah, we'll get to that, obviously, when they come around for their
Did that
eliminations.
really quickly. I've been super impressed.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
The thing is that once they're running, I've got to try and find them. So,
I bet you wish you'd have paid that much attention at school. Really? Nah, otherwise you'd have to get a proper job. Yeah. Okay. So, Matt Peters and Daniel Giles. Matt is number 2, Daniel's number 12. This won't change the top half, or who's in the top half, but it may change the order. Daniel Giles would like to be a bit higher than number 12. Again, championship points-wise, it can make a big difference. Scott Hauser moved up and around him in qualifying. So the Lucas Oil Dragster in the Kestrel lane, dial 7.54. This is the last pair of Super Pro. Have they got one more session because they're a 32
No.
or not? No,
no,
that's
it's
it.
because we've had to squeeze another one in for Pro ET
Okay.
because of the 64. So the idea is just try and still get them down to a field of 16 for tomorrow.
Makes perfect sense. Daniel with a 0004 light. And that's not even the best of the weekend, can you believe? 7:44 with a 0 stays 12. Matt Peters 7:63, no help on a 59. But look at that, a 0004 on any other weekend would be enough for perfect light. Not this weekend. Thank you very much indeed. Could Chris Gray please come to Bankside VIP? Chris Gray, please come to Bankside VIP. No idea what for or why. You know, maybe fancy change of scenery, but Chris Gray, if you could please come and make yourself known to the staff at Bankside VIP. Thank you.
Right, as it's the two-seater dragster, we had the son have a go first. Now it's Dad. It's Chris Gare. In the passenger seat, it was son Stephen that had a go first. Two-seater dragster very busy this weekend, actually. You notice there wasn't much of a gap between the first and second runs for the two-seater, so that the father and son could actually have it fresh in their memory from the first and second runs.
Yeah, they couldn't get the other ones to chicken out either. That's
No.
gonna be it.
He's going to have bragging rights with a better time slip, though. 794, 167 miles an hour there. Well, let's hope they both enjoyed it. That's Stephen Gare, who went out first, and Chris Gare, who went out second. Well done. Right, we move on, and it is Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster up next. The rattle and hum of the youngsters is down there. Of course, Thomas Cook Abbott, who is part of our commentary team this weekend, used to race in Junior Dragster. That's where he started his racing career.
And I haven't stopped talking about it since.
Good man. That's the Dragon Slayer. That's young Daniel Todd. Then Tom Peters with the Turbulence Junior.
So Tom, who's been spending most of his weekend racing against Samuel Hiscock in qualifying, goes up against Dan Todd this time, 2 of the junior modifieds. So these 2 drivers are between the ages of 10 and 13. Yes, that's 10 years old and 13 years old. And yes, they will be doing about 70 mile an hour as they go over the finish line. That is motorway speeds. Tom Peters currently in at number 11, Dan in at 22. They qualify on their reaction times, so that bit. Tom goes 0.94, no improvement, and Dan goes 0.13. That won't be an improvement either. There you go, 9.00 at 68 mile an hour. Next pair, also junior modified. There's a lot of junior modified here this weekend, is what I've noticed. Everyone getting older and taking the step up. Going a little bit quicker. Jake Cooper in at number 5 with an 0.1 reaction time. Our top 10 are within 0.192. Top 11 within 0.195. Yes, it's that close. And Sam Hiscock is just on the outside of our front page, number 23. Or goes 0.1 red. And Jake goes 0.40. No improvement for him. Teddy Howe and Freddie Taylor up next. Freddie wears the number 3 on the car proudly, as he came 3rd in the championship last year. Currently in at the number 7, and in fact Teddy is currently number 8. Freddie went 0.13, Teddy went 0.15. So, what can these 2 do here? This isn't their final qualifier like it is for everyone else. This is the penultimate. They have 1 more this evening after the second pro session. So plenty of time to make moves. .056, no improvement, and an 06 red for Teddy. There's currently 10 drivers with 0.1 lights, and only 1 has gone 00 so far, and she's done it twice. Speak more about that when she comes around, but at the moment it is Frankie Kent on the line up against Liam McDonald. And you can really see the speed differences between the junior stocks and the junior modifieds in this race. Frankie only started last year when he turned 8. Liam's been going for a few years now, coming up to his final couple of seasons. Here goes 0.1, but a 0.14, no improvement for Frankie because he's already gone 0.10. Okay, Liam McDonald goes over the line at 76 mile an hour. Frankie goes 52. Just about as fast as you can go in junior stock. Limit being 55 miles an hour. Up next then, Dan Weir and Eva Davis. Eva with a long shot on the championship. I think she's about 600 points behind 1 and 2. Dan's car quits on the line. Eva goes through 797, no improvement with a 0.1 light, as she'd already gone 027. Next then, two young ladies, Jacqueline Bartlett and Chevrolet Check-It. This is Chevy's first run of the weekend, because there's this pesky thing that most of these drivers have to contend with, and it's called going to school, if you've ever heard of it. So, Chev arrived last night, ready to put her first qualifier in this morning. What you tend to see, so this is the second round of the European Championship, and this is the first week back at school. So what they do to combat that is say, well, you can drop an event. That's absolutely fine. Drop your worst round, and so if you didn't come to the European Finals, you can still fight for the championship. Issue being, at the first round of the European Championship, that tends to be when some of these drivers do their GCSEs. So they're also not here for some of the days on that one. And I'm talking about that from experience because I did it myself. But a nice 03 opener for Chevy, just off the front page here. It goes into number 19. Jacqueline stays 12, no improvement for her. Teddy Sullivan and Chloe Cronwell. I saw Teddy walking down the pairing lanes last night, and he told me to not remind him that he's second in the championship by 10 points, because he was leading it up until very recently. So I thought I'd just remind him again. But Teddy is in the championship fight with Luke Muggeridge. Luke, who has been always the bridesmaid and never the bride, as he's come second in the championship for the last 2 or 3 years now.
2 years, yeah.
But he's got to fight Teddy for it this season. Teddy currently in at the number 18 spot, Chloe in at number 21. .10 and .15. No improvement for either. 797 and 834. Ada Cassisi and Lola Bell. Ada in at number 15 with a 027. Lola, surprisingly, not on the front page.
Yeah, but you've got to consider the front page is 028. So it's very, very tough indeed. .11 and 05, no help for those two. And can we please have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, let's have you into the lanes, please.
So up next, Emily Moore and Neve Deavy. Emily driving the car that her sister used to campaign. Her sister being Holly Moore. And Neve driving a car, in fact both these cars have been around for a long, long time, but Neve in the car I think that's won the most championships of any so far, so very good car indeed. But they both are. Emily currently sits number 13 with an 025, Neve number 9 with an 017. If you see anything with 2 zeros, you'll see the crew jumping around because they'll move instantly up to at least the number 2 spot. There we go. And I told you, there's Caitlin jumping around on the line. Neve goes up to number 2 with that 008 light. Emily, no improvement with a .17. Max Love and Molly Openshaw. Molly sits number 26. Max sits number 3. Max is currently the quickest of all of the 0-1 reaction times with a 0-1-0-4. Molly rolls in deep, that's absolutely fine. You can do whatever you want to try and get yourself a better reaction time, as long as it's not using electronics. 0-3 and 0-4. That will improve Molly, but I'm not sure where to yet. No improvement for Max, as he's already done really good. Molly moves up to number 19. Grace Smith and Harry Peters. Everybody always asks about the parachutes on the junior dragsters and why they have them. It's mainly for aesthetics, and Grace likes the aesthetic that much, she's got 2 of them.
I don't think she's ever pulled the chutes, has she?
I think she'd go backwards if she did.
Yeah. They do look cool, though.
.07 red for Harry and 0.15 no improvement for either, as Luke Mugridge tries his absolute best to go over the start line in a burnout. And in the other lane, Kendra Redshaw. Up until this round, she was the only person to go 00, and she did it twice. She went 008 in her first ever qualifying run at Santa Pod and improved it yesterday evening with a 001-0. What that means is, if you want number 1 spot off Kendra, you have to go perfect. And you've got to hope that she doesn't go perfect as well. Luke currently leading the championship in the Kestrel beer lane. He sits number 7 with a 0-1-2. But goes 007. He moves up to the number 2 spot now, putting more and more precious points between him and Teddy Sullivan, who coming into this round was 10 points behind him. Amy Crondwell and Kai Cooper. Kai currently sits in the number 23 spot, Emmy in number 26.
Right.
What can Emmy and Kai do here then? Kai representing Lucas Oil. And Emmy representing Palmer Violets. That's what the car looks like anyway. Oh, Kai goes red by 06, Emmy goes 0-4. And unbelievably, I'm not sure if that's going to improve her position. Oh, it does, up to 23. And that was it. That was our last pair. So we're now into Super Gas, and I'm going to hand you over to the very good commentator, Darryl Bradford.
Thank you very much indeed. Well saved, almost well saved. Anyway, very good morning to Mr. Dave Gibbons, Tony Morris Carburettors, Super Gas Q7. Morning, Dave.
Yep, good morning everyone.
Doing okay?
Are we doing okay?
Well, I was going to say, how busy have you been with customers and stuff this weekend?
I have been pretty busy running around. A lot of people in Pro ET are using my stuff, so I've been spending a lot of time with the Pro ET people this weekend.
Okay. If Tony listens back to this, notice Tony, he said his stuff,
Yeah.
not your stuff.
Yeah.
there you go.
Well, it is when it's over here. It's my stuff. Lots of promises for people buying carburetors over the winter, so hopefully they'll turn into sales. But
Excellent.
things are going well. I've managed to make a few cars a bit more consistent, a bit quicker, which is the main thing.
Support the sport and they'll support you. Absolutely.
Well, that's what I like to think.
That's the idea.
I'm not going to retire on it though, Darryl. I'll tell you that.
You're already there, aren't you? No?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm self-unemployed.
Self-unemployed, that's the way to work.
Yeah.
Stefan Rafflechaff and Tim Moore. I'm not sure whether they'll get one more session later on today. They may do. 9.90 is the name of the game. Everybody in the field is in the 9.9s at some point. 98 and a 99, no improvement at all. Stefan's been closer before.
Yeah. I'm not even sure who's number one at the moment.
It may still be that man down there. It is Pete Creswell. Yep.
Yeah, not surprising.
He's that good. He's been around doing it that long, isn't he?
Probably nearly as long as me.
Well,
Yeah, at least I did have a couple of breaks, but I've been coming here for 50 years now, so
blimey. You started when you were 4 then, yeah?
that's very sweet of you to say.
It is, very much. You owe me a tenner. Okay, Pete Creswell and Bob Moulton. Up next. Now, Pete's actually got a throttle stop and a 009 light as well. Goodness me, number 1 qualifier, he does that as well. Bob's going to back off. 9.92.
Yeah.
That is almost, it's not unbeatable, but
No,
it's
but that's
ain't that
pretty
bad,
good.
is it?
Yeah, it's not
10.01 for John Dalrymple. Sorry, in the other lane, no improvement, unfortunately, for Bob Moulton. Okay, Vic Parsons and John Dalrymple. I remember when this class started in 1984.
Yep.
The houses were part of it. There was only 4 cars, and I don't think anyone could get anywhere near actually 990. They were
trying.
They were on the way.
Yeah, they were on their way.
Yeah, and these days it's one of a multitude of classes. You know, the sportsman ranks are massive compared to what they used to be, frankly.
Before they started over here, when I was in America, it started out as Pro Gas, and it had a 980 index.
Okay.
And then it became Super Gas. But that was a long time ago.
It's the one class that the march of time doesn't really change, isn't it?
No.
Because the index stays the same. Well, a rolling start for Vic Parsons gets him a 10.10. Too quick for John Dalrymple with a 9.80.
And 2 lovely 27s out here now, both with TMC equipment on their cars.
So they're going to do well.
Well, I'd like to think so.
I love that phrase. That's one of my, especially in my working life. It's like you ask somebody, is that going to happen? I'd like to think so, which means I don't have a clue, but
You're not
but
wrong.
if I had a choice, it would happen. There
Yes,
you go.
there you go.
Basically. There you go. So Martin Kirbishley with the orange Roadster and Stu Doiney. Stu calls it red, but it doesn't matter anyway. Get it out of the way now in qualifying. 5 and 6 at the moment.
Well, they're quite good. That's not a usual Martin light, though, was it?
A 92 for Martin. Very quickly as well, a couple of things to mention, sorry. The Sadspod team are out handing out flags over there on the banking as well. Please make sure you've got yours. Thank you, Nicola. I saw that. Well done. Yeah, they're handing out flags for your favourite nation. So please grab one, not the staff, obviously, the flags, and support your favourite drivers when they come round, especially in Pro Mod, which is multinational, obviously. Stu Morris, Wayne Hiscock.
And Stu's always difficult to beat.
Incredibly difficult. That car, they've made probably thousands of runs, I think.
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
probably.
Yeah. And with a 008 light. What was so impressive about what Stu did was he hadn't raced for 10 years.
Yeah.
Came back, won the championship.
You don't lose it. I don't think you lose it.
992. Look at that.
Lovely.
No improvement again, but still a couple of great ones. Also, I need to say as well, brief quiet moment. Very, very good morning, and I hope you're enjoying your weekend. To a young man up in the grandstands up there, Ollie Sim. Your dad Carl brought you along for the first time in a long while, so I hope you're having a wonderful time, mate. So Ollie Sim up there in the grandstands, hopefully having a great time with your dad, which is kind of what it's all about, really,
absolutely.
isn't it? You know. And look where we are now. I came along with my dad, and I'm still here in virtually the same place he plonked me.
I remember your dad.
Yeah, there we
And
go.
my dad brought me here for the first time as well.
Yeah, we're going to start getting stories of granddads bringing kids and then great-granddads bringing kids, aren't we? There we go. Andy Harrison, Don Scott, you're next to. Andy Harrison, currently number 2. Both these two, 100th apart in qualifying at the moment. Well, Andy goes before the tree ran.
So does both of them did that. They both jumped.
But Don actually will get a time because the tree had moved a little bit.
Okay.
Andy won't.
Andy won. That's a bit of a nuisance.
Well, he won't want the ET though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, Andy will be cross about that. Well, I'll tell you who will be cross about Tink. Ian Hart. He'll be cross about that because he's in charge of putting a number on the car.
Well, the car might have run the right number. The driver didn't wait for the green light.
No,
so,
I know.
No matter how many times you do this, there's always something that crops up, isn't there? Dave Fulton and Dave Cherritt, your last pair. Dave Fulton started out at the weekend, well, actually Thursday, with the Roadster.
Yep.
Broke it.
Yep.
Went home. Got that like you do, obviously.
He's found the push rods now.
So, last pair in gas. $9.95 for Dave Fulton, and Dave Cherritt breaks out. No improvement for either. Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please. Could we have Comp Eliminator? Dave, thank you for that. Do you know, it's all too brief, isn't it? It's like when classes like that run through with no issues.
Yeah. Well, that's good that they run through with no issues.
That's the idea.
That's because they run TMC carburetors.
That's what I was teeing you up for. Well done.
See you later. Thank you very much for
Thanks
your time.
ever so much, Dave Gibbons,
Bye-bye.
and a hi to Tony Morris as well, out there racing in the States. He probably ain't up yet, but you know.
Well, no, he's waiting for his axle to arrive because he broke the axle
So
yesterday.
yeah, just tell us about the story before we go quickly. So he's at a big money bracket race in Bristol, Tennessee.
yeah.
Not Bristol on the west coast.
Bristol, Tennessee. And he was he went 7 rounds on Thursday and came away with $3,000 and a perfect light award. And then yesterday morning he broke the axle. So that took care of his $3,000 fairly quickly. But the good thing is, Moser are delivering a new axle to the track this morning, and he'll have it in and hopefully be out first round.
So he's not going to miss any racing at all, even though that happened.
Yeah. Well, he missed yesterday's fling. So he missed the 50k, but there's another one today.
Oh, obviously. The thing is, though, that one of the things that makes it very difficult on this side of the world, which is one of the great things about the service you guys provide, specifically with the carburetors, is it's really difficult to get hold of bits over here, mainly because the vast majority of stuff is manufactured in the US. We've got shipping delays. They've got, obviously, the custom stuff, all the other stuff as well.
Yeah.
Whereas because you're on site here all the time, that's one of the reasons I think probably a lot of people.
I'm not on site as much as I'd like, but I do carry an awful lot of parts that you won't get anywhere else in this country when it comes to Holly carburetors or any Holly-based type of carburetor. I've got quite a large stock now of the difficult-to-get bits.
Good.
So yeah, I can, with the exception probably of the main bodies and the metering blocks, I can build a carburetor. It's only when someone wants a carburetor, I then need to ship in the major parts. But yeah, so for any Holly stuff, I've got quite a good stock of parts for those now.
Excellent. And your own, obviously, as well, I should think.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave Gibbons, thank you very much indeed.
Been a
again.
pleasure.
And hopefully we'll see you later on today, sometime, whenever you can, obviously.
Yeah,
whenever you can.
I've got to be honest, I'm probably leaving here about 3 o'clock today, so
Okay.
I've got stuff I need to do back at base.
No problem.
But there you go. But good to see you all. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Dave. Much
Bye-bye.
appreciated. Right, we are on with a quick bit of track grip because we've got Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator round the back of the tower. We're just about. We're not far off at all. We're only slightly behind on the run order, simply because we had the mist delay, or the fog delay, if you will. So we've only got Street Eliminator and Super Comp to go before we get on to our pro session, kicking off with the 543 Jet Funny Car Comp Eliminator Match Racing Fuel Alters. If you were here for that last night, it was worth. A young lad I spoke to this morning said it was worth the price of admission just for that. It was fantastic to see Nick Davis reset the European Fuel Altered record. Then we get into all the other loud stuff, FIA, MSUK, Pro Modified, Methanol, Pro Stock, and a little class you might have heard of called Top Fuel. And then we get to all the bikes as well. We have a brief break. Well, not break, sorry, that's the wrong thing to say. Between pro sessions anyway. We have some sportsman racing to get started with eliminations. Actually, you don't want to miss that with the rounds of 64. especially for Pro ET. And then we get back into the second session of our professional classes from around about, the reason I say around about, again, it depends on track delays or any other delays as well, around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So it's going to be a great day. And thank you for making Sandsport Raceway, as always, your venue of choice on this wonderful Saturday. Welcome up into the tower. Our next member of the ever-rotating carousel of wonderful colour commentators that we have, although his favourite colour is obviously black, so he's not that much of a colour commentator.
Already?
No, because you're wearing a black shirt, mate. I thought I'd give you a bit, big up because you're wearing a black shirt. I love it.
Well, good morning, Darryl. How are you?
A lot better for that scornful look. Thank you very much. I'm just kidding. Obviously, never say to a graphic designer or a photographer, matte black is the best colour for a race car. Anyway, Jamie Binney. Jamie, thank you very much indeed for joining us again.
Always a pleasure.
It's been, tongue-in-cheek, well done. It's been a great weekend for Street Eliminator. Biggest field ever. Obviously, people have had some problems. That goes without saying, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, it does.
Yeah, they also had a bit of not a surprise session last night, but you know where I'm going with it. It was it was late.
Crept up, yeah. It was a bit of a late one. It's been, as you say, fabulous weekend so far. A lot of brilliant performances, many PBs, many personal records falling. As you say, unfortunately, we don't have the entirety of the original entry list. I spoke to Michael D'Souza yesterday, and the reason they're not actually here is they fired up the Zephyr last week. And they had some flex plate and transmission issues. And last event of the season, they thought,
won't risk it.
Best save it. They've got all winter to sort it and bring it back for next year.
Well, they've been a great addition, really great addition to the class. And it really does warm everyone's heart, really, especially when races come in. And I don't want to downplay it, but they know that they're going to be outgunned, I think is probably the politest way of putting it, isn't it? Yeah, that's the best way of putting it. They know they're going to be outgunned, but they still come out, they still put in the best performance they can, they still come along and have a great time. And that's one of the reasons as well. I know Graham Smith pesters everybody to death and he's great at it, but it's really good, isn't it? It's what it needs.
It is, it's great. There's a couple of classes like this. So we have obviously the Street Eliminator, and then a slightly more grassroots being the Outlaw Street Series, which is so I sponsor Street Weekend the last couple of years. I also sponsor the Outlaw Street Series as well, just to be involved in anything to do with this sport, and especially street cars, and the more hot rod style stuff is my passion, and it's also how I make most of my money. So that's helpful.
But so Michael is not out this weekend.
He's here. He's on the property, but no car for him this weekend.
So we lost Davey Murdoch. Davey Murdoch, unfortunately, first thing on Thursday. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, we did.
That was really. Do you know something? All I saw when they pushed the car out round behind us, going out the gate, was a sad little face looking out the window down the racetrack, going, "Oh, I made it that close." Like after years and years of building it, I was so close. So Davey, anyway, fabulous effort. I mean, anyone that does what they do and goes through what they do to build that car, it is immaculate. It really
gorgeous,
is.
absolutely.
It's absolutely gorgeous. And I hope Davey can get everything fixed. It's going to be a serious contender when he gets that squared away.
Certainly will. State-of-the-art car. I went round the pits this morning to see what information I could gather. Most people seem in very high spirits. As you say, it's been a great weekend for most of the class this weekend, so everyone's looking forward to a little bit more qualified to see if they can push it any further.
Well, on the live stream you can see, and on the big screen up there behind the banking, or to the left of it anyway, you can see the cars in there waiting to go. Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey Buick. They had a fraught start to the weekend. Well, it wasn't a start almost, was it? They were waiting on parts and pieces that didn't quite fit when they got here.
Yeah, they arrived on Thursday night. They put a message out onto the social medias earlier in the week, and the drag racing community gathered together. They got some help from Nick Davies as well, and they got the parts they needed. As you say, there was a slight issue with some fitment, but they worked it all out, and they've got some good runs in already to work off.
And right next to Victoria, there we go. That is a street car. See, look, it's even got the original dash in it. Look, it's got a glove box as well. I wonder what... actually, no, don't open that. Whoever's got the camera, I can't see who it is has got the camera. Don't look. Don't look in there. Josie, don't look in that glove box, whatever you do. Right next to her is... Yeah, you're going to hear this right, folks. This is an electric Beetle. The car is aptly named Blackcurrant, number 4. But it's a street-legal Volkswagen.
Yeah, how's this going to work on the cruise?
I was wondering about that.
Because obviously this is their last qualifier. You're due into eliminations this afternoon.
Yes.
They've still got to do the cruise, and they need to charge up when they get back.
I imagine they need to make sure they're at a petrol station that has a charge point.
Yeah.
Is that sorry? Yeah, is that how it works? They've got to go to.
I don't actually know how the rules have been, or even if they have been sort of adapted for this kind of technology.
Well, saying that, there is a precedent because Johnny with the little Enfield, do you remember? He used to be in Street Eliminator. Johnny, please help. He's the YouTube guy. He's very famous.
I won't say his Instagram name.
Yeah, him. Anyway,
But him,
yeah.
yes. Johnny Carr something. is
Johnny
his name
Smith.
on Instagram.
That probably the easiest name in the English language, and I couldn't remember it. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. So, but Johnny Smith with the Enfield, that was electric, and that was all part of Street Eliminator, wasn't it?
I see.
So yeah, there is a precedent.
No wonder Sam is in the first pair, so he's going to go straight back the bit,
Charge
plug
up.
it in straight away.
Absolutely.
Well, it'd be interesting to know how much of a charge the batteries, how it drains the batteries.
Well, a
on-
full charge is 3 hours.
Okay. What, 3 hours of?
A full charge to get a full charge into it.
What-
I don't know how low the battery, but if they charge it from flat to full,
Yeah.
it's 3 hours.
But how much does a run use? That's
Oh,
what I'm
that's
get-
why I
so
don't know,
that's
yeah.
what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I mean. So anyway, so Sam Young in the Kestrel Lane. Don't forget, folks, these are street cars. What we're talking about is they're going to go out on a cruise around the local streets. They'll wake up a whole neighbourhood, apart from this one car down here, obviously, which no one will notice scooting past.
And no matter how quickly they run on the track, if they do not complete this afternoon's cruise, they do not get to compete in the race tomorrow.
So Victoria Smith in the Slick Tricks lane with that massive Buick. Having trouble bringing it up on boost and getting it into stage.
It did the same
again.
thing yesterday.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be a single for Sam. He is coming. Make sure you're watching.
Look at that. The quietest 8-second run you'll ever see. That was a thing of beauty. And it's an 8:32 again, 163 miles an hour. Awesome stuff. Well done.
I think it's fair to say they use less battery on an 8-second run here than a 26-mile cruise around the countryside. I think that is
That would be
fair.
a safe bet, yes. They actually developed their own electric motors. If you get a chance to have a look at that car in the pits, you'd be amazed at how small the actual motors in that car are. They weigh about 100 kilos in total.
Wow.
And you could fit 4 in the boot of your car, put it that way.
When they
That's
first,
amazing.
when Black Crown first appeared, it had 2 forklift truck
Yes, indeed,
motors and lead acid batteries, and then of course it changed to lithium polymer, I think. So
Things have certainly moved on,
yeah, battery technology and motor technology.
Okay, another guy having a great weekend and another match race as well. James
Yes.
Murray against Ash Cooper. Yes, they are street. I was going to say that we can't call them street cars, can we? They're street vehicles. You've got one van, you've got one estate. However, they're all in the same. We've got a pickup coming round next. They're all in the same class, and it is a heads-up class, i.e., first to the finish line wins. These two have paired up a number of times in qualifying. I think honours are definitely in favour of James Murray. His quickest ET this weekend, 9.48, which is his quickest run ever. With the estate up against the transit god, Ashley Cooper. So can James Murray dip even further into the nines? Not quite. 9:54, 140 miles an hour. Look at that though. When have you ever seen a transit van with a parachute out? Then again, when have you ever seen a transit van do twice the national speed limit? But there we are. Okay, Nigel Hale with the postcode on wheels in the Kestrel lane. That's got a massive engine in it with a Pro Charger on it, and it manages to get deep down into the tens. He's taken on the one and only, the irreplaceable and irrepressible as well, Tony Higgs even. See, I used that name again because I remembered it. That was all that was. With a Capri. Well, Tony Higgs with a great 1.2 seconds, 60 foot. But I don't think the car's going to make the finish line, popping and banging out the back door. Still goes 787 at 155. The numbers were great all the way till that point. Okay, a pair of really evenly matched cars coming out as well. Paul Morton with the Zodiac, with the supercharger on there. A really, really nice looking car. Like you said, Jamie, you got into this because of hot rods and these sort of cars.
Yes.
These are just a perfect example, aren't
Absolutely.
they? Both of them.
Paul Morton's car could go to pretty much any show in the country and pick up some sort of hardware, some sort of trophy, no doubt.
I think it has, funnily enough. I think when he actually finished building it and took it to its first show, I think he did. I think he walked away with the trophy. Taking on Joe Stevens with the Cresta with the twin turbo big block in there. Well, Paul Morton blows the tyres off.
I believe he's set a PB this week. I think he might have been trying for another one.
891 again for Joe. Bit of smoke in this, actually quite a lot of smoke in the shutdown area for Joe. Like lots. Hope everything's okay. Normally something like that in the shutdown area is a hose or something similar to that. Let's hope that's all it is. We're just going to hold fire for a moment until they go around the corner at the top end so the track crew can check it. No, they have been asked to shut off. One question I have been dying to ask, and there's going to be loads of people on the internet that will know if they're listening, is, so we've got Street Weekend in the UK, you've got Street Week in Sweden, which is a massive, massive event where they tour around like loads of different tracks on the country. Is there a class in Sweden like Street Eliminator or 4 Street Eliminator? Because we've had this class in the UK for years now. That I know of, there is no class at big racing events in Sweden like Street Eliminator.
No, I think you're right. It seems to be they make a huge deal and a huge effort for it for one time a year for the Street Week. But in terms of
actual race series,
your average, I don't believe so.
I think I know some of the cars. I know some of the cars that went on that did Street Week in Sweden actually raced at TEP in different classes, I think in Comp Eliminator and stuff like that. But there is no designated street class
No, I think that's right,
at big organised drag races. Now, I hope I haven't spotted a massive gap in the market, because give the Swedes a tiny... Wow, check that out. Give the Swedes a millimetre and they will beat the hell out of everybody else in the not only the country, in Europe and possibly the world as well, because they're great at that kind of thing. But yeah, anyway... Please, somebody. I know someone will be listening. I'm sure that they have organised streetcar races and stuff like that at some of the other racetracks like Schuler and Malmo maybe and places like that. But seriously, come on, Scandinavians, get it together. Get yourself a Street Eliminator class at big drag races, because I'd love to see some international stuff going on, wouldn't you?
It would be brilliant. We did have a couple of Swedes come over for the Street Weekend.
That's right.
The first year, I don't believe the guys in the El Camino in the first year, I don't believe they came over this June for the second one. But yeah, the more the merrier.
Well, it's again, like you said, they make a massive effort for Street Week, and the cars are just off the chart bonkers, frankly.
They really are.
They are. Yeah, they're mad.
The other thing is, when they don't get a chance to do their drag racing with their street cars on the track, some of them are naughty and they do it on the street. So it's another reason to put it back to a more responsible form of racing. Should we say?
Yeah, absolutely. Organised racing does definitely save, well, lots of things, including lives. Right, we do have a clean-up to do on the top end. I'm not quite sure how long it's going to be. Colin, go on, you wanted to...
Very kindly, I've been sent the route for the Street Eliminator cruise. The route has slightly changed. A bit more town driving now. As you see, they leave Santa Potia, go through Williston, Irchester, Little Irchester, and then they basically do the perimeter of Wellingborough. So a slight change in the route. The actual driving time, according to the route plan, is 52 minutes of actual journey time. So that is the Street Eliminator route. So thanks ever so much indeed for getting that one up to us here.
If you look behind the tower, Colin, you will see what I believe is the race we've been waiting for.
Yeah. I've been looking forward to this. Psycho Phil Druitt taking on Graham Smith.
I'm not mentioning anything about colours, nothing at all. See, look, if you look at Graham's car...
Rach is rather confident. Oh.
Yeah, but so's Phil.
Phil. You never underestimate Phil Druitt, though. But maybe Graham has got an answer for this one. The reason that we're raising the banter on this one is there's a little side bet going on this one here.
Tiny one.
Have you had to chip into that, Stu? Well, yeah. Roxy's on there as well. But, both of these are 8-second cars. Both of them matte black, as we keep mentioning. But there is £100 between these two. a little side bet as to who can get the job done.
Well, the thing is that Graham, be prepared to sit in stage for at least 30 seconds while Phil fiddles about, just to
to
put
psych
you off
you
a little
out.
bit, that sort of thing. He's good at that.
Well, fair to say they both had issues this weekend. Graham's had electrical gremlins. Phil's had problems trying to keep the front end of the car down, getting it to hook and work. But at the end of the day, these two, whoever gets to the top end first, is going to be 100 quid better off, courtesy of the one that comes home second.
Well, the top end crew is only in the shutdown area, so it really won't be that long. Hopefully only about 5, not even 10 minutes at most. So the clean-up crew are up there doing their thing. We are going to finish out. There you go. You can see it on the live stream. You can see it up on the screen as well. They are starting off. So what you see in there is you see the pickup truck at the front. That's called the Berrimans. That's the oil dry stuff. So what that does is they put that on the track and they drag it over. Then the quad goes behind it, basically with it's a tyre with weights in it, like a big tractor tyre with weights in it. And what that does is that grinds it into the surface. Yeah, it's about that, it's about that basic. But it works really, really well. It soaks up all the oil, takes it out the way, and then when they've gone all the way up to wherever the oil might finish, then, you can see the quad coming back again, or two quads actually coming back again. Off the back of the second one, you can see the tyre on it, look, you see. That's what they use to actually... In days gone by, we used to have the broom squad, if you like, that they used to rub it in with the broom. We do it this way now because it's much quicker, much simpler, and it gets the job done really, really well. And then when they've done that a few times, you see the sweeper ready to go. What the sweeper will do, it will actually suck up all of that and turn it through and deposit it elsewhere, and then we'll be ready to go racing. And because it's in the shutdown area, we don't have to re-prep the racetrack. We don't have to do the preparation again because it's the bit where they're all slowing down. And quite honestly, it's perfectly safe to slow down on.
It's not mine. It's not mine for a change.
It's
Someone's at my door.
It goes with the job of coming up here that you have to have a Ring doorbell and it has to go off when we're live on air.
Unbelievable. Could have put it on silent, couldn't I?
Yeah, well, mine is on silent.
Colin never bothers, so why
Mine
would anyone else?
Makes a change that mine is on silent, but there we go.
Deary me. Anyway, so that's just a little bit of the basics of how we clean up at the top end. So I'm going to endeavour to find out how long it's going to be, if you don't mind, for a couple of moments, and I will come back and I will let you know. Colin's doing his homework again. What are you on to, Colin?
I'm on Super Pro ET eliminations ladder at the moment. It's a field of 32 to whittle them down to 16. We've already done the Pro ET ladder, 64 down to 32. Street Eliminator, this is their last qualifier. The next time you see them after this session, they will be into eliminations. After Street Eliminator, we've got Super Comp, and then, of course, we get into our Pro session. And I can see Super Comp that are down there as well. So, yeah, it's going to get very, very exciting here today. The action yesterday was immense in our Pro sessions, and we just really can't wait to see all of it, actually. Comp Eliminator, I've moved into the Pro sessions. Then we got Havoc versus Bradford's. Motorsports UK joining in with the FIA for Pro Modified. What fantastic 2 sessions we had from the Pro Mods yesterday. And number 1 qualifier, Andre Arnova in the 5.7s. Really, really hauling.
Am I right in thinking the top 3 qualifiers in Pro Mod are the top 3 in points as well?
Yeah, I believe you're right, actually, yes. Yeah, absolutely staggeringly good. Then you've got Top Methanol, Pro Stock Car. Then we've got, of course, got Top Fuel Dragster and Nitro Funny Car. Nostalgia Funny Car. Then, of course, all of our bike classes. Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike and Junior Drag Bike. All to come at you. Then we go into eliminations for some of our sportsman classes, as we mentioned, Pro ET, Super Pro, etc. Really, really good. And looking at the live feed, they're Martin Hill with Fire Force and Roger Graham with Firestorm. The 2 jet cars, they are in the lanes. They are not that far away either. Just got to say, so many people here, loads of people on the grandstand, loads on the banking. A very, very good morning. Thank you all so very, very much indeed for coming along to Santapod this weekend for the European Finals. It's the bump spot day. It's where we set all of the fields in our racing. Tomorrow is eliminations. but it's absolutely cracking day today. Right, I'll tell you, just for a second, Nitro FM, if you could take the airways, we will be back with you very, very shortly indeed with the full update. Be back with you in a moment. And go through with 805 at 166 miles an hour. Now Don's already got a perfect ET, so he's going to be finding that difficult to improve. Stays number 2. Vic Parsons goes 980, stays at number 12. Right, next up, Simon Swarbrick, Marie Mills. Simon looking for 11.54, Marie looking for 10.34. And that's all. He breaks out by just over 100 of a second. Now this is just for fun. We're looking at this. Matt Dowdy, 11.17 dialing for him. Anthony Mitchell, 10.77. 10.81, 11.27. No help for those two. So Anthony stays 6. .982 with a 5, 11.68 breakout for Mason. So relationship building up between those guys. Laura Baton, 10.45 dialing for her. the back yet. So those of you that are walking behind the grandstand, just in case a T-shirt goes a little bit high and wide, it may miss. And that one went over. I don't know where that one's going to land, but that one missed. So he's going to have to try another one instead now. So he goes further back. And that's dropping in and caught. Done, sir. All right, so Tom is getting a turn round. Now you can walk a little bit closer to the spectator banking, Tom. Otherwise, we're all going to go at the front. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That'll do. There we go. Fire one from there. Let's see where this one goes. Oh, it's gone. We dropped it. That went about halfway. So on the grandstands once again. Oh, it's... Oh, I think about 4 pairs of hands, that one, before it actually landed in someone's lap. Tom, go near the wall, mate. You're not going to reach. Go near the wall. Unless she goes high. Oh, no, he's going the other way. He fooled them. Yeah, well caught. Very happy young man there. When he opens up, he's going to realise it's a size small. Oh, he's going high. He's going to drop one in here. I don't even see where that went. Oh, that's literally onto the walkway, that one. Yeah, so a bit of a clean-up at the top end. That's why young Thomas is out there with the T-shirt cannon. And we're getting low on ammo now. I think he's only probably got about 2 left for this one. Oh, right at the top row. Very well judged indeed. Or very lucky, one or the other. So is this the final shirt? Oh, it's a little bit of a bun fight for that one. No, it's still got one left. Oh, Tom heading towards the end of the grandstand for this one. And that one's claimed, I think. Who's got that one? Oh, on the big screen. Oh, he's still got ammunition left. Oh, we've actually got quite a few T-shirts left in there. I thought they were nearly out of ammo the way that it was being carried around. All right, so Tom's going to fire one into the banking. Oh, he's going grandstand. No, he's going grandstand. All right, wave on the banking if you want this one to come your way. 3/4 of the way up, almost at the top of the banking there. Well, it's certainly taken quite a lot of time. I think the air canister's going to run out before he runs out of T-shirts at this rate. He's made it all the way to the end of the spectator grandstand there. Where's this one going? It's going high. It's got in. Who's got that one? Tom orchestrating the crowd there. we go into the spectator banking once again. Yeah, just be aware of all the kids running around on the banking there, as they all like to get hold of it. So just watch out for the little ones as the big kids run over you. Trouble is, Tom is so far away from the start line now, I can't actually see the T-shirts coming out of the cannon. Well, now Tommy's making the return trip. He's going on to the grandstand once again. That goes high. And claimed. Well, I can only assume he's got a long-range gas canister on that cannon, because that is still firing out the T-shirts at a fair old rate of knots. Well, the box is empty, so this could be the last T-shirt coming out now. Which way is it going to go? You got to really raise the roof for this one. Here we go then. Let's get that T-shirt in that cannon. We don't know which way he's going to go yet. They're all cheering like mad. They all want it. I don't think Tom's decided yet. No, he's going on the grandstand. No, he's going banking. He's going to try and shoot one over the back. I've got no idea where that landed. Well done, Tom. Very, very good effort indeed. And that was a lot of T-shirts, and I think without a shadow of a doubt going to need to change the gas canister on the cannon as well. But good bit of fun that, well done. Congratulations to all of those that received a T-shirt. And make sure you open them up and see what they say. Well done, Tom.
I think when you open them up, they're going to say a T-shirt saying, "I came first in the scramble to win this," or something like that.
I think they are actually stand-up branded shirts now.
Okay.
They are. They do have words on them.
Yeah, because in days gone by, it was anything we could lay our hands on. We tried to get a shot. But excellent job, Thomas. First time ever. You'd never know, especially all the people in the catering area. They probably didn't know what hit them, almost literally. Anyway, we're not far off being ready to go again. You can see the sweeper up the top end is right down the end as well. So just a few moments and we will be ready to go, which gives me a chance to bring Jamie back in again. Hello, sir. Right, so we did mention this yesterday, but very quickly before we get started again. So you started out drawing at a very young age, and you started coming up here at a young age too, and the two just kind of met and got on very well for the rest of your life, didn't they?
Yeah, as I say, the first time I came to Santa Pod was, I believe, the 1993 Cannonball.
Okay.
I was barely 3 years old, I think, at the time, and got obsessed within moments. Went home that day, drew a dragster, and that gave my parents some peace and quiet for a bit. So they thought, let's get him to do more of that, shall we?
Cool.
And here we are. So
there you go, kids. You know what to do. If you enjoy yourself, then go home, get drawing, or do something like that, drag racing related. And that has formed into, in adult life or later life, you having your own design company.
yes, indeed, designed by Binny. I automotive and graphic design are well, that's it. That's it. Specialise in automotive design and graphic design. Work with a lot of American companies at the moment on hot rods on the other side of the pond. And anything from relatively straightforward renderings to get an idea of what somebody's after, all the way through to bespoke, one-off, completely home-built or shop-built, big-budget hot rods. And also do liveries and paint schemes. There's a couple of Nitro Funny cars in the US with paint schemes of mine, or for a couple of years rather. The California Hustler in the US. And so it's something that, I know it's very cliche to say, but I never wake up and go, oh, I've got to go to work. It just doesn't happen. I wake up motivated every day, so I can't complain at all.
Yeah, that's good. We're doing, if you do something you love, you never work a day in your life.
Absolutely.
Well, although obviously sometimes it's a little bit more tricky than others.
Yeah, there are some late nights.
Yeah. Anyway, so we are back just about ready to go again. I can see the start line crew back out there. The sweeper is just has just made the final turn. The track crew are doing the last of their prep up the top end. We want to say a massive thank you to all of our Santapod Raceway team, the Santapod Racers Club, who the guys and girls that organise the marshals, the pit marshals, everybody up the top end. When the cars go off the end of the racetrack, they're all in radio contact, and that's how they knew that there was an issue in that lane. I hope it isn't as bad as it looked for Joe Stevens. I hope it's something that's easily fixable. Maybe something just got knocked off, especially in the shutdown area. It's really weird because it started like a couple of 100 foot past the finish line.
Yeah. Well, I'll see if I can find out later on, but I'll be very cautious when I arrive at there.
The only slight problem is that's the last qualifying session before he goes out the cruise. So he's got to make the cruise, whatever it is, even if it's just cleaning all the oil off. He's still got to make the cruise. That's the thing. So we have
a grudge race.
We do indeed, which is the quickest matte black street car on the property. The reason I've got to say that, the reason I like it is as well, especially with Graham's car, is you can see like all of the all the trim and everything. It just keeps it simple, but it really brings out all the trim on the car. Again,
definitely. The contrast is brilliant.
Yeah, that's what I like. And the other thing as well is you've got people like Fred with the pickup truck. That's always been matte black, and that's one of the coolest cars on the vehicles on the planet.
Yeah.
And it just looks so cool. So apparently, money on the line for this one. They're having a sort of a side bet grudge race going on here. Phil Druitt has been the best of an 8.69, quickest he's ever been in that pop in the Kestrel lane. Graham Smith down in the 8.4s, so Graham's got the ET advantage.
But are we going to see any games on the start line?
Well, it's qualifying, so I'm not sure Ian will put up with much of that, but we shall see. We shall see. But Phil Druitt has been around in drag racing a long while. He used to race in Supergas in the 90s. So the experience goes with the pop in the Kestrel lane. They're going to look at each other for some time, I think. Is anyone going to... blimey, Phil Druitt actually went into stage. Goodness me, he's gone soft in his old age. However, he still leaves the start line first, but Graham Smith had that made up by the time they got to 60 foot.
That's a great run.
Stonking looking runs in both lanes.
8.37.
Well done to Graham Smith and the team. That's the way to kick that pesky pop's ass.
That was by far the best launch from that car. A little bit of smoke. That's probably the dust from the previous
Check
setting.
it out. 1.21 for Graham.
He was carrying the front wheels for at least 60 feet there as well.
That was superb. Yeah, the dust there's still a little bit of residue. It's perfectly safe anyway. But there's still a little bit of residue from the cleanup. Yeah.
02 Light 07, they were both going for that as well. They knew.
We have Mark Sheridan in the Slictrix lane in the beautiful Cuda, going up alongside Elliot Day. Mark's been struggling somewhat to get off the line this weekend. Whether he gets off the line well or not, either way, that car will do 190 miles an hour at the finish line.
Plus.
Well,
the thing is, we have seen it, I know I keep mentioning it, but we've seen him run a 10-second run, i.e. it comes off the line, spins, he thinks, shall I, shan't I? Okay, nails it, and runs over 200 miles an hour. Yeah, that. So, Elliot Day with the turbocharged small block in the Kestrel lane. In the Willis, the car built by him and his dad in the garage, which is the way to do it, let's put it that way. Both building up the boost on the turbo cars. Mark Sheridan's trying to bump in. It's not happening. Well, Mark Sheridan unfortunately won't get an ET because he wasn't in stage when the tree ran. So they've still got the data from the run. Elliott goes 8.66, 161, which is only 100th of his best of the weekend. That was a good looking run for Mark Sheridan, though.
Yeah, as you say, even though no times came up on the board, they'll still have a lot of data to work with for the next round.
Battle of the Tri-Chevys next, 56 against 57. Pick your favourite.
Speaking with the Slaters in the Slick Tricks lane, again PB after PB this weekend, down into the 8.0s, and they've once again put a little bit more in it, gunning for that 7.
Just waiting for the inevitable to happen. But anyway, this is not only street driven, but street driven all the way here. Isn't that nice to see? Trudy and Rach holding hands on the start line, wishing each other luck. Well, Graham's already set a personal best. Can Rob do the same? Up against the one and only Andy Bond with the even uglier sister, who went 7.01 yesterday. He's got the brakes on for 1,000 foot. Oh, 8 flats. 173 for Rob Sater. Oh, so close to his first 7. He'll save that for round 1 of eliminations. Well done to both of them.
That is literally every single run this weekend. They've gone quicker.
This is gonna be fun. Do you know what? I've waited to see these cars side by side for ages and ages. The separation, when we say separation, what we mean is because they don't have wheelie bars or slicks, the way to get the cars to launch hard off the start line is the suspension pushes the rear tyres down into the racetrack instead of the traditional method, which is the tyres squat and the car goes. Mark Todd, do you think he's going to try and... Of course he is. He's going to take the number 1 spot. He's got to beat a 7.01 to get it, though. Against Rob Carter with Percy. Wow, both of them break the tyres loop off the start line. Trying that little bit too hard. Yeah, 9.24 for Rob. He's been in the 7s, as has Mark, with 7.21. Jamie, awesome to see you again. Thank you very much indeed. That was fun.
As always.
As always,
See
mate.
you later on.
Round 1 coming up later on.
Thank you very much.
Right, we just have Supercomp to go through. And then we get ready for our first round of our pros for today. It is qualifying session number 3 for all of our FIA and FIM classes. And if you can stay there for the next half an hour, that would be rather nice.
I'm sure you can. The only problem is I'm sure you couldn't afford it. That's the problem. You couldn't afford the bill, mate.
Oh, dear.
Okay, we're on with Supercom, Andy Clifford and Ellie Mae Brown. And just to say drag racing is an inclusive sport is a bit of an understatement. The young lady in the Slick Tricks lane won the European Finals in Junior Dragster last September. A year later, here she is in a big car as the T-shirt cannon kid himself turns up again. Eddie is 17 years old. Yes, 17 at the controls of a car that can go 160, 70 miles an hour plus. However, she's not allowed to go that fast just yet. Just yet. So Eddie put a run in the right side of the number.
Spot the Junior Dragster racer, 02 light as well.
A little bit too quick again for Ellie, and a little bit too quick for Andy Clifford. Well, Andy. Steve Hudson, Ronnie Mercer. Tom's back in the town now. Everyone knows what you look like. You'll be mobbed, mate. Well done. Is that fun? It's fun, isn't it?
It's very fun, especially for the guy who tried to catch the T-shirt, missed, and it hit him square in the face.
Nice. Well, there's lots of those.
How many went over the banking and how many went over the grandstand?
That's not bad.
Two went over the grandstand.
Yeah.
I don't think I managed to clear the bank.
You can't clear the bank. It's
I was
further
close.
Away. Yeah. It's always worth trying. I know it is. You have to sort of aim it a foot anyway. But awesome job, mate. Well done. So, 8.90 is the chosen number. You can see on the board up the other end.
Ronnie currently in number 7, Steve number 4. All but 2 people have gone the right side of the number and run an 891 and an 893. Ronnie Mercer moves to number 3. Steve Hudson drops back down to number 5. Only 2 people haven't ran an 8.9 something yet. Up next, Leah Kellett and Warren Watts.
Actually, I just thought people are a bit spoiled for choice of view at the moment, because obviously we got qualifying for Supercomp here, but Live Action Arena first show is running as well at the moment. They started at 11:30. Don't worry though, they've got another show this afternoon at 2:30. That's Live Action Arena, with stunts and monster trucks and all sorts of things going on over there.
So even though we are running slightly behind time, now is the time. If you're not anywhere in a good viewing position, now's the time to get there. About to have the jet cars, pro mods, top fuel, everything else as well. Basically the stuff you've come to see, I'm sure. Please get yourself on the bank or in the Grand Centre if you're not there already. I can see lots of flags milling about as well, which is always good.
So you'll see the Camaro run away and Leah Kellett try and run him down. Hopefully without going quicker than 8.90. She does go 8.87, but an 8.91 for Warren Watts. He moves up to number 3.
Right, Arndt Putzman did have one of his runs aboard when the parachute actually came out as he approached the start line. I think it rattled out on the burnout. Going alongside Paul Hudson with the pension pot.
Yeah, so when we say the aim of the game is to run 8.90, you can do that in any which way you choose, as long as it's a car. That's why you can see the Beetle with a flat 4 turbocharged engine in the Kestrel beer lane. And the big block dragster running the throttle stop, the more conventional way in the Slitrix lane. The reason I say more conventional, because if you were to watch a Supercomp race in the States and a flat 4 turbocharged Beetle turned up, it would be the only one anywhere near the track.
Yeah. Paul Hudson actually gets into the 8s, finally, after one of his runs been either breakouts or in the 9s. So, yeah, 8.97. Stays number 8, and Arndt stays number 9. Right, okay, that's a pause on qualifying for the time being, as we now get ready. First up, it's going to be the Jets. It's going to be Martin Hill with Fire Force, number 3. Going alongside Roger Goring with Firestorm. This opens up our pro session for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, if it's your first time here at Santa Pod Raceway, a very, very warm welcome. And finally, you have found the best motorsport on the planet. Let's have a quick show of hands if it's your first time at Santa Pod this weekend. Be honest. Let's have a show of hands for your first time visitors. There's quite a few. Excellent stuff. Welcome. We hope you're enjoying yourselves here, folks. We are into day 3 of 4. We've been running for 2 days already. And you're about to witness some of the best qualifying that you're ever likely to see. We're going to open things up with jet cars. We've got Martin Hill and Roger Goring coming at you with the Jet Funny cars, side by side to 1,000 foot. And then we are getting into Comp Eliminator. They've been running in the sportsman classes, and that will be they'll run to indexes. We're not going to go and try and confuse you all with that one. But then it's going to be a match race between what we're calling the Transatlantic Club. We got the Bradford's Topolino from the States taking on our very own Havoc, driven by Nick Davis, who resides in Bedford, but the car is so famous, the little Bantam. We then move on into our FIA classes. It's going to be Pro Modified, and we have got a 16-car field for the Pro Mods, but we've got more Pro Mods here than there are spaces in elimination, so that is going to be super fun. These are high 5/low 6-second, 250-mile-an-hour door cars with either turbochargers, nitrous, or superchargers as their power adders, and they are phenomenal to watch. You're going to love those. We then move into top methanol pro stock car, then the fastest land-based accelerating vehicles ever, the top Fuel Dragsters, and then we have nitro funny car to follow that. It will all unravel in front of your eyes. It's going to be fantastic fun. Enjoy it with us. And here we go then. We're going to kick things off with a pair of jet cars for you.
Martin Hill waving to the camera, giving his thumbs up. Roger Goring in the other lane with Firestorm. Here we go then, the bodies come down. Just moving the support vehicles out of the way. Here they come then. Two jet cars having a bit of a barking match behind the tower.
So here we go then, it is Firestorm and Fire Force putting on a huge flame show here.
Martin's car feeling particularly aggressive on this first run of the day. He loves it when his playmate Roger Goring comes over. So everybody give Richard a wave in the middle of the track. The more you wave, the faster they go. Martin just spawning up the jet. Here we go.
Oh, cracking side-by-side run there. 5:15 from Firestorm, but it's a 4:95 at 239 there from Martin Hill. Very, very good race indeed, and I think that's 1-1 because I think Roger took the one yesterday. Martin takes the win this morning. So There we go. That is a fantastic opener for our pro sessions. Well done to the Fire Force team, but a great representation from Firestorm as well. Okay, we move into Comp Eliminator. That's the next class to come round. As Helen and the gang go to collect the Firestorm jet car from Roger at the top end, then the Fire Force team in the Transit. There they all are. There's Ed behind the wheel. And, of course, Richie taking the applause for the Fire Force team there. Well done. So just a quick sweep to get rid of all of the dust and the fumes and everything from the jet. And then it is on to Comp Eliminator, qualifying session for them. They have got this session and one more to come. Oh, no, it could be their last qualifier, actually. Just looking at the run order. They go into eliminations later on. Very, very interesting. Aha, we can hear you now. So Darryl Bradford is down there with Radio Mike as well. He'll be covering the action from the start line as well, getting interviews with the crew as the respective drivers have done their runs. Also good to see we've actually got wind turbines we can see now, so obviously the mist is lifting from the top end as well. So we're starting to get a bigger picture, if you like. So when we started this morning, we couldn't see the gantry, and then it's appeared out of the mist. And now we have a good view of everything. If you want to find out what's going on, folks, get hold of your race weekend program. The Euro Finals program is available from the Santa Pod vendors on site. The main pod shop is in the pit area, and that is just past half track. Ladies and gentlemen, on the spectator banking, as I say, if it is your first time here, you're not restricted to the banking. You can walk around the back of the start line area and go into the pits. It's all part of your admission ticket. You don't have to pay anything to go in there and have a look at all the cars and bikes in there. The teams will be more than happy to have a chat with you. But go and check it all out. We've got loads of traders around the corner there as well. And you'll see some most incredible race machines, and you can see them all pretty close up as well. Get talking to the crews and the teams, and they'll be more than happy to show you around their cars and bikes. They really, really do. And to say the pits are huge. Don't forget, the racetrack is 1/4 mile long. The pits start just behind the main grandstand and go way past the finish line. So don't forget, you've got about 270, 280 teams there. You can go and check them out. Talking about the race weekend program, the main outlet for these is the pod shop. It's halfway in the pits, just past half track. The secondary unit is actually a mobile unit in the catering area here next to us at the start line. And then you do have another pod shop near the medical centre, just past the live action arena. So you've got plenty of places to go and get hold of the race weekend program. It's only £5. It's a full colour production. Go and check it out, get hold of one. Become very collectible over the years, and they are a great source of information of everything that is going on site. And also, whilst you're up there, get hold of all your latest FIA and Santa Pod merchandise as well. We've got the FIA range of clothing up there, and we do have the exclusive event t-shirts as well, so they are only available pretty much at this event. It's not too early for Christmas, so about the new Santa Pod 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, that's up there as well. And we're also from our sponsors, Draper Tools and VP Racing Fuels with Old Hall Performance. Obviously, their products are up outside. They have shop products inside, but also representation from them just outside as well. Okay, here we go then. Let's get the show on the road, so to speak, as we go into Comp Eliminator. What we believe is their final qualifying session. And the first up, Matt Davison with the Honda Civic, and it is Gary Carr with the Boiling Point Chevy Nova. Unbelievably, second, third and fourth in Comp Eliminator are separated by less than 1/100th of a second. Gary Carr holds the number 4 spot at the moment. 10.95 with 1. If he could go 10.94, then he could move up to number 2. It is so tight. Matt Davison currently number 11, 9.47. The car is capable of going 9.1. Don't forget, it's front wheel drive. It is very, very difficult to get it off the line, but if you get it hooked up, This car can fly. 9:49, 11:08, so no improvement for either of them. So Gary Carr, the best he's going to end up in qualifying is number 4. Jordan Payne with a sticky situation, a super modified Corvette going alongside, yep, it is a Mark 1 Ford Fiesta, but with a difference. Do not think that this is just a little pocket rocket. This thing absolutely flies. Chris Todd with Fiesta-Roo. It's a Mark 1 Ford Fiesta, but the engine is now in the back, and it's a Subaru flat 4 in the back there with a rather large turbo as well. The vehicle has been over 170 miles an hour on the quarter mile here, well into the 8s. Oh, totally designed for it. Chris is a very clever engineer as well, let's not forget. Put this thing together. Classed as a sports compact, actually. Yeah. Oh, Chris Todd carried those front wheels beautifully there. Jordan's gone. A 49 this time. Chris Todd 9:28, 1:55. .59 there for Dan. No improvement on his 10:43 from earlier. So he stays for the time being number 3. And unfortunately Luke just running out of steam and is now stationary. Yep.
So, Carl Cox in the modern take of what a Pro Mod should look like. It's that modern, he's not allowed to run them with Pro Mods this weekend. And in the other lane, as Daryl said, is Kev Perkins in what Pro Mods used to look like about 30 years ago.
Also, a bit of news actually. Carl Cox, on one of his runs over the course of the event, actually the side window blew out, and they had to get a new side window for it. And the Williams boys and John Webster actually made new side windows, got it all buttoned up and everything for Carl to continue. So, yeah, huge amount of work for Carl Cox. It's not easy running any race car. And Carl's been...
Was a 396 to the 8th mile, but the chutes come out early. He was on a flyer, 0.9 60 foot. A small improvement there for Kev Perkins, goes 889.
He took out the reflector on the chute. His parachute.
Oh, it's everything. No, he hasn't got that. Yeah, he's just got the bank of switches where the normal sort of sat nav and all that would be.
Runner best in the 7.5s again, which is excellent news for him. So let's see if anyone else can set a PB here on these two.
.754, 791. Rob Smallworth stays number 8. Nick Williams stays at number 2.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Chief Starter Ian having a joke with Ahmed. He just said wait and then smiled, and Ahmed's going, no, I want to go, come on. And he said, no, you've got to wait for Dave Smith to get back. Sorry, for Dave Swift, I beg your pardon, not Smith. With the AMX to come back before we can get on with this plan.
So Ahmed is in the unique position of he can't actually improve any more than he has.
No.
He ran an 8.5001 last night in the dark, and the quickest he's allowed to go is 8.5000. That's just down to the chassis regulations and the chassis type of the car. Dave Swift, however, can improve. He's in at number 10 at the minute with a 721.
That was one of his best ever runs as well, actually, to be fair.
Oh, it's a solo for Ahmed, unfortunately.
I think they're just going to let Ahmed go. No, it's okay. They're just turning the nitrous bottles on, and I don't think Dave was quite buttoned up in time. So Ahmed's going to go, and then when he's cleared the track...
Oh, that's typical. Ahmed's really hooked up really well here.
Is he going to lift?
No.
Oh, 847, 174.
Speed, once again, 174 miles an hour. So Ahmed will clear the top end of the racetrack, and Dave will move forwards for his run. So Dave, I think, set a PB yesterday. What was it, a 7.2, wasn't it? Something like that?
Yep, 721. That's a good looking run. A 721 again. Actually, it's a minuscule PB because he went 721 with a 0 that time. 192 miles an hour as well.
Shoots. Anyone see any shoots?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet.
However, he doesn't look to be going too quickly. Yeah, there we go. Turns around the corner.
I think the trouble is, though, is if you pull the shoots and they don't come out, and when you're going that fast, you go barreling down the shutdown area at a rate of knots, and then by the time you've realised the chutes haven't hit, you're already past turn 1, and you're sort of in trouble. That's the problem. But obviously Dave did that on
he's
purpose,
fine.
so he's round the corner. That's good news. So I think that's it for competition.
No.
Isn't
Still
it?
got more.
So I beg your
Reuben
pardon.
Dawson coming round.
Also, Terry Newton. Hi, Terry. Terry's actually out, unfortunately, for the weekend. The one and only Mr. Terry Newton. Terrific effort from the whole team this weekend, especially busting a turbo, getting one back in it. But I think that yesterday was that it? Yeah. What a great show.
Also, Amir coming round as well with the front-wheel drive.
So you've seen the factory super stock A. This is the factory super stock D of Reuben Dawson. Difference is about a second, and in fact, Reuben used to run it in the B category, which is a slightly less weight. He's put more weight in it to run the D class, and he's gone quicker.
Yeah, but he's also done a lot of work on the engine as well. It's not just the weight thing. They've worked really, really hard on this car.
Well, it's amazing that anyone in comp can get more than a second under their index, and he's done that a number of times over the weekend, hasn't he? I know some of the cars in Scandinavia have been more than a second under, but I think that's the first time ever where you've seen anyone more than a second under their index.
003 reaction time for Reuben, and a very, very, very tame launch for him. And in fact, yeah, I can hear him lifting early. I think that was probably his elimination practice. And 10.97 for Amir.
I believe that is now a wrap for Comp Eliminator.
Okay, we move into FIA Motorsport UK
No.
Pro.
No.
Sorry.
No. We got some fun first.
Oh, of course. Sorry. That's because I can't see the run order. Yeah, I forgot that. It's because Dick's sitting there. He's always there half an hour early, so I always think Pro Mod's coming round. That's what it is. Yeah, before we get there, we've got some fun stuff to do. But anyway, everything from now on is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we got the second matchup between Bradford's and Havoc. Those of you here last night were just, well, you had a front row seat for one of the best fuel-altered runs we have ever seen here at Sandpod with Nick Davis with the Bantam. He took his own European record and just moved it a little bit further away. 239 miles an hour, 6:03, I think it was, and a phenomenal run. Such great entertainment. And Nick said, well, I spoke to Nick this morning. He said, well, couldn't really see where I was going because it was dark, and he was getting a little bit close to the wall. I think he thought he was closer than he actually was. But having said that, he did not lift whatsoever, just carried on going. And it was such a highlight from yesterday. But Randy Bradford, spoke to him this morning as well, and he said, well, I've got to get one back, haven't I? So he's going to be trying absolutely everything he can to even the score for this transatlantic trophy that the pair of them are racing for this weekend.
Getting some beautiful shots of the Bradford Ultra today if you look at the big screen, or you're watching at home on the live stream.
That's right, they're just attaching the starter to it now. If you have access to any of the social media channels, of course, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you name it, you've got to pay them a visit. SantaPod socials have been very, very busy indeed. Just follow SantaPod on Facebook, Instagram and TikTok. Loads of content going on all the time at the moment. Just give it a like and a follow, and you'll like a load of the stuff that's been going on there. It's phenomenal stuff. Check it out. So SantaPod on Facebook, Instagram and TikTok. Well, I say the starter's attached, but there's no lead attached to the starter yet, so that'll be a moment there. But both the drivers are strapped in and ready.
Yeah, they're going to be coming around underneath the tower. Sorry about
There we
that. I was just having a quick chat with Stian Rusanis, crew chief. Goodness me.
You have to keep him awake, I think.
Oh, dear. Yeah, I wondered why he looked like he hadn't had any sleep, and that's because he hasn't had any sleep.
Exactly.
Yeah, they look absolutely tired. Shall we say? There we go. That's the polite version, isn't it? But absolutely walloped, I think, is the other one. Yesterday. We'll come to that in a minute anyway, because we've got the fuel altereds to go first. But it never ceases to amaze me just how hard people work, even when they're here as well. You know, getting the car to the track is hard enough, but when you're here as well, it's unbelievable. So these are super short wheelbase fuel altereds. I think Josie's actually following Havoc around there. You can see how short the wheelbase is, i.e. absolutely tiny. From one end to the other, the engine virtually sits over the front axle. They are the most uncontrollable, unpredictable cars in the whole of drag racing. That's one of the reasons we love them as well. So we've got the Bradford Sphere in the Slick Tricks lane, all the way from the northwest of the USA for you wonderful people. They came here and had a match race back at Dragstalgia in July, which well, honours were kind of even though Nick did set the European record for fuel altereds once again. But they're back for the, what should we say? To finalise.
Yeah, to settle the score.
To settle the score. So, the US Automotive Transatlantic Fuel Altered Challenge Trophy is going to be the prize for it. Nick Davis from the UK in the Kestrel lane with the Havoc Fuel Altered. Yesterday went 6.03 at 239 miles an hour. Now, back at Dragstalgia, when he set the record then, they had an issue with one of the fuel lines. It leaned the car out, but it really liked it, and that's what made it run so quick. They weren't trying to run that quick, but like with a lot of things in drag racing, it's a happy accident. And as a result, they knew what they needed to do to get it to run even quicker. So that wonderful cackling noise you hear is the Donovan Hemi in Havoc. Pretty much exactly the same thing in the FIA in the Slick Tricks lane. Here we go. Now these cars really are from a bygone era, literally. Randy Bradford in that Fiat from the USA in the Slick Tricks lane. I was amazed when I had a chat with him, because he not only has he been around doing this a while, he used to run at Lyons Drag Strip. Now, if you know your drag strips and your history, that's impressive. And he used to run a car, this is a recreation of that car, he used to run it at Lyons. So that's how long he's been doing this. Grew up in Southern California, which is pretty much where drag racing started worldwide. And even though he's technically retired, he's still out here having fun with Nick and the fuel altereds.
So the UK taking on the USA here to settle a score. The issue being at Dragstalgia when they match raced, both drivers thought they won. So what can these two do here? Nitro-powered Hemis in about a quarter of a time to fix.
Well, the one thing we all want to know is, can either, they've both got personal best in the 6.0s, can either of them run in the 5s? Nick and Robert keep trying to retire Havoc, but the crowds and all the people keep bringing them out again. Good luck to both of them. Nick's 1-0 up at the moment. Let's see what goes on this time.
Havoc's out in front, but Randy's right there over the stripe. 6-12 for Havoc. He takes the win and puts himself 2 up.
Just very quickly, yeah, 2 up. Look at that for a side-by-side race as well. Very quickly. Come here. I'll redeem myself from not knowing who you were a little while ago. This is Nick's son, Callum, believe it or not. How much fun are you and the team having?
Oh, it's unbelievable. You know, after Dragstalgia running the 6.04 that no one really thought we were going to do. I don't think Dad thought we were going to do it. And then coming here, plan was to just make laps. And then to go and do that last night, I don't think anyone saw it coming, especially not us. But I think Dad had something up his sleeve that none of us really quite knew about.
He's really good at that, isn't he, your dad?
Yeah, he always pulls them all over our eyes. No one has a clue what's going on. Goes and does that. Me and Scott were nearly in tears.
Well, I'm sure it was a great moment up the top end. What we all want to know is, well, you're 2 up in the challenge as well. That was a great side-by-side race. Can you run the 5s before you retire the car?
I think we'll have to wait till tomorrow. You know, I don't want to speak too soon. That's quite a difficult question. Don't want to get in trouble, but if all goes to plan, fingers crossed, we'll be over 240 and potentially a 5 will be up there. But you never know.
That's Nick Davis's lad, Callum. Give them all a big round of applause, please. 2 up in the match race. Thank you very much, Callum, and to the whole team as well. I hope you enjoyed that. That was awesome. And that's also for Randy Bradford as well. That was a great run. That was his best run in a long while, or since he's brought the car over here. If you check out on Facebook or any other places, follow the Bradfords Fit on there. Give the team a massive round of applause, please, going up to get Nick. Randy had a massive explosion at a match race up in Canada and unfortunately completely destroyed the body and the engine. They rebuilt it over the winter and just got it finished in time to stick it in a container and send it over here for this match race against Nick. So the good thing is they got a race car again. That's them in the other car. Please give them a massive cheer as well. That's a long way to come to put on a show for you folks, and they certainly did. Prime Modified coming your way next.
Oh yeah. Of course, don't forget your flags, ladies and gentlemen.
Anyone got any Swedish flags? Come on. No one's got any Swedish. How can we not have Swedish flags? Well, Dave Smith and Peter Cook are going to be the first pair. So, how much hassle? How much hassle has Dave Smith had this weekend? Just give us an idea, Dick, because it's been hard work constantly, non-stop.
Yeah, well, that's pro mod racing, but in general. But yeah, he had all kinds of issues, electrical issues. Then in the end, the battery was bad. He was low on crew. They arrived late yesterday, but now he got it up and running again.
Well, we do have a bump spot in the 6s already. I think it's about a 6.8 or thereabouts.
683.
683.
With a 5.
There we go. They can do, all of them can do way better than that. The thing is, they've got to do it, most importantly. So, Dave Smith from the UK with the gorgeous 1955 Chevrolet. This is his first run of the weekend. You can see the bump spot. That is the last qualified position for the 16-car ladder for race day tomorrow. That's 6.83. Now, Dave Smith hasn't put in a pass yet, so he could change that just on one run. Also, Peter Cook, they haven't had a great weekend so far. However, he does have the potential to go back into the box. What, from a silly layman's term, a year ago he ran 5.99. Why don't they just go back to the settings that they did all that on?
If it was that easy.
Yeah, I know. I knew you would laugh when I said that, but seriously, if you think about it, that sounds like the obvious thing to do, but it's never that straightforward.
Well, sometimes you have an emergency backup plan, tuning plan, that you can at least run, let's say, a 6.1 or a 6.2. But if you have ever ran a 580 and it's not that you just, let's put that setup in and you drive that same time, it's almost impossible. Peter is qualified 12 now with a 6.25.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants to improve. He was actually a DNQ last year, but got in on a brake rule and then lost in round 1 on a whole shot. So, let's hope he has more fun this weekend. Good luck to both of them. Good luck to Dave Smith. Let's make all the hard work worthwhile.
It's going to be red.
Well, Dave Smith gets in for now with a 6.71, 211 miles an hour. Peter Cook, the reason he got a red light was because he took too long staging. The auto start system only gives you 7 seconds from when the other guy goes or girl goes into full stage. They only have a certain amount of time to get in. If you don't get in within that time, and that was a real shame as well because that was a great looking run for Peter Cook, but yeah, I think the crew are I think that's good news and bad news. Good news, car went down the racetrack, did what it was supposed to do. Bad news was, well, they didn't get the ET to show it. That's the thing. Yeah. So is Dave Smith now the bump, maybe?
Yeah, no, he's in number 15.
Okay.
The bump is now 682.
Well, that's going to keep changing, isn't it?
Yeah,
The whole
probably.
time?
Yeah, we got a few more coming. Next up, the Lucky Devil, Wayne Nicholson, and Wally Strobel from Germany.
Now, both these two, I think Wayne and Wally are the ones that aren't in at the moment. Is that right? Yeah. Yep. Wayne put in a couple of good runs yesterday, but the car was creeping through stage, like you said, Dick, being the problem. Wally Strobel, his quickest was a 7.0. He can actually run quicker than the bum spot. He's just got to do it now.
Nice.
So running the cars is a struggle. For Wally Strobel, getting here from Germany was pretty much a bigger struggle than that, wasn't it, this weekend? His truck broke down, or his tow rig broke down somewhere near Metz in France, which is still quite a long way down into France, isn't it? And it was with the help from loads of people that he managed to get here this weekend. Turning around and going home wasn't an option.
No, of course not. Wally Strobel with the smallest Pro Mod team in the field. They are just with 3 of them. Wally, his wife and his daughter.
Proper family race team. Saying that, Wayne's team is exactly the same. His wife and his son are on the team as well, just with a few more good-looking folks hanging out as well. So Wayne's been in the 5s before, now would be a good time. He's just had a horrible season, broke something on one of his first runs of the year, and has been out since this weekend. So good luck to both of them. 6-second runs a pair, maybe even a 5 for Wayne. That wasn't quite how it was supposed to go.
No.
Yeah, Wayne's car left kind of soft, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you can see it in the tire marks as well.
Yeah, it just didn't really hook up and go. When it went in the 5s, it really left well, like very, very well. So no improvement for either of those two. They will go into the last session this afternoon, not in the show.
Yeah, just a very quick one from me, actually. Yari Ratanami got in touch with me, and he said, when we're running Pro Mod, please can we do a 40th birthday shout-out to Daniel Engberg? He's over there. Many happy returns indeed to Daniel.
It's the bald one.
Yeah, the bald one. I can't say that.
Less hair.
We wish him a good birthday. And that is obviously from, well, pretty much from the whole Pro Mod community, but especially the Ratanami team as well. So, yep, many happy returns to Daniel Engberg, 40 today.
Ooh, see some stress on Kim Raymond's car. The starter motor won't go off the blower.
So Kit Christensen with the Firebird. Yeah.
No. Oh, that's a shame.
Well, Mick Payne with that is such a gorgeous looking car, and I'm not going to sway either way between turbo or blower because I love both of them, but God, it looks nice with the blower sticking out the hood. It really does. Built by Chris Isaacs Race Cars here in the UK. Mick's been in Pro Mod racing for a number of years now, and the run he made yesterday was his personal best speed. It was also his first run for I think about a year with this car.
And there goes Kim Christensen. And you can see in the front of his blower that the starter motor is still on. The engine ran, but they couldn't get the starter motor off.
That really sucks.
Yeah.
Well, the trouble is as well, with all the rebuild and everything going on, they need every run they can get, don't they?
Yeah. And I think Kim is not qualified as well. Oh, he is on the bump.
Yeah, that's his number. Well, he's not going to be on the outside looking in going into the last session, but he could well be after the first couple of runs. So we'll see how it pans out. So Mick Payne has the quarter mile to himself.
He's also not in yet.
Oh, is it him that's not?
No, he's not in.
Okay.
Yeah, he's at number 17.
Yep.
Well, so this could bump out the man over here with the Firebird.
Mick is going left.
What a great looking run for Mick Payne. 6:54, 224 miles an hour. His new personal best. Very, very quickly. Steve, no running away. Come here. Well, considering you guys don't get to do this that often, that was fantastic.
I'm a bit lost for words.
Well, no, it's good, but a 6.5, 224, he's going to be one happy boy.
For once, last night we got some good data, and we're just a little bit, baby steps, a little bit more, and it's responded.
It's good to see you guys have got the proverbial budget in a crisp packet, and it's always good to see the guys from the UK doing well.
This is on a proper shoestring, this, you wouldn't believe how little Mick's got to play with, and it's just hard work.
Well done, doing it for the UK.
Cheers, thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. That's Steve Large. Mick Payne will be absolutely overjoyed up the top end.
Yeah, considering he didn't leave the line in the two-step, he just swapped foot.
Yeah, it was only 115 to 60 foot as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think the thing is as well is that they haven't got consistent runs after run after. They just don't get the track time.
No.
But he's now. So where does that take the bump, fellas?
71. 671.
Whose is 71?
Oh, who is it?
Sorry.
Dave Smith.
Well, for now, this is just for positions. Not that it's not going to be fun to watch, obviously. Orca Persson from Sweden, his first trip ever here with that Camaro in the Kestrel Lane. Taking on Bobby Wallace. Now, Bobby had quite a good day yesterday. 5.95. I think was his best run. Was that right? That was in the first session. The nitrous car from the UK, Bob, is from just down the road in Bedford. This is a 680 capable car and 580 even. Well, it's definitely a 680 capable car.
Yeah,
But a 580 as well. So nitrous oxide with a 900 cubic inch plus engine in there. Colin, you worked that out to be about 14 and a half litres.
14.7 litres, I think it was.
That's a bit lively. A 526 Hemi. A Johnny Lindbergh engine in the Kestrel Lane for Orca Persson. This car has everything to run in the 580s as well. Just need to get the handle on the racetrack because this is the first time they've ever been here. But hopefully they're enjoying themselves. And they might even consider coming back again.
And even a few of Jan Eriksson's crew working on Orca Persson's car.
Who? I'm just kidding. I know. Great runs in both lanes. Bobby to a 592, 242 miles an hour. And I want to see those short numbers for the Camaro because the 603 does not match 206 miles an hour at all, does it?
No, the 60 foot was 102.
Okay.
And the 8 mile was 391.
That was a great run. Very quickly with Mr. Wallace Sr. That's a bit more like it, isn't it?
Yeah, we're putting a fine tune in it now. Shouldn't be long before we're back where we were.
Well, that was front wheels up and flying as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, well done, sir. Congratulations. Defending UK Pro Mod champions as well. So, yeah, sorry, Orca Persson's half-track numbers, were they about the same as Bobby or a little bit quicker?
Yeah, well, Orca ran a 391 and Bobby 39 flat.
Yeah, it was really on one, but he obviously clicked it early, so that's another 5-second capable car. Okay, Mike Raymond and the one and only Bruno. So, Mike and Bruno, both in the low sixes yesterday. Bruno with a 6.0, Mike with a 6.2. They both had the capability to go a lot quicker than that. Bruno's been down actually in the 580s, hasn't he, before?
Yeah.
Bruno is, I don't want to say he's the winningest driver in Switzerland, but he's close. He's very close. He hasn't won a championship yet, but he's been really successful.
Oh, yeah. Not only in Pro Mod, also competition he ran before.
With this car?
And before that, the original Golden Vet.
Yeah, that met its end in the field here, I think, didn't it? 20-something years ago that was. But Bruno is one hell of a driver, and the team are great tuners as well. He's in the Kestrel lane from Switzerland, up against Mike Raymond with the nitrous Mustang. Mike's first trip here ever. You think you heard the name Raymond before? That's his dad adjusting the wheelie bars. His dad, Kim Raymond, put down one of the most incredible runs anyone has ever seen in this country. When he was racing in Top Fuel in 2003, went 464 at 317 miles an hour.
Bruno has won the 2013 Motorsport UK Championship.
That's right, yep. Came and raced with us, which was nice. Very nice indeed. So good luck to both of them. The bump spot won't change, but the positions might after this one.
Well, a 3.90 to the 8th mark for Bruno, 5.97. And look at the number for Mike Raymond, 6.14.
Wow.
Very quickly with his dad, Kim, 6.14. Only 2.23. That was a really nice run.
Yeah, it's straight and good. Perfect.
Well, it carried the wheels for a long way. Looks fun.
Well, yeah, we had a bit of much, nitrous in the start line. So maybe we take a little out there and put a little bit more on late out.
Great to see you back, sir. Good luck.
Thank you, my friend.
Kim Raymond, everybody. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Roger Johansson and the fabulous Lightning McQueen, Mr. John Sebenham. Johnny no lift Sebenham after yesterday. So, John had a really good run yesterday. He was in the 6.0s. He was very, very happy at the top end. I didn't get to see Roger up the top end yesterday. He didn't make it, unfortunately. Now, the car's been back in the 580s this year. He had quite a good outing in both Hockenheim. I think he got to the final in here, didn't he, as well, Dick?
Yeah.
But the car is 580 and even 570 capable. He went 579 5 years ago at this event. And that nitrous Mustang was the standard bearer for a long time in Europe for nitrous cars. There's a few more now, but he's still the quickest of them all. So JT looking for a 5-second run. I'm sure he is, as I'm sure is Roger. Now's the time to do it. There's hardly a breath of wind. It's really quite nice and warm considering it's cloudy. The racetrack is as good as ever. These are just fabulous conditions for running quickly in.
Well, not only that early morning mist has basically lifted. We still can't see the top of the turbine blades, but it's lifted enough we can see everything now. As Darryl said, great conditions.
Wow, a flash of flame for Roger, no issues at all for JT, goes 6.09.
No improvement, but very consistent.
Yeah, 2 6.0s there. Very good indeed.
Hang on a minute, I've just had a thought.
You missed John Webster.
No.
Huh?
Well, not that. That wasn't the thought. Is Roger qualified?
Yes.
Yeah, he's 14th. He went 6.44.
Beg your pardon. Sorry, no. It's just that he didn't make it to the all the way down to the top end of the track yesterday, so he must have been off it early yesterday.
Yeah, it's same kind of issues. But then later on,
the chutes popped, didn't they?
Yeah.
On the first run.
Yeah.
Do they know what that was? I mean, was that system related or?
Probably, yeah.
It can be, can't it? Okay, Circus Fraggerstrom coming your way.
I don't see any flags. Everybody has got a flag on their grandstand.
Come on, who's got a
Where are
Swedish
your
flag
Swedish
for
flags?
it? No, it's Swedish.
And the UK flag.
Yeah, come on, UK flags. We all support Freddie. Taking on, we might once again up against Andy Robinson. So, ladies and gentlemen, we never know when the last time we're going to see Freddie's, but it's always great to have him here. Circus Fraggerstrom in the house.
Fred's gone to 1,000 foot. He's gone past the 1,000 foot.
Well, the burnout was 2 half track.
And he'll still make it back to the start line first.
In a few seconds.
I'm
Here
going
he
to see
comes.
Mickey
Andy has
Gilchrist.
some problems.
Oh, Andy keeps going. Oh.
Well, he's going to try and get out of the way before Fred actually makes it up to the start line. Andy Robinson, he seems to be a bit, snake bit at this event. Last year they had a horrible weekend, destroyed the engine. And this weekend, I mean, okay, the car's still in one piece, but 260s isn't what they want at all. They've got a 580 capable race car. They went 582 back in June here. Luke's in radio contact with his dad. He knows what happened, but whatever it was, he couldn't get it in reverse. So, Freddie Fagerstrom has the track all to himself. Like he said at the top end yesterday. His crew guy saying that was fantastic. And it absolutely was. He has legions of fans in his country. What kind of cemented his legacy, if you will, was back in '98. He came over here, he was running in Super Pro, got knocked out, and he came back for a match race against an alcohol funny car and beat it. Yeah. And ran in the mid-6s, and we had never seen anything like it. And we're so grateful every time he makes the trip over here. Good luck, Fred. Pulls it back expertly from 1,000.
Ah, no.
610 at 227. Wow. Again, not quite what he was looking for, but aerodynamics and everything else really aren't in its favour, are they? There are so many Fred moments that we've had, but always great to see. And commiserations to the Robinson family as well, unfortunately. You did just mention as well, John Webster. Dick.
Yeah, well, he is in the line.
Oh, he is in the lanes. Good, okay, because he was he was very happy at the top end yesterday. He said that was so much fun. It just flew all the way down. But he did say there was a whole bunch of lights that came on the dash. Right at the finish line, he lifted and something went pop, and he didn't know what the problem was. But
yeah, we've got a bit of an addition to that, actually, because his run was actually DQ'd for being underweight.
Oh, dear. Okay.
Yeah, so he's not qualified at the moment.
He's number last even, I think. So here's the hardest working crew of the weekend. Stian Ruzanis.
Yeah, unbelievable. I spoke to Max, their crew chief, and they went to bed at 6 o'clock, which is when everyone else was getting up.
Yeah.
You tell everybody, just after they've done their burnouts, you tell them this.
Yeah, I'll wait till they've done the burnout.
So after the run yesterday, it all looked fine at the top end. Stian was looking around the engine. He thought he felt something, but he's having a look round it, and it looked okay.
Yeah. But he kicked the rod.
And they didn't find it till they got back to the pits.
Exactly, yeah. So they opened the engine, and they had no spare engine. That's still in Sweden, in repair. And so, well, they had to make a choice. Are we going to quit, or are we going to try to fix it? So there was a hole in the block, the hole in the oil pan. The piston was stuck in the sleeve, so they had loads and loads of work. They kind of repaired the block, they glued it, they welded the pan, put all new pistons and connecting rods in, repaired the heads, and well, then 6 in the morning, this morning, it was finished. And they started it this morning, it fired immediately, no leaks, so...
Well, their crew chief, Matt Sprague, is a master fabricator and welder and everything else as well. And I'm not sure that's why they got him to help, but it was very, very handy. Matt said to me that the spare engine, the crank they didn't get for it till after they'd left for Hockenheim. That's why they don't have a spare engine. And it's just a Herculean effort for him to get out here. He's alongside Jari Rantaniemi from Finland, another one of 4 who is in the running for the championship. It isn't more of an outside shot for Jari, but with 16 cars racing on Sunday, it's anybody's, absolutely anybody's, isn't it? It's who goes furthest, really.
And Michel Thoren did pass Stian now in the championship. So we have 5 contenders, or maybe 4 left, but so it's getting crazier.
Like we need any more drama, dearie me. So Jari Rantaniemi with the turbo car. He went 590 yesterday.
Good driving job, Stian.
Well held in both lanes, actually. 5.90 for Jari Rantaniemi. They're trying to go into the 580s again. but they've got a consistent race car. Great job for Stian Rusanis and the whole team. 6:05 at 2:33. It looked like it was going to be quicker than that, actually, because it really started hauling, didn't it? It runs to half track pretty much quicker than any other car. I think it's just the laws of aerodynamics and everything else tend to set.
Yeah, the top speed is always pretty low for Stian, and he really wants to change that, or change the front end, or maybe even a different car.
Sorry, you always race for fun, but then when you turn up, it's very serious,
Exactly.
isn't it? Okay, John Webster and David Vector up next. So that run from John Webster yesterday was DQ'd for weight, like you said.
Yeah.
That means, obviously, Dave Smith's on the bump, but he might not be after this run.
Yeah, that's right. If John can go quicker than 6:54, he won't be on the bump as such. But Dave Smith is on a 6:71. Mick Payne is on a 6:54. Now John, we know, can run in the fives. He did it yesterday, but the run was DQ'd overall underweight.
He's up against David Vector, who lost the first run yesterday due to a cap issue. Second run was a nice safe 5.88. I spoke to David up the top end yesterday, and it's always good to catch up with him. He's such a nice guy. And I said to him, like, when it runs in the 5.7s, it looks really close to the edge. He said, oh yeah, it's fun to drive, but it's like it's tiptoeing down the track the whole way. It's just so close to being out of control.
Yeah, he was very close to tire shake, he said.
So John Webster with the turbo car from the UK, Slick Tricks Lane from the Netherlands, one of the men in the hunt for the championship, David Vector.
Oh yes, look at David. 585.
Low
into the number 2 spot.
Low ET of the session so far. Unfortunately, when John Webster built up the boost, it was not quick enough, and the auto start was on. One thing I noticed as well is that when the first car goes, or the second car goes, the first car goes in stage, it just kind of drops the button.
Yep.
It's then automatically it starts the clock, doesn't it? So it means there's no there's no room for maneuver, there's no discretion, there's no nothing. You've got that amount of time to get in. If you don't get in that amount of time, that's it, and that's what happened as well.
Yeah. So John's still not qualified. Oh boy.
Well, the final session's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's always fun, isn't it? But you know, dearie me.
Michel's team were really over the moon yesterday with their new personal best with this car. They were really happy. Everything is in one piece. So more to come.
Well, yesterday, the car in the Slick Tricks lane went 5.78 at 254. It was quicker and faster than he'd ever been in legal Pro Mod trim, to the point where he just didn't believe us when we told him what it did. We were all saying, yes, you did. No, we did. Yeah, we did. And I don't think it was on the TV camera. Until he was on the TV camera, it quite sunk in. That's Andre Arnova, who has been here so many times testing, and this is what it was for. So come this end of the season, he's in the race for the championship. Michel Turenne, tell us about the rather unique system on the blower with the fuel injection and everything else as well on this car, Dick.
Yeah, well, this is the first European Pro Mod with blow and Hemi, but then full EFI, so all injected electronic fuel injectors. And normally you have the mechanical fuel pump, and that's based on the return flow, and the rest just goes in the engine. You can change some nozzles, but this all has to be programmed before the run. The amount of fuel going in this cylinder and in the head and to the spray bar. And they finally got it to work now. They have a little help from Brett Personette in the US, who also tuned this car for Khalid El Balouchi in the US, the Bahrain 1 team. So, the engine is happy, so now they can really start tuning it and go for the 570.
Well, he's really happy at the top end. He said it did take me 3 engines to get here, but they're there. Even quicker, 5.87. They look absolutely delighted, as they should. 241 miles an hour. That's why it's such, what's the word I'm looking for? It's still up for debate who's going to win, because 2 great runs yesterday. If he did that in round 1, that's Andre Arnover, that is, he would be going home.
Yeah, well, I saw also a lot of smoke from Anders, so they have a lot of issues this whole weekend.
Breaking third members, I think.
Yeah, in the gear and transmission.
Oh,
hey, but Michel Thoren, 60 foot, 0.94.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Half-track number?
Oh, disappeared.
Oh, sorry, fellas. Okay, no problem at all. Well, did everybody enjoy that session of Prime Modified, did we?
I did.
Okay,
That
you
was
did,
staggering.
yeah, of course you did. Hang on, all the start line crew are nodding as well, so it must have been pretty good. No, that was fantastic. That's what we come to see. The great news is we have one more session today, and that one more session is going to be the bump session, which is just, it's so much fun for us to watch, but it must be nerve-wracking for everybody else.
Yeah, and David got 3 points extra now for the championship, so very important points.
Well, give a cheer to both teams, please. They look absolutely delighted, as they should. Well done to Michel Turenne, even quicker. He's been quicker with the other car, but when you're starting to get things figured out, it's always good fun. Okay, top methanol. We have a championship to decide here as well. Thank you very much indeed, as always, Dick. In the slick tricks lane for the Engine Ghost team, it is Silvio Strauch going alongside, from Belgium, Sandro Bellio in the Kestrel lane with the only funny car here in competition this weekend.
Yeah, so both these cars running very, very, very similar combinations indeed. The only difference being Silvio has a smaller engine. That, of course, being the only difference in the driveline. The chassis are very different indeed.
Yeah, one's long, short, one's long. But, yeah, no, the funny car has a carbon fibre body draped over it. Now, the way that we even them out these days is there is a handicap of 0.22 of a second in favour of the funny car, because the funny cars can't run quite as quick as the dragsters. But the 0.22, it will really show up in eliminations tomorrow. Not so much today, because you'll see them both run side by side down the racetrack. This is still qualifying at the moment. Number 1, I do believe, is Sandro. Number 2, Tony Brinsterson. And I think Silvio's actually in at number 3 at the moment, because Johnny Lag hasn't got down the racetrack yet.
Absolutely spot on.
That was a lucky guess, that was.
I class that as experience.
So with the handicap, that means that Silvio needs to run 0.22 of a second quicker than Sandro to take the number 1 spot. At the minute, it stands at a 5.55, which turns into a 5.33. That's the number.
If Sandro runs that, you'll hear the cheer. If Silvio runs that, you'll hear the cheer from the other end, I just think. Beautiful for both of them. Silvio back in the 540s with a 45 at 260 miles an hour. They look delighted with that. And a great 552. Speed a little down for Sandro at 246, but that solidifies his number 1 spot.
They were hanging a long time on the revs there as well. It seemed like an eternity before they left. But
yeah, well, the thing is, I'll tell you what, if it seems like a long time outside, when you're sat there with the revs at 5,000 RPM, with the clutch trying to push your foot off of it, it's not, and you're hanging onto the brake for grim death. It's not easy. It's really, really not easy.
Just going to get this one out very quickly. I've had this message for a little while. Kev Perkins in Comp Eliminator is desperately trying to get a hold of an MSD large diameter rotor arm. If you've got one of these, the part number is 8457. He also needs the cap to go with it. So if anybody's got a large diameter rotor arm, MSD, part number is 8457, and the cap, That's Kev Perkins in Comp Eliminator, desperately trying to get hold of one of those to continue racing this weekend. So, yeah, please help that team out if you can.
So now that Sandro has run 5:52, for the dragsters, the number one spot becomes a 5.3, well, actually 5.29, which
Correct,
is where
yeah.
both of these teams have been on multiple occasions before. We do actually have a tiny bit of clear up to do. Give them a cheer, as always, folks. Dave's just getting the tractor out, but it will only be a couple of moments.
I think it's just sledding on the start line, isn't it?
I think it is really, yeah. There was just a little bit of fluid out of Silvio's car. It won't take long at all to be able to clear that up. So while we're waiting, so the 2A fuel cars that are behind the start line, again, basically a lot of the combinations that are in methanol today are kind of leftovers from the old days of Pro Comp back in the 70s and 80s, if everybody remembers that. I think probably everybody does remember, because that was where both these guys started. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it quite like that. But they've known each other for a long, long time. And what I didn't know until Johnny explained it to me was the only person that sold Tony Brinterson a methanol car is Johnny Lag, would you believe? So Tony's first methanol car came from Johnny Lag. He kind of got him into methanol racing, and then he went on to Top Fuel. He took a long time out from the sport and had some still does have very, very successful circuit teams. That's Tony Brinterson with the Bill Sport car down here. And but Johnny Lag has been in racing on and off for a long while. He was racing in the 80s, and we're so glad he's still racing in the 2020s as well. So, actually, one man I do need to go and talk to, and he's just reminded me of jumping over the wall. He's going to be happy he did that. Very, very quickly, while we're doing that, Mr. Blackett.
Oh, yeah.
I told you I'd do it when we were actually out here standing in front of everybody, didn't I? So, Ian Blackett, our resident dancing photographer, couple of moves to the people out there, please. Yeah, there we go. Now you know who he is. All we have to do is that. There we are. God, you should have been in the Olympics. Anyway, so you went for a two-seater ride. Now, we've had lots of people in the two-seater over the years. That was your first experience. You're used to filming people, photographing them. What was it like?
It was incredible. And I did a little video on my Facebook yesterday to say, if you've not had an experience, if you're a drag racing fan, you've only had half the experience if you've just watched it and you've not felt it, going down the track in a car where you're strapped into a metal seat feels like you've got the engine as a backpack. They start the engine up, every vibration, every RPM, it makes your body tingle. And when they bring you around, do the burnout, it's smooth in the burnout, and then it chirps the tyres, and nearly rips your neck off.
You're not selling it, mate, sorry.
They back you up onto the start line, and you feel like you're going to the moon. You can imagine the sort of the music started, and then the revs rise, the whole thing vibrates, and then whoosh. And the acceleration is relentless. We're doing 0 to 169 in 7.9 seconds. And my adrenaline was exponentially going up. I thought my head was going to explode when I got to the finish line. Luckily, pulled the parachutes, but that doesn't give you any respite, because then you've got G-forces the other way, ripping your eyes out your sockets. I'm still not selling that, am I?
You're not.
And then you're trundling through the shutdown area, just going, what just happened? Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. If you've got the budget and you're a big fan, you need to sign up. You can go on Santa Pod's website and sign up for an upcoming event, and it is well worth the money. You'll remember it forever. It's unbelievable.
The thing as well is that no matter how many times you've seen the car go down the racetrack, and we've seen it lots, obviously, it's nothing like what you think it's going to be. It's just way better, and that's because you can't comprehend how good it's going to be.
No, you can't. Just watching it, you think to yourself, oh, if my daily driver was a bit quicker, I'd run a 7. But when you're strapped into it, and Baron, the crew are amazingly professional, and Baron gives you an amazing briefing. It's quite chilling, in fact, because he has to go for all the safety. But they strap you in to within an inch of your life. So it's incredible. Do it if you can. Thank you very much.
Check out Blackett Photography and SantaPod.com as well. Thank you very much, Ian. Much appreciated. So one of those people, like me, funnily enough, I used to do his job. I used to stand the other side of the wall and take photographs. And when you get on this side of it and get in one of those cars, nothing you can do prepares you for it. It's fabulous. So thank you very much, Ian. As we fire up the 2A Fuel Dragsters, we're going to run these two. I think we've got FIA Pro Stock right behind them, and then Top Fuel Dragster qualifying session number 3 coming your way.
That is, of course, Johnny Lag and Tony Brinton. These two cars are fundamentally identical.
So what they are is they are effectively a top fuel car without the supercharger. So you've got supercharged cars in the class that run on methanol, which doesn't produce as much horsepower. And you've got unsupercharged cars, injected cars, these two, but with nitromethane. And nitromethane is a pretty damn good power adder in its own right. If anyone remembers from years gone by, 4-star fuel instead of unleaded. Anyone remembers the old 4-star fuel? It actually has...
You're going back a long time.
Yeah, I know, but
wow.
there's plenty of people that will. But it has 4 times the octane rating of the old 4-star petrol. It carries its own oxygen as well, so it's really cool stuff. So Tony went yesterday, went 5:39. He was okay with that, but he wants to run back into the 5.2s, as does Johnny Lag. I don't think Johnny Lag even made it off the start line yesterday, unfortunately. He is the championship leader, so he does need to get a good run in to go into eliminations with a little bit more confidence and a little bit more data.
So the two Swedes in the combination of choice for many top alcohol racers in the States, looking to beat a 5:29 here to take number 1. But it won't be Tony, and it's not going to be Johnny either.
Wow, that was quite unbelievable. Massive tyre. Right, we're going to do the tyre shake thing now before we even get to top fuel, if that's all right. Because Johnny Lag... So, again, Josie, if you wouldn't mind this way, hopefully we can check that out on the big screen as well. So you can see the tyre tracks here on the start line, hopefully. There we go. Morning, everybody. Anyway, you can see the tyre tracks, which are, like I said before, like that wide. Now, they're not going to get any narrower, but if we come all the way out here, we're going to have to do this quite quickly because the pro stockers are just coming and I don't want to get in the way. Right, stop there. There we go. So what started to happen was the tyres were gripping too much and didn't release. They need a little bit of slip on them to be able to keep going. And what happened was the rubber balls up at the front of the tyres and the cars effectively run over them. So you can see the distance, again, you can see the distance between the tyre track marks. So there's one there, one over there, one over there. And if you look at the pattern, if you can stand up, Josie, and zoom down on it, look, if you look at the pattern of tyre marks, it turns the rear tyres into 5, 6, 7, 8,000 horsepower rubber balls that bash you around in the car like nothing else. Johnny Lag tried to stay with that for as long as he possibly could, but the trouble with tyre shake is it leads to tyre spin, which is what happened out there, and unfortunately it's another busted run for them. So thank you very much indeed. We're back on with post-stop.
Okay, 3 pairs of cars to come at you for pro stock. 4 of them are in the 6s, but other 2 have basically had busted runs and have got them where they are at the moment. So the Retro Dodge, and of course Stefan Enred down there. Your first pair.
Yeah, so the man backing up Stefan Emred is a man called Bentley Ljungdahl. He ran quite successfully in Pro Stock, and by that I mean he won the championship.
Very good driver indeed, yeah.
But we were talking earlier about the street cars over in Sweden. That's what his Pro Stock car is now.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's in Street Week. It's been competed in Street Week in Sweden. Unreal, isn't it?
So Stefan Enred at the moment on a 671 with a 4. Simon Ekengren though with the Retro Dodge is not going how he wants to at the moment. 13.15, not representative of what the car can run. Wants to chop that number in half completely. Oh, issues for both of them. And once again, Simon's door's popped open. That's the second time that's happened on the on the right-hand side of it. But yeah, 11 flat and, well, just trickling across the line there, 18.05. Big head scratcher for both of those teams. Well, they're just coasting for actually taking the exit by scrutineering. Didn't even get to the first one.
Well, as I mentioned yesterday, that can be as minute as something like a couple of grams on the clutch. It can be really, really tiny because they are so finely tuned, highly tuned, and very, very fickle indeed. And, well, they've got one more run to get a good run in. Simon hasn't even pulled the chutes yet, unfortunately, this weekend.
All right, Lars Brittmar and Mike Malgrim, your next pair. Well, Mike Malgrim is a former European champion, of course.
I can only imagine what these drivers are thinking after watching the two cars in front of them both rattle the tyres.
Well, when you back up from your burnout, you can see the tyre marks as well. Mike Malmgren is actually defending European champ.
Defending as well.
Yeah. He won the title last year at this event. He's been around in Pro Stock longer than I think anybody. Started back in the 90s and has been a mainstay ever since.
And in the other lane, the nuclear to the block. Lasse Brittmar bought his car off Robin Loren, I think it was last season, and had it almost instantly taken back off him so Robin could run here at the European Finals.
I think this is actually Jimmy's old GTO as well. I think this is Jimmy Orland's previous GTO. Once again, I'm sure someone will ping me a message very shortly to say yes or no. It's the wonders of being on live TV these days. Okay, so Michael, a great run for a Pro Stock car is down in the 6.5s, which is, I'm sure, what they're hoping for. Nice looking run, 6.75 at 206 miles an hour for Lasse. They look very happy. We've got a Swedish cheering section up there, have we? Go on, stand up. Show yourselves, come on. There we go.
Hey.
He's just walked off now. Sorry about that. But yeah, it can be anything with Pro Stock cars. It can be down to the chassis setting, all kinds of different stuff. And unfortunately for both of them, it just didn't happen. Just really, really quickly, while we're here, before we get to the next pair, really quickly, Bengt, what can cause that much tyre shake all the time?
I have to look at the graph first to know, but I shouldn't be like that.
Shouldn't be like that.
Oh, shouldn't be like that, but I have a new try.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's Bengt Jungdahl, previous champ. I like that answer. What? How did that happen? Well, it shouldn't be like that. Okay, fine. That's probably the most straightforward answer you'll ever get, isn't it?
And truthful. Yeah, the most truthful answer you'll ever get without giving any information away whatsoever. I love that.
The thing that I do happen to know that gives, that gives people fits is, and I've seen it in qualifying sessions, all sorts of things before, where drivers struggle to get down the track, and then Jimmy and Peder come out in the last run and go, no problem at all. Low ET of the weekend, which may again happen here. As the sun is coming out, it's a lovely warm afternoon here again in the UK. If you're not here, you're watching online, you are officially missing out. However, there are thousands of people here. We're very happy that they've joined us for this Pro Stock action. So Jimmy Orland with the Summit Camaro, confirmed as 2024 Pro Stock champ once again. He's in the Kestrel lane, low ET of both sessions so far, and he's number one qualifier currently with a 6.62. He's taking on the guy in the other lane, who is Robin Noren with the Pontiac GXP. Robin's also been in the 660s. As always in Pro Stock, there's hardly anything in it. Hardly anything between them. Ian says, let's bring them in, see what we can do. 500 cubic inches carburetors, unlike the States where they run fuel injection. Racing gasoline, pretty much provided by the man standing just here with VP. Let's see what they've got for us. Last pair of Pro Stockers before FIA Top Fuel. And just like that, they go straight down the track. There we go. It's magic, isn't it? 6.64. Robin takes the points for the low of the round. Well done to the whole team. Look at the speed difference, though. Jim goes 6.65, but over 2 miles an hour faster. That doesn't sound like a lot. In Pro Stock, that's a lot. Let's put it that way. But well done to both those teams.
If that was a race, Robin got there first by 0.006.
You never know, that might be your final round come Sunday as well. Okay, I'm down here on the start line. We're getting set, ready to go with the big, long, pointy cars that are very loud, that hopefully don't scare too many people, but, you know, it's always good fun. On the start line with the CEO of Trackback Racing and the boss here at Sandspod Raceway, please give your biggest welcome for Mr. Keith Bartlett, everybody. Come on. Thank you very much indeed. There we go. So, Keith, how great is it to have the sun out? Big crowd and lots of fuel cars here again.
The sun's really great. I mean, we missed that for 7 months, so we've been sunny weather the last few big events, but it's affected. You know, it's difficult. And the forecast was up and down for this weekend, but guess what? Here we are, and yesterday was quite special.
Well, we're going to get ready to fire up India Urbacher coming up right now, so just very quickly.
Top Fuel is going to be very interesting. The whole championship's up to be decided. This, the third qualifying session, is crucial, including my wife.
Including your wife. Thank you very much, Keith. Well, time for the first time today to quench our blood with nitromethane. What's the saying? Gasoline is for washing parts, alcohol is for drinking. And Liam, what's the last part of that? You got it, pal. Nitro is definitely for racing. Liam Jones joining us in the tower. This is one of those moments where all of us, not current Top Fuel drivers, get the jitters because we so want to be out there. This is India Urbacher from Switzerland. Her dad, Urs Urbacher, has been racing in Top Fuel since 2006. It's now his little girl's turn in the hot seat. 2 unfortunate runs yesterday. Blazed the tyres instantly, both times yesterday. Let's see what India can do today. This is a 3.8 second capable car. Let's hope it goes more to plan today. That's 3 for 3, unfortunately for India. That's really, really unfortunate. They were great here back here in May. They were in #1 qualified in the 380s. They've got one more chance to get it down the racetrack. Otherwise, they may well go into race day tomorrow as, well, the final qualifier. Anyway, we did get a chance to introduce you probably. I beg your pardon. Liam Jones, very good afternoon, sir.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So, yeah, how's that itchy right foot doing, especially at the moment? It's bad, isn't it?
It is extremely bad at the moment, yeah. And obviously there's good things on the horizon, so.
Oh, that sounds positive.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that more kids then?
No, that's not.
Sorry. Just the first thing I thought of. A silly thing to say, obviously, yeah. Good things on the horizon. Anything you'd like to share or not just yet?
Well, no, it's out in the open now. So, yeah, we're going to be competing in the 2025 season, Top Fuel Dragster.
Top man.
Full season, full shebang. Let's go for it.
How good is that, everybody? We've got a representative of the UK again. Come on, give him a cheer.
Liam Jones is back,
He
folks.
will be back next
Look at your
season,
fan
everybody.
club. Yeah, the Liam Jones fan club have just started applauding.
There you go.
How many years has it been, Liam?
Too many.
Yeah, too many. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, 5 years now, so it'll be 6 seasons almost.
Wow. I bet you can't wait.
I'm getting nervous already, if I'm totally honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you told me, you said you've got a few things to sort out. I think, well, diet's one of them.
Diet is one of them.
I mean, I'm saying that because I love Liam. He's a lovely guy. But no, you said you want to get down to race fitness, race weight and everything, don't you?
I need to go from beefcake to racing snake, I think.
That's Colin's nickname, though, Racing Snake. Looking at him, look, seriously. I mean, there's not an ounce on him, is there, anywhere? Look at that.
Guy that makes Liam look small.
He'd be like a greased eel. Anyway, in the Slick Tricks lane, we have from Norway your defending alcohol champion, but in a top fuel car, Lynn Floysvik taking on Duncan Mikalev. Lynn hasn't actually got a run in yet.
No.
That's got to be the biggest throttle stop I've seen for a while, as in it hardly turned the tyres, but at least it warmed them up a little bit. Runa brings Duncan forward. Duncan's actually in the championship hunt. He's the current leader, but hasn't got all the way down the track yet this weekend. Now, you've raced against Duncan, I'm sure, a number of times. He's one tough old dude to get around, isn't he?
He's fierce, yeah. He's about 5.5 foot tall, about 8 stone wet through, but yeah, you don't want to mess with him.
The right size for a top fuel driver, thank you very much. So Lynn only just got her top fuel licence. Duncan's been doing this for a number of years now. He was European champ a few years ago. He might be again tomorrow afternoon.
So Lynn Floysvik then, representing Norway, the Nitro Vikings, brings the car to the line of the Slick Tricks lane. Duncan Mikalev, points leader coming into this one, looking for the championship from the beautiful island of Malta. Is Q3 for Top Fuel here at the European Finals. Neither of them got down the track representative yet, but can they do it now? Beautiful run for Liam Jones. Sorry, Liam Jones, that's it. Duncan Mikalev, 4:01, but the speed, 305 miles an hour.
Well, you're getting ahead of yourself, Colin, by about a year.
I was talking about
It's all right, no problem. But Lynn blazed the tyres once again. You know, we did this yesterday. I don't know how far away Josie is, but we can do it again now if you don't mind. Sorry, I know you haven't got much to do, have you? Anyway, but if you check out the big screen for a couple of moments, give the teams a big round of applause. Duncan with his first full run of the weekend. My goodness me, you guys can see that from up there really, really quickly. So you can see the big wide tyre marks right there, look. They're very, very wide indeed. If we can, I'm just waiting for the screen to get in the right place. There we go. So that is how wide the tyre tracks are until she spun the tyres. And I'm just trying to find where they went. Over here. There we go. That is just about 1 foot width wide. That's centrifugal force for you, folks. That's what a top fuel car does. There you go. You can see that now. Look, that's how wide the tyre track is here. So Lynn did a really good job of that. Most importantly, she got a qualifying run, so she will be qualified. We need to move out the way because we've got our next pair coming.
Well, that puts Duncan into number 3 with that 4:01, but we've got 2 3-second cars ahead. And it's these 3 second cars behind us.
And Liam, come on, how cool is it to see Tommy back?
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just to see the Finns back in general, man. Like,
yeah, you got it. I mean, the Finns are... I hate the phrase flying Finn. It makes me ill because they use it in everything, don't they? They use it in all sorts of stuff. And I mean that in jest, obviously. We've missed them so much. The last time they were here as a team was 5 years ago when Anita was here and won the European Championship. And they are tough, aren't they?
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
Super tough.
The pros. Simple as that.
Well, the crew chief, Sammy, doing a great job this weekend. Up against your old car, actually. Suzanne Khalil, Slick Tricks Racing. Suzanne had 2 really good runs yesterday, but so did Tommy. Yesterday, Tommy went 3.89, his quickest run ever over 1,000 foot. creeping up on his wife's personal best, which is something the man sitting next to you, Colin, would like to do.
Yeah, indeed.
I said that out loud, didn't I? Sorry. There we go. Yeah, there's plenty of male and female rivalry in drag racing, and a lot of it's within the same household, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yeah. And it's not nice when you're on the wrong side of it.
So, Suzanne, 2 great runs yesterday, so was Tommy. They were so happy at the top end after that second session yesterday.
I'm just watching Liam up here. All of our eyes are going, there's no wind at all.
Tell me about it. Normally you can find a place to stand so you don't get gassed. Not happening.
So your final pair in Q3 for Top Fuel then, they are 1 and 2 at the moment, Tommy Happerden and Suzanne Calin, 389 and 396, their current markers. They both won that number 1 spot. It's Tommy with another 389, but the speed has increased to 309. Susanna's 631.
That's probably because it kept the belt on all the way through to the finish line, I should think. Yeah, Suzanne, that's her first non-run of the weekend. But Tommy, very, very quickly, I've got to have a quick... Sammy, just very quickly. Yeah. Wow. What are you... That car is running like clockwork, or a finish clock, shall we say.
Yeah, probably like that. And it's very nice to be here at Santa Pod after 5 years. Great to see all the fans here. And we try to put our best and give you a good show.
Well, I can honestly say, come on, everybody. Have we missed them, everybody? We have definitely missed them all. That is the tuner, Sami Letomaki, who they have absolutely outdone themselves. 3 runs, 3 3-second passes, all 3 over 300 miles an hour. Rave your roof for the Finns, come on, please. And also for the Slick Tricks Racing guys. I always say the same thing. It takes as much, if not more, work to do that than it does, when it goes well, doesn't it, Liam? What you would just say, I want to go back to what you just said, Liam, about nerves. We've still got more nitro cars coming. Don't go anywhere at all, please. What you said about nerves, that's one thing you can't replicate that, can you? You can get on a practice tree, you can sit in the car, you can do all the other stuff.
Yeah.
But the nerves when you're down there, especially when you see how much work goes into it.
Yeah,
it's
intense. I mean, it's a strange one though, because when you actually get in the car, I mean, you'll know, Daryl, that it almost becomes quite sort of tranquil. Do you know what I mean? The nerves sort of drop, the adrenaline goes. You still obviously razor sharp, focused, but it just feels it's a really nice feeling almost, and it's you just got to get on with the job. And I think that's why you sort of get like that mindset, is because you've just got one thing to do, and that's get straight up that road. So.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well, the one thing I always used to think, and again, I'm sure you'll join me in this one, but is that no matter how apprehensive you ever are about driving the car, and that does happen sometimes, there's no way you're going to let your crew guys down, is there? No way.
No, exactly, yeah. By hook or by crook, you want to make a success of it, do you know what I mean?
Or give them loads of work to do, which is what normally happens.
Which is what unfortunately normally happens, yeah. But like you said, there's so much work involved with building the cars between rounds, and like you say, you just want to do the best job that you can on the track, and yeah, the majority of the time you do.
Well, it'd be great to have you down here, mate, instead of up there, but awesome to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Down here again with Keith, just before, after a pretty damn good Top Fuel session again, Keith.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's. I thought Suzanne's car left the line quite well, so I'm not sure after that, but I knew when we invited Tommy and Anita to come, and it's way back in the May they agreed to run this event. I knew Tommy's going to be difficult to beat. You know, they've always had their act together. They've got a lot of parts. They've not run since COVID. They've just walked out the gate. They're running so well.
And that's with the old car as well, which they updated. So that's not the more mod. Not that there's nothing wrong with it, obviously, but I was just going to say, it's still not the car they would... Well, that's not Anita's car, let's put it that way.
No, it's not Anita's car. It's the old car with lots of parts, and look what they're doing. But... you know, that's Top Fuel. You can never be sure. It gets you exciting. There's one more qualifying session left, and 3 people running for the champion. Almost could end up being 4, but 3 are in for it tomorrow. So squeaky bum time tomorrow.
Just a bit, and for you at breakfast, as we said. But also, as well, just to prove how tough it is, the winner from Hockenheim hasn't made it off the start line yet as well. It's always tough, isn't it?
It's always tough. And, you can try and predict Top Fuel. Conditions change, setups change, and you're just never too sure. But anyway, that's Top Fuel. But the rest of the weekend, fantastic, which I take this opportunity. I get stopped by hundreds of you every day sort of saying, how well we've done and how they love it here. And it's brilliant. I repeat myself, we can't do this without you, the spectators. There's a lot of people here today. If you weren't here in the numbers you're here and doing what you're doing and supporting us, we wouldn't be able to put on the show we put on. So repeating myself from last year's European Finals, on behalf of me and all of my people who work here, all the crews, thank you very much. Without your support, we totally couldn't do it. So thanks, guys.
I think they kind of enjoy supporting it as well, don't you, everybody? Come on, was that fun? I think that's a pretty positive response. Thank you very much.
I was going to ask Keith, actually, the news about Liam back in Top Fuel next
that's
year.
a good point, yeah. We have a British driver back in Top Fuel again, sir.
Yeah, and he's looking hugely massive. He's really muscled. He's really big.
Steady.
And that's scary. And here's the good news. I'd love to have him back. He's competition to Suzanne and the others. The thing is, we've got to get him into the car first, and we'll all push him and force him in and get him in. And as I always said to him, he won a big event at Hockenheim, and I said to him at the time, everyone was cheering, pouring champagne over him, and I said, you are fat still.
This reminds me of a Blackadder episode where he said, Baldrick, may I remind you that your cunning plan for curing your mother's low ceiling was removing her head, which I think sounds very similar to what Keith's planning for you.
Yeah, I want Liam back. The fans love him. He's a great addition to Top Fuel, and he can drive the car. We all need him back. We just, I think, I don't know which diet to put him on first, but I'll put him on one of them because we want him back.
Keith Bartlett, dietary advice coming your way, by the sounds of that.
No, I think he'll knock me out if I go any further.
Strong possibility. There we go. Anyway, thank you very much, Keith. And yeah,
Cheers,
it is awesome you're coming back. We've got Nitro Funny Cars under the tower as well. Your good verbal sparring buddy, Mr. Steve Ashdown.
There he is.
You used to race actually in the team with him, didn't you?
We did, yeah. I beat him pretty much every time. So
that's why I gave you the opportunity to say that. Yeah, there we go.
Now he will knock me out.
So the Undertaker, Steve Ashdown, this is a new car to them because he set the European record back at the Bug Jam. But Colin, what happened next?
He went agriculturalist, went into the field. Unbelievably, didn't roll the car, but he did leap up in the air, landed and broke the chassis. Did a lot of damage. Cracked the chassis. Basically turned the body into an unusable wall piece of art. I think is the only way I could describe it. They could repair it, but it just becomes so heavy it becomes useless.
Yeah, that's always the problem with repairing, as we said before, is that the more you repair, the more weight you add every single time. So, whoever fancy to go in one of these, Liam? Of course you have.
Oh yeah, definitely, mate. Yeah, and I wouldn't count it out for the future. To be fair, it's just one of those things. I like the long pointy things at the moment, so that's the avenue I'm going to go down. I've got unfinished business there, so.
Yeah, Steve is nowhere near the middle of the lane, like nowhere near. As in, unsafely nowhere near the middle of the lane. Well, Dave said, let's do it. I've seen Junior Dragsters stage out the group before. He's not that far over. He still should be okay. But this is his first run in this car, not his first run of the year, obviously, as he set the European record. Okay, Steve Ashdown, the Undertaker team. Let's see what he can do this time. I'm guessing probably only 60 or 330, just to make sure everything works on a brand new car to them. Well, who needs to be in the middle? That went. What were the short numbers, fellas?
0.92 to 60 foot.
Dave doesn't look that sporty, but he can get away quite quickly. Dave. Do you want me to? I think he wants me to plead with him. I think that's what he was doing. I only said Dave 10 times. It's like talking to my kids. It's all right, no problem. I'm only joking. Wow, just how much work went into that 330 squirt?
I need to go back to bed.
Don't you always? But yeah, a monumental effort for your team. That was so nice.
Yeah, that's pleasing. That's really the first time we run the car. So last night was a non-entity. So yeah, I'm really happy with that. It left. It's a little light on the front end, but it's okay.
I'm sure all the team would just feel a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, I'm really proud of them. They've just worked their tails off. Without them, this is just not possible.
You guys never ever give up, and we're the greater for it. So well done, mate.
Thank you very, very much. See you later.
No problem at all. That's Dave Bryant, crew chief, for all of them. Well done, guys. That was an absolutely superb effort, from wrecking the car to sorting out a new one to getting it all together. That is Steve's first ever launch in that machine. Steve can definitely drive, as we know, but that was his first ever attempt at the 1,000-foot distance. So please do rave the roof for him. Yeah, that was like talking to one of my kids. Like, would you please do that? Please do
I think
that.
people
Please
really
do that.
need to appreciate the sheer amount of work that went into
it's
getting
mad,
that
isn't it?
car done. Even though the car has run before, no problem at all. To get Steve into that car, he's built differently to Patrick. So, they had to move the footrest because it was, he couldn't get his foot between the trans tunnel and the side of the chassis. And then he couldn't reach the brake lever. So then that had to be refabricated. That had to be moved. So it's just like it had to be put into a position where Steve could reach everything and be able to operate it. Even like the header pipes, they were too short that they had. So they had to take the ones off the other car that went into the field, and they all had to be straightened out. I mean, it's all loads of little jobs that had to be done just so that Steve could actually get into the car and drive it. And he's done it. And I say a huge amount of respect for the team. The sheer level and volume of work they've had to carry out just to do that run is staggering. Absolutely staggering.
As we all know, everyone has jobs, everyone has lives and everything else as well. So they all the crew guys freely give up any free time or family time or anything else that they have. And a guy stopped me earlier on today to say, when was everybody coming back, this, that and the other. And I'm really sorry I didn't get to know your name. I'm sorry, mate. But it's just the sheer amount of work that goes into it by unpaid volunteers that gets us to do all of this, isn't it? And it just, I'm never ceased to be in awe of them, let's put it that way. They put so much into it. I mean, your team, when you were racing, Liam, and will be again, I mean, is it going to be the same team, similar team, or what's the plan?
I dare say there'll be some people that used to crew for me that will be doing, but I'm not too sure yet. It's obviously the campaign's sort of in its infancy, so we're just building it up brick by brick at the moment. But it's like you said, Aldi, like Laurie, who was my sort of crew car chief from previous. He's a builder by day, and then he's doing the cylinder heads, and he's a bit of a wizard, really.
Everything in their free time. And then it doesn't stop all winter as well, because you've got to put stuff together.
They're down at Runa's every weekend during winter, rebuilding the cars, and it's mental. And like you say, nobody gets paid for it. It's just it's a hobby, it's a passion. So.
Talking of passion and not getting paid for it, Rob Elson, brand spanking new one bad Texan with John Hale at the wheel, the first time on the track ever on this side of the pond. The car was imported earlier on this year. I must admit, I did think Rob was going to be out next season. However, a sterling effort to get everything together in the workshop, and here he is with John Hale behind the wheel at the European Finals. And for Rob's troubles, he gets his hat blown off by his driver.
That was a classic moment.
You see his balding head now.
And loving the crew shirts and everything, completely matching in with the car. They've gone for it on presentation as well, 10 out of 10 for that.
The thing that does make me smile, the car is called One Bad Texan. It's driven by John Hale from Texas. However, the bloke that owns it, tunes it, and works on it lives in Mansfield, which is not really Texas, is it?
go. John finds the forward gear. As I say time and time again, challenge number 1 is getting the car to the racetrack. Challenge number 2 is getting it on the start line. And not only that, they've got it to the start line, they've done a successful burnout now. Time to do the next challenge, which is launch the thing.
Well, very best of luck to John Howell and Rob. Rob's actually got his hat back, which is impressive as well.
So all eyes on the one bad Texan in the seat.
Well, with a hole out, everything else, I've just got to have a word with the man himself because, Rob, welcome back, sir. Well, apart from losing your hat, that kind of looks like it went to plan.
Yeah, as much as I can expect, if I'm honest. It is a tough thing to run, so it's all a bit of a learning curve.
As you can tell, this is not a Texas accent. Even though the car's called One Bag Texan, that's not a Texas accent. Just how much work's gone into that moment?
Every weekend, every night, and a bit more, I think. Yeah, it's that was worth it.
See, that's the thing with drag racing. 99% of your time, you're tired, peed off, skint, but the one time it just does that, it all goes away, doesn't it?
It's a starting point. It looked like it dropped a couple of holes and hit it, but it's got to be happy with that. It got out there and it looks like it's in one piece. So,
another funny car from the UK. Everybody, Mr. Rob Elsom, give him a round of applause, please, and the whole team. They have worked their tails off, literally, for that moment, and now they've got something to work with and hopefully get quicker and faster and better.
Yeah, full respect for the whole team. I mean, not only that, they got the car here. It's a great colour scheme. The transporter's all done, the crew shirts, and Craig Dixon, nice job, mate. Very, very nice indeed from Altered Tees. But yeah, it's just the whole package. They've done it. They've got everything there. Well done. And there's the whole team. It's just getting everything done in time. And it's just, let's get the car to the track. They've managed to get everything done. Huge amount of respect to Rob and the gang. Well done, guys and girls. Brilliant job.
Yeah, it might have only been to 100 or a couple of 100 foot, but the amount of effort that goes into that as well. You'll know, Manfield's in Nottinghamshire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah? Okay. What do we call people from Nottinghamshire? Just out of blind curiosity.
I know what I'll call Rob, but I can't say.
Fair enough then, okay. Well, I was thinking of an alternative to One Band Texan. Yeah. Something like that anyway. But yeah, just to, again, I don't mean to labour the point, but that was just a real snippet of just how much work and effort it takes as well. Every penny, every bit of time, everything else as well. So just a quick sweep with the tractor, and we've got our last pair of Nitro funny cars behind the tower. 2 cars. Well, I was going to say, neither of them hold the European record. That belongs to Steve Ashdown and the Undertaker team, but one would like it back, one would like to get it. Patrick Pers, all the way from Sweden with the Speed Goes. Colin, now would be a good time to mention what you did a couple of weeks ago, I think, before he runs.
Yeah,
Go on.
just before they fire up, actually. Silverstone Festival a couple of weeks ago, 100,000 people over 3 days, 28 teams in the world of drag racing, and another 15 hot rods representing what we do. And Patrick Pers and the Speed Ghost team there were the ace up our sleeve, if you like. They did fire-ups on each day for us. And I tell you what, I got to know the team that weekend, and I think everybody within about a 5-mile radius of Silverstone got to know what a Fuel Funny car sounded like as well. They throttle-whacked it on the Sunday morning, and I don't think they put a throttle stop on it either, because the car leapt up in the air. And it was just phenomenal. We had people coming from the Cops grandstand saying, was that the funny car? We said, well, yeah. He said, well, where were you? He said, oh, you're over at Cops, which is the other side of the circuit. So, yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal. And it was just one of those brilliant adverts for drag racing away from the drag strip. And a huge amount of appreciation to all of the teams that represented the world of drag racing, because we had bikes there, we had junior dragster, we had sportsmen. It was just brilliant representation of everything that's good about drag racing. And hopefully we got a few people. Put your hands up if you're at Silverstone Festival a couple of weeks ago and you're paying us a visit this weekend, because I know there are a few, because there was a special QR code, and anybody that bought a ticket, we can sort of monitor it. So we know people were coming that have been at Silverstone. They're really, really good.
Well, Patrick is side by side with the GSI Insurance West End Motorsports Monte Carlo, piloted literally by the one and only Kevin Kent. Now, just give us a brief summary of what happened at the Bug Jam, Colin, because it was a record-setting weekend for the funny cars, wasn't it?
It's just absolutely mind-blowing. For a start, Kevin Kent set a new speed record of 296 miles an hour. They're all gunning for that 300. And then, of course, Steve Ashdown went 4.18 to take the funny car ET record away from Kevin Kent. But as we know, we had no parachutes out for Steve, and he went into the field quite a long distance. But no, so Kevin Kent is the former ET record. He's run 4.18, but Steve's was 4.180. Kent's was 4.18 plus more. So Kevin wants that ET record back, and of course they're all gunning for that first 300 mile an hour, 1,000-foot pass in funny car. So Patrick Pers, the Speed Ghost team from Sweden, multi-European team. He's got the Swedes, guys from Ireland, guys from the UK, and of course you've got Kevin Kent, the West End Motorsport, based in Northampton. Let's see what they got for us then. Your final pair in funny car for this session.
This could be the one. It's a new European record, 4.17, and the speed as well. Check that out.
Look at the speed,
299. Absolutely unreal. I just want to get a chat very quickly. This is what I made you put trousers on, right? With Mark, Animal Mark, who has been with Patrick for a long time. So the three quickest funny cars in Europe are now 417, 418 and 418. However, you are the fastest, 299 miles an hour.
Well, all I can say is that feels absolutely awesome. We all know that one of us wants to do the 300 this weekend. I pray to God it's us, but we'll wait and see. We're going to come back again later on and try and do the same all over again.
Congratulations to all you guys. Well done, mate.
And tell Colin I love my new jeans.
Wow, that's absolutely outstanding. And also, down here on the start line, thank you, Terry Haddett, you look a lot slimmer in real life. I think it's the fire suit that you normally wear at home, something like that. Terry, you come in to help the team this weekend. They're getting a big cheer as they go up there. Great bunch of guys, and obviously helping out well.
Well, I'm trying my best to help these guys out. They're a good group of guys. Patrick's a great guy. You know, it's a shame that the people over here don't get to race as much, so they don't get to learn as fast. So we come over and see little things and try to help point them in a direction and be able to pay it forward. In my career, so many people have helped me, I wouldn't be able to keep going. So that's all I'm doing, paying it forward, and it's great to see the success for these guys. They've worked hard for it.
So you've been on the NHRA Tour for a long time now. A little bit scaled back this year, is that right?
What's that?
A little bit scaled back this season, not so many races.
You know, I've raced my whole career, and I thought I had to be at every race, so I did any stupid thing you could to be there, even if I didn't have the money. And then over time, I learned that if I find the right money and make the car, give the car everything it needs, it runs better. And this year, we've had the best performance of my career, and I want to race every day. I can't afford to. So, like, we were supposed to go to Indy and Reading, and sponsorship issues changed, and we didn't get to go. So we won't get to run again until hopefully St. Louis, but definitely Dallas. And I want to race them all. I just want to do good.
Of course you do. I've got to say as well, while you're here, we love your son's YouTube channel. It's absolutely bitching. The stuff that he does, the background he does to everything, and just like what you said about the tiny little things as well, like just with the spark plugs and checking stuff out, it really makes a difference, doesn't it?
Well, it does, and I appreciate all the kind words. You know, my son works so hard to show the world what we do from our point of view. Everybody don't get to see like that from the big teams. You know, you see the good and the bad and all the stupid shit we do wrong. Sorry, all the things we do wrong.
No, you got it right.
You see it all, whether it's good or bad. It's real. So thank you, and I'll make sure my son gets the kind words. Thank you.
No, it really is ever so good. I mean, you're still kind of an underdog in the US racing. What's it like to race against the big teams, the multi-teams and all that sort of stuff? Because it must be hard work.
It's super hard work, but it's super rewarding. Like, this year's been amazing because every time we go up the race, any of them guys, they know they got to beat us. We're not giving it to them anymore. Years ago, I thought if we were there, somebody was going to notice and we'd get the chance. Well, you have to be there, but you also got to perform. Well, we've got a car and a team that can perform right now. We can win. If we keep going, we'll get our chance.
Well, it's great to have you over here. And just one other question really quickly while we're here, and we've got a couple of moments. Are the cars that much different over here in Europe compared to the car that you run at home? I know there's a few differences. I know they're not maybe quite as up to date, but is there much difference?
You guys have some nice cars over here. Patrick's car is very nice. Kevin Chapman's car was very nice. You know, there's good equipment over here. The hard part is people don't get to run it as much, and they don't get the guidance. You know what I mean? You guys can do everything we do over there. Just need a little guidance. You guys are smart. I mean, it'll happen.
I certainly hope so. Well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Please give your big Santa Bob welcome to Mr. Terry Haddock, everybody. Tuner this weekend for Patrick Pez. Thank you very much indeed. And that could be the first time I've ever said an American looks slimmer in real life than they do on TV. But there we go. Anyway, it's a bit of a theme this afternoon, that, isn't it? There we go. But yeah, it's good to hear from Terry, obviously coming over here, helping out. 299 miles an hour in a funny car. How good is that?
Oh, it's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you know, talk is cheap sometimes. And you say, oh, yeah, they're going for it. And then you see that run, 417, 299.6, and you think, oh, God, they're nearly there.
I know what Kevin's going to be doing at top end because he had a prime seat to just watch that run. And he's going to go back and they're going to chuck the kitchen sink tonight, I tell you.
Kevin Kent is one of the most competitive people I know.
Absolutely.
He really is. He's now not the record holder of ET because Steve's taken it off, and he's now not the speed record holder. He's only got the third quickest funny car at 1,000 foot in the UK.
Just not good enough for Kevin. You can guarantee it's not going to be good.
Yeah,
he's not going to like it.
Don't say third quickest out loud anywhere near him. That won't go well.
So we move on to the nostalgia funny cars. This is what you've just seen, but as it was about 40 years ago.
A bit more than that. Maybe about 45 actually, but there we are. Anyway, 5-second run yesterday for the Apache in the Slick Tricks lane. This is another, I'll tell you what, the funny cars have been swapping records all summer between 2 or 3 teams in each class, in both Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car and the Big Show cars.
So unfortunately we are a man down in this session. No Tony Betts. But on the track at the minute it is Paul Harris with the Monza in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Tim Garlick with Apache. Tim went 5.96 last night. What has he got for us today?
Flat 233 for Tim Garlick. Paul Harris was with him a long way, but it just faded. The strike there, 660 at 203. Just looking at the numbers though, 60 foot, Paul Harris was quicker at the 330, 300ths between them. But yeah, at the 8th, yeah, Tim Garlick was pulling away.
Well, don't go anywhere, folks, because we have the FIM bikes. We got Top Fuel bikes, same thing, 2 wheels. Well, not same engine, obviously, a bit smaller, but there we go. But a massive thank you very much indeed to Mr. Liam Jones for joining us in the tower, sir. Awesome news about next year, mate. That's really fantastic.
Yeah, cheers, man. I absolutely can't wait. And I know it sounds a bit cliche, but just want to say massive thanks to everybody that turns up to these events. Without everybody coming, there'd be no sport, and we couldn't do what we do. So, thank you very much.
Is there just quickly before you go, is there a plan of which car you're going to be running or who with or anything like that?
Yeah, there is actually, yeah. So, I will be in what was Maya and Ida's car. Which is good because I know it's a very quick car.
Yep.
Is also bad because it means I've got no excuses.
Oh, hence the weight loss program
Hence
then
the
as well.
extreme
Yeah,
weight loss program. Yeah. So,
well, we're about to see what difference the driver makes. Okay, I'm not going to say that out loud.
Yeah, I don't want to put my money where my mouth is.
Well,
don't order your fire suit until
full of
April.
pies.
Yeah. The thing is, though, to be honest with you, who cares? You're back. That's the most important thing. It's wonderful, mate. Really
Yeah,
good news.
this is it, man. I mean, everybody wants a championship. Everyone wants event wins, but I'll be honest with you, I'm just bored of not running 300 mile an hour, and that's what I really want to do. Do you know what I mean? Like, just experience those G-forces, even the daft stuff, tyre shake, spinning, all the bad stuff as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just can't get enough of it.
The thing is, there was a moment, I hope you remember this one, there was a moment up the top end when you just run 300 mile and you got out. Do you remember what I said to you when you got out? No, it's okay. But the thing is you just had the biggest grin on your face. And I said to you, I tell you what, if you could just bottle that feeling.
Bottle it. Yeah, I remember you saying. I do remember you saying.
Yeah. If you could bottle that feeling, you'd be a billionaire, wouldn't you?
Oh, it's true.
It's better than anything else.
You'll know yourself that one small event outweighs all the bad stuff that can happen in top fuel. Do you know what I mean? All the times that you spin the tyres off a line, that you shake it, that it blows up, that you do you know what I mean? That you're losing rounds. When you win, it's unreal.
Yeah, I never did that, but thanks.
I did it once.
No, but when it gets to the other end in one piece and you've got it floored through the finish line and you pull the chutes, it's just the most
the best
awesome
feeling
thing.
ever, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think almost the other thing as well is that down here it's really pressure packed. There's loads of people. There's TV cameras, that sort of thing, all over the place. Right up the other end, there's no one. It's just you and everything that's just happened to you, and it's just the most surreal experience. It's amazing.
In it, where you're waiting for your crew to arrive to tow you back, and you're literally just by yourself with the other driver as well, and it's like, wow. Do you know what I mean?
It's pretty awesome. That's why we do it. Anyway, folks, we're moving on with the bikes. Liam, thank you again, mate.
Thank you very
Brilliant
much.
to see you again. Thank
Cheers.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, FIM Pro Stock bike lining up underneath the tower. We've got the Super Twins, we've got Top Fuel bike, we've got Super Street bike. You don't want to miss them. We do have first round of sportsman eliminations this afternoon too, and then we do all of what you've seen over again one more time to set the fields for race day tomorrow.
It's not going to stop.
So around the back of the tower, I can see Pro Stock bike, all suited and booted, just being ready to be given the signal to push round and then fire up underneath the tower. It will be Alex, Hope, and Jerome. Oh, no, never mind. There's some underneath us. Maybe jump.
Yeah, so I just realised why Liam's staying is because Alex is going to run. Yeah, not only is Liam coming back to Top Fuel, very, very good mate of Liam, Alex and the Hope family, back in Pro Stock Bike this weekend. But first up is Jérôme Rougemont from France. He's currently on an 8.99. We know he can go quicker. Needs to do it now.
Is that all right?
So with only 5 bikes on the premises, looks like we have a bump of 785. Ooh.
Beautiful 113 60 foot. This is going to be an improvement on 899, but what's the number? 785 with a 3 bumps out the 785 with a 7.
Wow. Talk about just getting in. Phew.
And here is Alex Hope in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Bertrand Maurice. These are your number 2 and 3 qualifiers. 7:25 for Bertrand and 7:62 for Alex. This is Alex's first time riding for a long, long while, especially on a Pro Stock bike. I think the last time he was out, he was actually on the Super Street bike, so the street tyre bikes with no wheelie bars that you'll see in a second. Issues, unfortunately, for Alex. He had issues yesterday as well. But Bertrand goes all the way through to a 7:29, so solidifies his number 2 qualifying spot. As we fire up the next pair, all ready. Martin Bishop in the Slick Tricks lane, representing the UK, taking on Jorg Laimont in the thunderous 2-cylinder Buell. As Daryl said yesterday, it's switching between the 2s and the 4 cylinders on which one is the most competitive. At the minute in the United States, it's pretty much a tie between the Suzukis and the Buells. I know it's pretty much the same over here as well. Jorg is your number 1 qualifier at the minute with a 7.18. Martin has just been bumped out by 004. He's run better than the 785 to get into the show. Jorg's bike popping and banging. He's still out in front. Goes 7:51. No improvement for Martin, which means going into the final session, he's on the outside looking in. And as quickly as that, giving me no time to take a breath. We're done with Pro Stock Bike and now into the Super Twins. Chris Van Nimmen taking on Mark van der Boer. Both these riders from Belgium. Chris Van Nimmen in the Kestrel beer lane made it all the way to the final last year at the European Finals, getting into the 6-second zone. He's not been there this event yet, only running 7.005. It's a 7.11 for Marcus in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, both of these two well capable of getting in the 6s.
Oh, issues for Marcus.
Yeah, not this time, not for Mark van der Boer, unfortunately. What a shame. Okay, Chris Van Nimmen is currently number 3. He's been 7 flat. See what he can do to break into the 6s. These are the two-wheel version of the A-Fuel car, effectively. Strong looking run, lands the wheel about 330, punches second gear, strong all the way through to a 732. That looks stronger than that, to be honest. 174 miles an hour, but it's trying from one end to the other. Okay, the last pair for Super Twin. Big hello to all of our Nordic friends as well, especially tuned in. I know you will be tuned in. Lawrence, Pippi, everybody else as well. Good afternoon. Hope you're having fun watching in, but the last pair, this is going to be epic. This could well be the final tomorrow. However, they've got 2 other guys from Belgium to beat before they get there. This is, they're within 100th of each other in qualifying. Per Bengtsson, Marcus Christiansen. That thing is evil. It's called the Beast for good reason. Believe it or not, the parallel twin idea is based on an old Triumph engine. It's all completely engineered by Per and his team. His company, Ventec Engineering, build the gearboxes for a lot of the races out here. And one of them's in the other lane.
This could very well be the quickest side-by-side twin race we've seen in a long, long while.
Wow, they've been both been 6.2, 23 for Per, 24 for Marcus. However, this time last year, Marcus went 6.10 on this racetrack. Quick side note, quickest normally aspirated bike on the planet is 6.08. Marcus has been 6.10. That's the man in the Kestrel lane from Denmark. Sweden. The whole team behind him. I love that. Marcus and his dad, and in the other lane, 4 guys watching Per.
Well, Per's a long way out in front, but that's because he went
not now.
red. 6.25 to a 6.33. Unbelievably, no improvement for either.
Yep, 6.33 at 2.21 for Marcus. Per was 103 to 60 foot. Marcus 1.14, almost to the point. I don't think he did leave in second gear, but that's normally what it does when it does that. But those two, it's really nice to see the crews down there as well, exchanging, glad-handing each other, I think is the phrase. Okay, we move on to FIM Top Fuel Bike. They've still got one more qualifying session later on today. The Top Fuel Bike coming up next, mixture of fuel bikes and funny bikes. We're going to have a bump spot. We already have a bump spot, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, so the bump currently sits at 8.85. Very achievable for all of these bikes. One of the classifications to run a funny bike in the class is you have to run a 6.
So, Jiri looks, that's him burning out there with Phil Brainbridge's Rocket. 3-cylinder bike, the world's only 3-cylinder fuel bike that I know of, at least anyway. The bike's been in the 5s, Jiri has been in the low 6s already on this machine. When I spoke to him at the top end about it yesterday, he said, man, it's fun. He said it's just unreal to ride, it really is. Up against Eric Richard from France, already well in the show with a 651. So if Jiri gets a good run here, that'll be another one in the 6s at least anyway. Good luck to both of them. Good looking run for Jiri. Backs out of it just before 1,000 foot and coasts to a 7.02. That'll get him in for now for number 6. The short numbers are pretty good actually. He was 4.12 to the 8th mile. I think he was rolling off the throttle by then actually, 174 miles an hour. Eric, when he went on the 2-step, stuttered through stage. He's still safely in for the moment. Now that makes our current non-qualifiers Mark Smith, who won the last event and runs in the 6s, and Phil Crossley, the Imperial Wizard, who's fired up, as if by magic, just underneath the tower. So, like a lot of modern day versions, this isn't a recreation of the Imperial Wizard, it's the restored Imperial Wizard. Looking as good as it ever did. Back when Brian Johnson ran it in the 90s. He's going to be taking on Mike Ollie. Mike is already in at number 5 with a really nice 6.71. Once again, any sort of representative run from the fuel bike, and it will tighten the field up a lot.
As you can see on the board, 8.27 is now the number to beat. Both bikes way capable of running that. In fact, Mike already has.
Yeah, Phil can click it off at half track and still do that. You've got to get there first though, that's the thing. Well, the bike heading for the wall, he has to back out of it. Mike Ollie on a lovely run. Oh yes, new personal best for Mickey Ollie. 6.54 at 206 miles an hour. Moves up to the number 4 spot. Even Steve French is smiling. Well done, boys. Excellent stuff. An 8.92. So Phil Crossley is down to his last chance to be around to play tomorrow. Yeah, the bike just drifted right. There was nothing he could do about it. You can only steer them so much and lean it. You can't lean them. That's the problem. If it's going that way, there's very little you can do to bring it back. Right, these two are in a precarious, well, one more precarious than the other position. Can we have Pro ET into the lanes, please? I'm guessing that's for round
It is
one.
round one, yeah.
Pro ET, please, come on down. Thomas Pettersson from Sweden in the Kestrel Lane. Thomas is such a nice guy, and it's so nice to have him back here at Sandspot anytime. This is a 6-second funny bike. He just suffers with, well, like a lot of them do, directional issues. Small front wheel, which is mostly in the air. Back tyre that tends to do all the steering for you is not the greatest combination. They're brave beyond words for getting on these things in the first place. Up against Mark Smith, your winner from Hockenheim. He was in the 60s the whole time. Could do with one of those now, just to make the last session a little more comfortable, should we say. Good luck to both of them. Wow, look at that. That may be a full pull in both lanes. Mark's going to get there first with a 6:46. 212 miles an hour. His quickest run ever. Well, there we go. He's up to the number 3 spot. Well, Thomas Pettersson improves, but he only improves his bump spot. 7.17. He rolled off the throttle at 151. He was actually, hang on a minute, he was pretty much toe-to-toe with Mark in the other lane till just after half-track where he had to back off.
I think he rolled off because he saw Mark coming over to his side of the track.
Well, they were both on a sort of a collision course, but Mark kept going. But he was in front, so he didn't know what Thomas was doing. Anyway, fabulous show. Well done to Mark Smith. As we hear the bark of Nitro Motors one more time. Now, believably and unbelievably, this is the other bike outside of that 7.17 number on the board at the finish line in the Slick Tricks lane. Neil Midgley with the Puma, freshly rebuilt after what was a horrendous accident out in Sweden last year. I must admit, I didn't think we'd see Neil back, to be honest with you. He was hurt, but he was okay. And he's obviously okay because he's back here on the rebuilt bike. Now that number on the board, 7.17, he can run nearly a second and a half quicker than that, but he's got to do it now. Just because you've done it before doesn't give you any free passes whatsoever. You've got to do it again now. Neil tested the bike on Wednesday. That went well. 2 runs yesterday, not bad, but he had to come off it because the bike was going a little bit wayward. Taking on Stu Crane, who had a great day yesterday, 6:28 with a warp speed machine. That's more like it from Neil, but he's drifting. Oh, Stu Crane. Was that when the bike landed? It had a bit of a wobble at the finish line. I think it was, yeah. 6:57 at 1:57. Neil will go into the last session not qualified. That was more like it, though. 102 to 60, 271 to 330. He'd already rolled off the throttle by the 8th mile. 4.12, 157 for Neil Midgley. So he still gets the most incredible credit for just getting back on it again after what happened.
Also, just thinking ahead, Top Fuel bike just looking so strong going forward.
Awesome.
Got Kev Charman that'll be out next year, and also Ryan Davison. He'll be out next year as well in Top Fuel bike. So yeah,
is that on Phil Crosty's other bike?
No, he's got his own bike. He's bought Nick Milburn's bike.
Oh my goodness me!
So yeah, because
so the UK is going to be the world hub.
It is
for Top Fuel bikes. Yeah. How cool is that? Well, we do have the odd few mad scientists hanging around, don't we? However, disrupting that order somewhat is the next pair. So Rickard currently has the field covered by a margin, shall we say. The man in the Kestrel lane from Falkenberg on the west coast of Sweden has pretty much swept all before him this summer, apart from the final round in Germany where a staging issue meant he got a red, Mark got the green, and Mark got the win. He's been 5.93. It would take a monumental personal best from the man in the other lane to overtake that. That's René van der Berg from the Netherlands. He's been 6.68. I think the bike's been in the 6.1 is the quickest he's ever been. Now, is he pointing right, or is that just my imagination? Probably my imagination. Yeah, it might straighten up a bit. So Ricard has been in the 5.7s again this season out in Tier. He's also been over 260 miles an hour previously on the 4-cylinder supercharged machine for RG Engineering in the Kestrel lane. Add to that, not only did he win the European Championship, he was king of Moston last week too. That's a quick one for Ricard. 592 again, 245 miles an hour. That thing just flies every run. And no improvement in the other lane for Rene with a 6.79. Ricard's numbers 104 to 60, 394 at nearly 200 miles an hour at the 8th mile and all the way through to a 592 at 245. So it's going to be Phil Crossley and I'm just trying to think, Jiri Lukes?
No, Neil Midgley.
Oh, Neil Midgley and is it
Phil Crossley?
Phil Crossley.
Yeah.
Not in. Two fuel bikes, not in the fuel bike field for the last qualifying session.
Yeah.
Mad. Super Street bike next. If you thought that was bonkers, give it a second.
And up first is the man himself, Jake Michel. He is your number one qualifier. He is your European record holder. And he is the latest champion. Champion? Event winner, I mean. In,
one in Hockenheim,
Hockenheim.
didn't he?
As much as he'd like to be the champion.
Well, anything around 120 or below to 60 foot, we know he's on it. $119. Well, it's going to be way north of 200 mile an hour at the strike, getting close to the wall. 676 at 214 miles an hour. 300's off what he's already run, but nevertheless another 6.7 second pass. Very tidy indeed from Jake Michel. All right, Morganslund. The last of the 6 second qualifiers in number 5 spot at the moment. And Eric Yennis. Currently number 13. He is the man that's on 897. He's propping the field up at the moment. So as per all of our FIA and FIM classes are problems for Eric. So it is going to be a solo for Morganslund. But yeah, all of them get 4 qualifiers, and this is Q3 for all of our classes. $121 to 60 foot, 457 at the 8th. 689 at 209, and it moves him up 1 spot to number 4. But a good improvement nevertheless. So 5 bikes in the 6s as we speak at the moment, but we could see more representatives there, as a lot of the low 7-second machines can run 6s.
Up next then, it is Brad Head in the Slictrix lane. It was Tony's birthday at the start of the weekend. So happy birthday, Tony. I've got to wish it to you, but I'm saying it now over the tannoy to make up for it. And in the other lane is Clemens Wallier on the Kawasaki.
Yeah, we don't normally see many Kawasaki's. It's predominantly Suzuki's that you see in Super Street Bike, and yeah, well, Hayabusa's pretty much all the way.
So Clemens spooling up the turbo.
All right, this is all about Brad Head. What's he got for us here? 753, 193. Already on a 748. Still more to come.
And also can see him down there. Hayden, happy 1-year anniversary, my friend. Johnny Hines and Ricardo Grauer. It's nice for all the Kawasaki's to paint their bikes green, so we know they're definitely Kawasaki.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Good point. So Johnny Hines on the 750 at the moment. Ricardo on the 750. Johnny on the 768. .762. Johnny Hines finds a bit of improvement on ET. 190 miles an hour the stripe. Stays in the number 12 spot. 787 for Ricardo. Stays number 10. Eric Gruber and Kostas Giannapoulou. Now, Kostas is part of the JKE Raceworks team. When he started on this bike, before he could race at international level, he had to prove his worth. So he ran in 850 bike, kept breaking out. But he had to get the experience before he could upgrade to a Super Street bike license. He's done it very admirably, and he's put in a good run here for 731, 196. Stays in the number 7 spot, and Eric goes 767, 194. Alan Morrison Jr. and Margot Schmidt. Alan, 680 at the moment, so he'll be looking to get into the 6.7s here. And Margot Schmidt, 705. She can go 0.2 quicker.
Margot at Hockenheim also took the record off of Ida Zetterstrom for the fastest female on 2 wheels in Europe.
Which she is very proud of, to be honest. Good looking runs a pair here. Very good looking runs. 691, and Margot gets into the 6s with a 697 at 211. But Alan stays 3, Margot stays 6. But we've now got 6 of the bikes in the 6-second zone.
Our last pair then in Super Street Bike. And it is Daniel Lentz taking on Ross Morrison. Ross currently in the number 5 spot with a 693. Daniel in at number 2 with a 675. He needs to beat a 673 to take the number 1 spot off Jake Michel. Daniel owns the track record on the Super Street Bike, ran that at Summer Nationals a few years ago. He ran into the 650s. The reason he doesn't hold the European record is because it wasn't a European event.
Yeah, it's an ACU event, not an FIM. So yeah, you're right. Side by side 6s coming up. 674, 693. Well, he found one of the 200s he was looking for. He didn't find the other one. So he's just left himself, what, 4 foul to take the number 1 away. 693 for Ross Morrison. 213 mile an hour, 222. There for Daniel. Right, we move on to FIM Junior Drag Bike Cup. This is Richard Wilcox going alongside Holly King. Now these are dial-ins for the 8th mile, not quarter mile. And Holly wants an 8.40. Richard, 9.51.
In fact, I think Holly's been dialing 8.40 all weekend.
It seems like she's been dialing it forever in a bizarre way. Both of them, 192 to 60 foot. But Holly goes 850 on the 40 and 983 on the 51 for Richard. So no improvement. Holly stays 3, Richard stays 4.
Once again, we'd like to wish Leah Morrison and Hayden Michel a happy 1-year anniversary. That's Leah down there in the Kestrel beer lane. Young love. In the other lane is Anouk Bergering. She's looking for a 12.43, 11.10 for Leah.
Yeah, these two are 1 and 2. It's Leah that's got the number 1 spot at the moment. So Leah gets there first with 11.11 on 11.10, darling. Very nice indeed. Anouk goes 12.30 on 12.43. That's a little bit too quick, so that's a breakout, but nicely done for Leah Morrison. Right, your final pair. Oh, no, solo, sorry. Oh, there is a pair. I was looking for Brad, couldn't see him. Right, Brad Morrison, Jackson King.
I don't think I saw Jackson wave that time. He'd been waving.
No, he didn't have time. He's one of my favourite youngsters. I love Jackson. He's such a nice guy.
So they're off and running, both these riders on 1.25s.
12.32. Brad moves up from 6 to 5. Jackson goes 13.25 on that 31, darling. A little bit too quick for young Jackson.
As we move back onto 4 wheels.
The 2-seater dragster coming round. All right, just looking. Oh, so many messages on it. Oh, here we go. Your passenger this time is. I think I've actually lost track how many runs the the 2-seater dragster has done. I'm saying it's run 3. This is Ian Bruce from Lincolnshire, and as per some of the other runs we've had this weekend, it's a 60th birthday present. Oh, unbelievably, number 4. Later on today is Desmond Hills. It's his 60th birthday. So it says something about being 60 and going in the 2-seater. A little bit of news from the Speed Ghost team that, as you know, just smashed the record. They shred the blower belt on the run as well. So, yeah, well, just staggering run, but yeah, blower belt went as well.
300's coming.
So the thrill ride, the 2-seater dragster.
Well, it's an 032 line. What will it be at the top end? 790, 780. Let's have a look. 796, 166 mile an hour.
And happy 60th birthday. Nice way to celebrate it. Right, this is where the fun really starts for our racers, because it is time for eliminations. It is Pro ET, I believe. No, sorry, there's a jet car underneath us. How could I forget that? I do apologise. I didn't see Martin appear. He's just like, he's underneath us. So to wrap up our pro session, it is Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5, the Jet Dragster. Now, we actually saw Martin at the top end yesterday when he was on an interview with Darryl.
That's got to be a first, isn't it? I don't think Martin's ever been interviewed. He usually hides very well.
Well, because he's not... how can I put it? He's not normally in the schedule where Darryl is at the top end to interview him as such.
No,
so.
yeah.
But no, it was good to actually have a chat with Martin. It's a Yorkshire thing, isn't it?
The most nonchalant man in the world. Especially one that drives a jet dragster.
But a legend. I mean, as I keep repeating, I was so delighted when I found out that Martin has been inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. And his response when he was told, he said, "But I'm not a drag racer." But you are, Martin. But it's what he does for the sport, and the amount of people that come just to see him at the track, and the amount of runs that he does, the support he's given, and the way he's taken jets on over the years, it's just been phenomenal.
Well,
huge amount of respect for that man. Huge.
He holds pretty much every record you can hold in a jet vehicle, whether it be a funny car or a dragster.
Yeah.
So there goes the transit, final checks over the jet. You can see Richie there leaning over. And there he is, Richard, Mr. Ignition. He is the conductor.
Yeah, the thing is that when he looks up, look at you and gives you a right grin, you think, oh no. We love you, Richie. Well, a bit too late to say that. He's not going to be any kinder to us, is he? Here we go then, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5, getting ready for the flame show. Here we go.
It's a little known fact, but Richard has a song in his head that he's singing with the jet. So here we go then, pulling the jet forwards. Waiting for Richard to give him the signal to turn the thing up to another level. Here we go. So, as always, give Richard a wave. Martin Hill, 545, coming your way.
.539 on that run, 285 miles an hour. Oh, he's approaching that 300 once again, but a cracking run from Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Okay, well that is unbelievably our first pro session finished, and we're not that far away from getting them going once again. So we've still got our final qualifying session to go for all of our pro classes. But before we do that, we got some sports and racing coming up, and this is eliminations. And this is where the weekend is going to end for half of the field here, because we go into Pro E2 eliminations, round number 1. And for every race, there will be a winner that goes into round number 2. And unfortunately, there will be a loser that can pack up their equipment, put it in the trailer, and become a spectator for the rest of the weekend. Or, if they necessarily feel the need to, go home. But I reckon they should stay because the show is immense.
Yeah, drag racing is one of the most cutthroat forms of motorsport because there's more ways to lose than there is to win.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So, Pro ET eliminations round 1. Now then, we were talking about matchups, and there are some classics. For example, Mark Huxley taking on Lee Huxley in round number 1. Amy Watkins has got Neil Watkins in round 1. So, family rivalry. You've got the two brothers for the Huxleys, and you've got father and daughter in the Watkins family. I think, unbelievably, all the McClures avoided each other. there's some good little matchups, but obviously when you've got family rivalry, you try and avoid your teammate or your family member at all costs. But that didn't work out that way, so going to be quite entertaining there to see how it all pans out. Right, let's get the championship points in front of me again, because it is a round of the national championship for Mojistang Pro ET to give it its full title. The points leader coming into this event was Lee Morris, the green with Envy, a Jaguar E-Type, and Nick Mugridge is number 2 in the points. Ronnie Mercer is number 3, Matthew Dowdy 4, Warren Watts number 5. But if Lee and Nick fall in round 1, then it's a chance for Ronnie, Matthew and Warren and Tom Kay, to be fair, and Brett Featherstone to really start closing in. So we'll see what happens. Reuven Dawson here was your number 1 qualifier, and he had the perfect ET. Now, Don Scott was the first to get the perfect ET, i.e. to 3 digits. But Reuven went and did it to 4. So that's why he ended up number 1 qualifier. He dials 887, and he gets a bye into round 2. And he is the only bye run in round number 1. And there's only one more bye, despite the amount of cars. With 51 car in the ladder, there's only 2 byes in the whole thing. And we'll get to the other bye later on.
So Reuven taking his victory lap.
Well, for the round 1 anyway.
Looking for an 8.87. It doesn't matter if it goes quicker than that, but it does help for lane choice in the next round.
08 off the line. It's the only time I can mention reaction times as well, because some of the drivers do have radios in their cars. 891. Okay, so this to go into round number 2 then. Vic Parsons taking on Mason Griffiths. Mason 1167 with the Sour Grape Javelin. Vic Parsons with a Plymouth Belvedere 978. You know, we were looking at qualifying earlier on where the cars left the line together and one was way quicker than the other. Look at the dial-ins this time. 1167 plays 978. Mason's side of the tree will run first, and then it'll be Vic Parsons' side of the tree will run second. Whoever gets the best light and does the best job of getting to the top end will take the win, as long as a red light doesn't appear on the tree, of course. That's the other way you can go out, go too soon. So there goes Mason. There goes Vic. That's how we even it out. And Mason got there first, but Mason went too quick by less than 100th of a second. Vic Parsons dodges a bullet there because Mason had the better reaction time as well, but he broke out, he got there too quick. So Vic into round number 2. Next up, Josh Duncan and Anthony Mitchell.
Josh looking for an 851, the first weekend for him in the car, and probably his first side-by-side actual staggered tree race for a long time. Anthony Mitchell only comes out once a year now, but we'd love to see him when he's over.
Game over for Josh, he goes red. Oh, it goes 850. Oh, he hits his dial-in. 1083. If he didn't go red, then that would have been it. He would have won that. But well done, Josh. Great debut, but unfortunately, the losing.
So you know, when I said there's more ways to lose than there is to win, you've just seen 2 of them.
Yeah,
one
2 breakouts, yeah.
One way's to break out, the other way's to go red. There's also that pesky third way.
Yeah, across the centre line.
I was going to say get beaten by your opponent.
Well, yeah. Dave Rudd, Warren Watts. Dave dialing in 974 with the Cobra, 893 for Warren. Well, if Warren loses, we'll still see him again because he's running in another class. He's running in Supercom. Oh, Dave Rudd goes red. It's weekend over for him. Warren saw that. Hence, that's why he had a 1.7 reaction time. Goes 8.96 on the 93. Warren Watts into round 2. And unfortunately, Dave Rudd's weekend is over. What a shame. But the trouble is, though, everybody in Pro ET, they're all good friends of mine. Well, the whole family are friends, and you don't like seeing your mates go out, but then you want to see your mates win at the same time. Doug McClure, Chris Orthodoxou. There's only 0.03 of a second difference on the tree for these two, so they should be neck and neck pretty much all the way up the track. This can be won and lost on the tree. It really can.
Yeah, we can't mention reaction times, but if it's blatantly obvious, you'll see it anyway.
Yeah.
I couldn't even see the difference in the tree rolling down then. But Doug McClure is out in front. He's going to get to the stripe first, whether or not he breaks out, and he doesn't.
Yeah. He got out the whole shot, in effect, 11.45 to lose out 11.43. But yeah, Doug was much better off the line.
Now, here's a question for you. Has there ever been a race where both sides of the track has been a Hall of Famer?
Oh, good question.
Because we've got one now. Lee
Yeah.
Huxley and Mark Huxley.
Yeah. The scores on the doors, if you're interested, these two have met 4 times in the past, and it's 4-0 to Lee. Mark wants this bad. 988 plays 866.
Well, it's a green light drag race. But the looks of things, Lee's going to get there first, and he gets the win. Look at that.
I mean, Mark, you were just dished up one there. Lee Huxley goes 866 with a 9 on 866 dial and a 008 light. Sorry, Mark, but that's 5-0.
017 package for Lee Huxley. Oh, a battle of some purple altereds now. Marie Mills and Frankie Taylor. Now, Frankie's been running, I was going to say, in the 960s all weekend, but they've been dialing in 10 zeros. Around 966 in the last qualifier, and she's dialed 965. It's a 10:38 for Marie on the other side of the track, so she will be leaving first. Frankie's job to run her down. I think this is Frankie's first time in the left-hand lane.
That I don't know.
I mean, this weekend, not in general. Well, Marie's going to get there first. She's going to take the win. Can only help I feel like issues for Frankie there.
Yeah, not quite sure what it was though, but Marie Mills goes through. 10.49 against 10.75. Oh, can you believe these two matching up? The amount of times they raced each other in Super Street when there was a 10.90 index class. They are now meeting in Pro ET, Dave Cherritt and Lee Morris. Now then, Lee is the points leader coming into this race. Well, Dave Cherritt's had better form this weekend, but let's see what happens. 2 exceptionally good racers.
Well, Dave's alongside Lee. He's going to get to the stripe
Dave
first.
takes it. Well, Lee had the reaction time advantage, but the car was not on song. So Dave Cherritt takes out the points leader.
In round 1.
That's going to hurt.
Well,
right, so now we've got to start looking. Well, I'm not even going to attempt to try and work out, but Warren Watts has gone through.
There's 700 points available in eliminations for the winner.
But then I can't remember where everybody qualified, so it would be ridiculous to try and calculate it. But it's going to make national finals in 2 weeks' time very interesting, Come along, 2 weeks' time, national finals. There'll be nearly 300 teams here battling out for Sportsman Championship honours, including these two, Andrew Brook and John Bean. Andrew Brook with the Appliance Dragster dialing in 9:14. John Bean, 1100s quicker on his dial, 9:03. That'll be the difference on the tree. Just watch the lights count them down. Oh, John Bean goes red. Oh, 003 red. Ouch. So Andrew Brook takes the win.
So that's another one of the big hitters out in round one.
It's very rare John Bean goes red, to be honest. But he picked the wrong moment to do that. 003 red. Okay, next up, Ronnie Mercer, Hans van der Speck. 10:42 plays 10:62. Easy one to work out. 0.2 of a second will be the difference, and it will be the pickup truck going first. Well, the side of the tree runs first.
Yeah, just 0.2 of a second.
We have Super Pro into the lanes, please. Super Pro.
Well, they're side by side all the way down the track, looking at each other over the stripe. Ronnie Mercer gets the win, and look at that, 10:45. Just 200ths off his dial-in, and 10:63, 100ths off the dial-in for Hans van der Speck, but it was the 0.2 light that handed the win to Ronnie Mercer.
Yeah, once again, can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET. Oh, unfortunately, no Goldilocks, so no Jack McClure, so it's going to be Don Scott taking the solo here. Don dials in 9:76. Yes, a 9:77. Nicely done with an 08 light to match. Laura Bainton, 10:43, up against Simon Innes, 10:69.
Laura Bainton, not been having a star weekend. I caught up with her dad this morning, and he said it's not really been playing ball.
The one thing you need more than anything else in a sportsman class is consistency. And the car's been running great, but it just hasn't been doing the same thing each time, and that's been the problem.
By the way, we're talking about like it's running within 1/10 of a second of its previous runs, but that's too much
Yeah,
for
it's too
Pro
much.
ET.
Especially when you're up against Simon Innes.
Yeah, it dials 10:69. His car's been running within 300ths over the weekend. What's he got over the finish line? He's going to get there first. Goes 10:73, takes the win. Up next then, Will Clark dials 9.80. And Simon Swarbrick came into this race with lane choice. He dials 11.74. I can't wait to see, I can see Morgan Wilson down there. I can't wait to see her car come out very, very shortly, her and Caitlin's. That's the old Outrage Funny car.
Yeah, it's
for
out
those
last
who know.
weekend, wasn't it?
Can't wait to see it in competition. So Simon off and running. Nice little wheelie there. Here comes Will chasing him down. In fact, he's already caught him and he passes him, takes the win by a little over 1/10 of a second. This is why qualifying doesn't really matter when it comes to race day. All it does is give you loads of points and tell you who you're racing in round one.
Well, consider the top 32 were covered by 0.028. So it tells you that it can be won or lost on the tree. Sean Law, Bob Bolden, your next pair. 9:56 plays 8:60. 1.04 difference on the tree.
Wow. He was so close to rolling through, and then he eventually does. And then there he is pulling over to the side. Issues for Sean. So Bob Marlin's going to take the win. Goes 9:58 on the 56. That would have been tough to beat anyway, especially with the 05 light.
So quick retrieval if we can. So let's have a look then. We've seen Lee Morris stumble at the first hurdle. Nick Mugridge hasn't run yet, but Ronnie Mercer has, and he's through. Matthew Dowdy hasn't run yet. Warren Watts has run, but he's through. But he's still got quite a few rounds to catch up. We haven't seen Tom Kay, Brett Featherstone, or Amy Watkins yet. Mark Huxley is out. And then rounding out the top 10, Tom Watkins, who hasn't run yet. But as I say, folks, yes, it is the European Finals this weekend. Next weekend, actually, it's the Hot Rod Drags. Great laid-back event, live music, all the chilled-out stuff, Run What You Brung, Supercharged Outlaws, not an official round for Nostalgia Superstock, but they will come along as well. If you fancy a proper chilled-out event, Hot Rod Drags next weekend. Weekend after, it is the National Finals. That's when we crown all of our champions in our Sportsman Championships. And there will be nigh on 300 teams here battling it out for national honours. Details on the Santa Pod website. You all know where it is because that's how you got your tickets to come here this weekend.
So Tom Kay racing for Jack this weekend. Dials 10.16. Bill Wilson in the other lane dials 11.11. Pretty much what he's been dialing all weekend. So the truck will be leaving first by just under a second, in fact 0.95 of a second. And then the little dragster in the Kestrel rear lane will try and run him down. Well, it's a green light drag race. Oh, 11.10 breakout for the truck. Tom Kay gets the win.
It didn't matter. Tom was there first anyway.
Oh, wow.
That was a big whole shot win. So well done to Tom. And of course, he's still in the point. He's 6 in the points coming into this event. I'm not putting qualifying points in because it's too difficult to work out. But Matthew Dowdy was 4 in the points coming into this one. And he qualified well, going alongside Johnny McClure. Darlings then, Matthew, 11.23. Johnny, 9.81. So Matthew will be leaving first. Matthew, a former junior dragster national champion. And, oh, Matthew Dowdy breaks out. Wow. He had a reaction time advantage of over a tenth, but he has gone 300ths too quick. Matthew Dowdy falls at the first hurdle. So it is the McClures celebrating.
Up next then, Mr. Perfect, Chris Newsom with the MG. Looking for 9.77. 10.10 the dial of Jason Pickett. The car can run much quicker than 10 seconds, but chassis requirements mean he's not allowed to. And unbelievably, he's dropped his dial by a 10.
Oh, but he's through as Chris Newsom goes red. Yeah. So Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb, you're going to see him in round number 2. That's unfortunately a red light for Chris.
Don't lift Dave Fulton, looking for 9.90 in the Nexon Nova.
Oh, but this is a championship permutation race, this one. Nick Mugridge, number 2 in the points coming into this one.
Yeah, can do himself lots and lots of favours by going through this round. He qualified in the number 32 spot, so he wasn't doing himself many favours in qualifying.
Oh, Nick Mugridge goes out. Oh, my word. Dave Fulton is through. Oh, now then, that's huge for the championship. I mean, that is seriously huge. The top 2 in the championship are out in round 1. This is a chance for everybody in the top 10 to close up. This is going to make the national finals probably a 7-way battle for the national championship in Pro ET. Right, the Watkins family matchup. Amy Watkins, Neil Watkins. 11:46 plays 9:59. Amy is 8 in the points chase. Neil is 12 in the points. And that is before qualifying. That's for Amy, well ahead of Neil in qualifying in this one. Oh, Neil goes red all by 006. Oh, he was trying. He was certainly trying. But Amy Watkins survives that one. So Amy Watkins still in. Right, next pair. It's the pair of Camaros. Al Platt with a Rainy City Racing Camaro Z28 taking on the Camaro of Bjorn from Germany. 10:41 plays 11:84.
Yeah, you can't get two more similar Camaros, both running in the Pro Street style of car. Al looking for an 11.84. Bjorn looking for a 10.41.
Right, just a very quick announcement. If you've got a grey Land Rover, I'm not quite sure which model it is, D193 CRW, you're parked in an electric hookup area, and believe it or not, we actually need that hookup. So can you please move it? D193 CRW. And it's Bjorn that takes the win, 10:53 in the 41. Problems there for Al. So if that is your Land Rover D193 CRW, you're parked in an electric hookup bay where we actually need to use it. Thank you. Right, the two Toms. Tom Watkins and Tom Herbert. Tom Watkins darling in 9:08, Tom Herbert darling in 11:30. It hasn't been a faultless weekend for Tom Herbert, that is. Oh dear. It's the Tom Tom Club, isn't it?
At least they know which way they're going. That was a sat-nav joke if you didn't get it.
Oh, very, very good. Well, at least I know Tom's going to go through to round number 2. I can write their name down. I just need to put a letter after it to say which one.
So a long old wait for the Charger in the Slick-Tricks lane. Corrado moving off first. More table wheelie there for Doris the Charger. But he's got to pass the Corrado to take the win. And he does.
Right, next pair, Brett Featherstone, 7 in the points chase. Taking on Stevie Gates, 13 in the points chase. I mean, Stevie maximised his points at the Easter meet. He won that one, but the main event was his Achilles heel, unfortunately. Didn't make the show, and that hurt. But also, Brett did himself a huge amount of favours in qualifying. Qualified number 3. So big points all there. And Brett takes it 967 to lose out 861. Right, still the hits keep on coming in the Pro ET. Susie McClure, what a fantastic weekend she has had up here. She qualified number 4 and she actually gets a bye into round number 2. It wasn't a scheduled one, but no Don Tebenham. It's understandable because he's running in Pro Mod as well. But .03 off the line. Susie is becoming a very good drag racer. So the Eye Candy Dragster 5:57 breakout, that doesn't matter. And I once again, a big shout out to the former driver of that car, actually, Chloe Wilkins, celebrating her birthday this weekend. Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Audi S3 from the world of VW Pro, having to go in Pro ET this weekend, taking on Billy Everett.
Yeah, solo for Billy. Unfortunately, no Chris Waterhouse has made it down.
Oh, shame.
And I say unfortunately because I want to see racing. So a solo for Billy then, looking for 9.50. The only thing that really matters is, as long as he doesn't break out, it will help him with lane choice in the next round.
Really got 2 more pairs to go after this, unless I've missed something. 0-1 off the line. Nicely done. Spot the ex-Fuel Dragster racer. 9.56. All right, Darren Huxley with the Earth Met Nissan taking on Ian King with the Chevelle.
If you'd have told me 6 years ago Darren Huxley would not only be racing in Pro ET, but doing really well, and then
taking on the top
he'd be
fuel
racing
bike.
Ian King.
Right, yeah. But Ian King has got a good crew guy down there in Dan Page, helping him out this weekend. So going to be Darren leaving first.
Yeah, those of you on the grandstand side of the track. As long as Darren doesn't break out, which he doesn't, yeah,
Oh, Ian King
0.7
did.
light.
But well done to Darren.
No way. Are we done already?
Right, I didn't see either John Turner or Freddie Thompson go through.
I don't think we've seen Freddie Thompson since Thursday.
Right, and JT?
Again, don't think we've seen him since Thursday.
Right, okay, so neither of them made the call for that one. Of course, we've got no alternates as it's an all-run field because it's 64-car ladder with 51 entered. So that is Super Pro ET up next. So Pro ET is done. Commiserations to the first round losers because your weekend is done. As we go into Super Pro ET. Rocket Ron Bartlett is back up with us for this one.
Afternoon, colleague.
How are you doing, Ron?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
And more importantly, how are the nerves of everybody at Super Pro getting ready for the European Finals round 1 eliminations?
Well, they all give it the call, yeah, we're okay, it's only the first round, but yeah.
Well, only the first round. You want to stay and have more fun, don't you? Very quickly, I had the pleasure of bumping into Ron and his lovely lady Tracy last night. And you know that phrase, punching above your weight? Yeah?
Yeah.
She's a lucky lady. She's such a lucky lady. I couldn't say that last night because I was in striking distance. That was the thing, wasn't it? Just kidding. Not trying to get you in trouble.
Very quickly, mate, very quickly. I was on Twitter trying to get your attention. There's an issue with the cabling again, unfortunately, for the top end. GV has pushed 2.5 hours to get another cable that needs moving back. I'll stay there until 10.
Live Action Arena putting on a show there. That's Terry Grant that you can see on the live stream at the moment, actually. And if you look on the big screen, that's what's going on behind the spectator banking. Terry Grant is currently spinning the little legend car. You can see the monster trucks in the background. They'll be coming out after Terry.
How brilliant is that? You can sit in the grandstand. You don't have to move to watch the live action movie.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very good indeed. Okay, so we're probably about 20 minutes-ish, maybe half an hour, something like that, away from the second of our pro qualifying sessions. Yeah, of course you can. I mean, can't have you wasting away kind, what are we doing? What's the world coming to? If I could just have a quick squiz at the run order, let's have a quick look. So obviously we're not going to be seeing Top Speed Automated Street Eliminator after this for their elimination round 1 for the simple reason they're out on the cruise. They need to complete the cruise before they can get into eliminations. Colin's got so many sheets with orders on. There we go. Thank you very much indeed. So yeah, we are due to have the round of 32 for Super Pro. I'll say probably 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. Go through the track prep once again. We start with the Fire Force funny car against Fire Storm, and then we got Comp Eliminator. Round 3 for this weekend of Havoc versus the Bradford Sphere. Unfortunately, unfortunately, poor Randy Bradford all that way, and I think the phrase was a diaper full of gravel. Precisely. Not nice, that, is it? It's never. It's horrible. Anyway, so commiserations to them, and then we get going with Pro Mod, Bump Session, Top Methanol, Pro Stock for their last session as well, Top Fuel, obviously. Nostalgia Funny Car. I'm not calling any of these, by the way. Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin, Bump Session for Top Fuel Bike, Super Street, and then we finish out the day. I'm guessing we may run first round of Street Eliminator after that lot, but we're due to have Super Gas, Junior Dragster, and then Super Comp, and that will be the day done. So we've still got a fabulous rest of the day to go. The good news is as well, I don't want to say this out loud, actually I'm not going to say it about the weather tomorrow, but it's improved again. So fingers, toes, eyes, legs, and everything. Cross everything you have, even your nose hairs, tie them together. You never know, it might work. Tomorrow we have our finals day. We're already into eliminations because some of our classes are seriously oversubscribed. One of those was the car this class you just went through there, which was Pro ET. We've got some breakages, I think, in many classes, obviously, but definitely in Super Pro. I know the Waters family haven't even looked yet, unfortunately. If they have. Oh, they did?
Yeah, it's not good.
Any time you get like a mushroom cloud at the finish line out of any engine, it's never good. It died, I think. Yeah. Push rods are now the least of their worries. Okay, give them the signal to fire up. I'm sure, even though Colin's having his lunch, he'll be keeping track, and he does this really well. Just great at homework. I mean, amongst many other things, obviously. So, is this going to be a first round matchup? The two Milwaukee cars alongside each other. Yep. Oh wow. Well, that wasn't. Well, at least one's going to round 2. Not quite the way they're looking at it, probably, but you know, it is what it is. One will end up crewing for the other tomorrow. Okay, Dorcar against Dragster, both from the Custom Gang team from the southeast of France. So Patrick and Fabien Dubois with the boat beautifully turned out. This is proper camera moment for the team. They are side by side, I think, for the first time this weekend. However, they probably rather it wasn't in round 1. So I would say, was it like racing your teammate? But you've never had one, have you?
I ain't got many mates.
Well, there we go then. That's that put to bed. Thank you. Okay, moving on. No, but come on. The thing is obviously everybody races each other, and they know everyone's habits, what they do, how they do it. These two are teammates. They have the same surname, the same colour car. They come in the same team transporter. That's got to be a rough thing to do in round 1, isn't it, really?
Yeah, well, the trip home is going to be a bit awkward.
Maybe dinner tonight will be as well. You never know. We'll have to see. The good news is, like I said, someone's going around 2. But I can't emphasise enough how grateful we are that they make it is a long old trip from down there as well to come and race with us here in the UK. So, Patrick Dubois, Dorcar, 695. Fabien with the Dragster, 6.99. There's not going to be anything in it on the tree. Well, unless Fabien breaks out, which I presume he won't, because he double steps it. Nope, 7.15. It's the Dragster that takes the winner, I don't think. Almost like they outfoxed each other. They didn't seem to be ready, really. A 0.24 was the quickest reaction time in that pair, which is, how do we say this politely? Not quick. Nearly a quarter of a second. But anyway, it is the Dragster that moves on. Like I said, on the upside, at least one of them is round 2. Al Schofield, Bailey Ashdown, your next pair. Al Schofield had a pretty rough time in qualifying with lots of problems. But the car can definitely run the numbers.
As can Bailey Ashdown. Bailey is the highest qualified of these two. So was round one a nervy time, or was it always pretty...
It is like these meetings to think that you might go home on the Saturday. That's, yeah.
Well, you don't, though. But in the interest of fair reporting, you don't actually have to go home, but
No.
you just can't race anymore. That's the
Yeah.
thing, really. But then if you've been knocked out, what do you do? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that basically. Well, Bailey with a big starting line advantage. Bailey's going to get there first as long as she doesn't break out, which she does, but Alan Schofield breaks out by more. The car finally runs what they tried to. He was 100 too quick. She was 2 thou too quick. Bailey Ashdown moving to round 2. Once again, interest of fair reporting, she did deserve that. She was 0-3 on the tree, which is pretty good. Almost as good as you. There we are. So yeah, Al Schofield's unfortunate weekend ends early.
I think it'd be bittersweet for Alan because he has been struggling with the car most of the weekend, so at least he's got A to B where he wanted to be.
So Colin Morris and Rob Brown now a higher quality. Rob Brown qualified number 4. Now, if you qualify number 4, you would like to think you might get a bit of an easier draw than Colin Morris in round 1.
Yeah, both of them brothers, they're just excellent drivers. Really tough round.
Well, I was going to say brothers in both lanes, and
Yes.
both brothers are both really good, aren't they?
Yeah.
Both Colin and Rob. Sorry, that's Pete in the Rebel. Well, Pete's already caught Colin by 60 foot, looking at the numbers. In front, and he takes the win with a perfect run as well. Outstanding. Well, congratulations to the Mrs. Brown's boys, the real Mrs. Brown's boys. He was 0-6 on the tree. Unfortunately for Colin, had a bit of an off day. Yeah, Colin had a bit of an off day with a .15, and he was 8.58, but there's no way, if the guy in the other lane was only 600th off in total, that he was going to win that one. So, but well done. I seem to remember, though, that team, the Brown team, posting at the start of the weekend, OK, we're here to be a bit of cannon fodder. No, absolutely not.
I think sometimes when you haven't got the pressure on you, you just expect it just to, maybe get bombed out. You relax and you drive like that.
You're okay. The good thing is, as well, is that, I mean, the thing is, they come from the Wild Bunch, a great racing series in the UK, and they're all loads of them, all of them are pretty damn good bracket racers.
Yeah.
They're used to running on dial-ins, and they're used to leaving on time as well. Matt Peters, Ian Brown, Matt number 2, Ian 18. But so many pick-em races, really. I mean, both these two. I mean, any of them, isn't it? I think if you're in, you've got a chance, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's who does the better job out there. So, the dial-ins are only 300ths apart. The tree will run slightly in Ian Brown's favour with the door car. Matt Peters was 001 red. Oh, Ian Brown gets the win light. Oh, when he breaks out by 2 thou, but who cares? Well done to the Rebel team, well done to the Browns, well done, ladies. I think he'll be jumping around like the proverbial flea at the top end after that one. That was awesome, well done. Bang on. That's what you come for to events like this, isn't it? See who you can knock off in round 1.
Yeah, superb.
Okay, 2 blown cars of very different ilks in this pair. Phil Toppin, been around in Super Pro for quite a while, previously with an altered. Last time with the Corvette, now with another altered. Built by the man we mentioned, Roy Wilding. Roy's stuff is always top notch.
Yeah, he builds a nice car, Roy.
Phil's got the engine that was previously in the Corvette in this car. However, it still doesn't sound quite as sweet as it possibly needs to. But he'll get there. Just a bit more track time and a bit more tuning. taking on Harry Gibson with another small fortune. Car owned by Martin and Crunch. I don't actually see Martin down there on the start line, which is unusual. He's probably there somewhere. Oh, standing out front, that'll be why. Guys with orange t-shirts obviously blend into black race tracks. 004 red, it doesn't matter what Harry runs, he's not got the win light. It will be with a 975, Phil Toppin. Oh. It's like, isn't it, like you wait all your life, yeah, it's fun to drive a race car. Oh, that means I can red light as well.
That was disappointing because Phil hasn't really gone into the index this weekend.
Well, the thing is as well is that I think really Phil Toppin, no disrespect to Phil, but he was absolutely beatable on that run.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the hardest part, isn't it? So what I was going to say was when
We've
he
all
launched.
done 'em.
Yeah, what I was going to say when he launched was all he's probably going to do is catch Phil up and then coast. But he never got the chance, unfortunately. Yeah, if you don't leave on the green, you've got no chance. Okay, Kent Johansson, 7.95 for the Olds Cutlass, all the way from Sweden in the Kestrel Lane with that awesome champagne paint job. Well, it's a wrap, but, you know, who's keeping count? That man's got the biggest Swedish flag out of everyone. But I think he probably brought that one with him. Up against Joe Kellett. We mentioned earlier, you don't really want Joe in round 1 or 2 or 3 or 4
definitely
or 5
not.
or ever. So the door car's going to get the green first. And he's bang on time, and the car leaves properly for the first time all weekend. Joe or the door car? It's Joe. 7.32. The win margin was 0.3. Our friend from Sweden was 0.4 on the line. But Joe Kellett on the other lane was 0.2 and closer to his dial-in. Yeah, Joe took 200ths on the dial on the tree. He took 100th at the finish, extra at the finish line. The win margin was 0.3. But good job for Joe and the team. And commiserations to our friend, unfortunately, all the way from Sweden to bow out in round 1.
Good race.
Certainly was. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So, Jack Brewster, I don't know though. Would you like to lose in a good race? No, you'd never like to lose, would you?
No, I'd rather have lost that than the one before when he red lit, you know, against Phil.
Can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas into the pairing lane. So Jack Brewster and Mark Coulsell, and just chatting to Harley quickly a few moments ago, saying that they're in trouble with the mag moving. That's the problem. That's why it's killing the performance of the car. They measure it when they go before they go. They go to run, obviously, and it's in one place, and they come back and it's in another, which is why the car keeps falling off all the time.
No, I think there's an issue in the Kestrel lane that they're not happy with.
That they can't quite get done in time,
Yeah.
and it wasn't of Jack's doing. It was the previous pair, or the previous car up that lane, which I think was the door car, wasn't it? Actually, off the top of my head. So they will get a chance to cool down and come forward to run again. But yeah, it wasn't a go situation when they were ready to go. So if we just called Super Gas as well. I can only presume we're tagging Super Gas on the end of Super Pro.
Yeah, I think we're obviously because the Street Eliminator out of the crew, so they're going to bring Super Gas into there.
Forwards.
Got Street Eliminator over to there.
That makes perfect sense. So would that be Super Gas's last session, or?
Yes, it is, yeah,
Okay.
because they go to eliminations tomorrow, obviously.
No problem. And then after that, we are on with our Pro session.
Yep. Due to the rapid fire of absolutely everything that's been going on today, there's one thing I wanted to do during Pro ET, and it just came. They just went through so quick, I never got a chance. But now we got a quiet moment. I can actually reference it now. It's been 5 years today since we lost Adi. And I know all the Pro ET family are pretty close, and we just wanted to remember it 5 years ago today that Adi Randall was here actually, and he'll always be here for us. So just Liam messaged me to say, could I say something, and I'm more than happy to do that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to giggle at that moment. Something went pop. It was. I think it was the turbo. Yeah, it was, wasn't it, for Kieran when he when he spin it over, and I think it nearly gave Martin a heart attack. That's what he's just doing, going, oh. Yeah, Kieran Ashley. I'm not sure Kieran's supposed to be taking on, but they ain't there.
Sorry, Kieran Ashley should have been alongside Nick Good.
Oh. Most unusual for Nick to have any kind of issue at all. Well, this car out there, dialed 7.55. I think it's probably capable of going quite a bit quicker than that. He has to calm it down a lot on the launch. It still launches like a bandit, but with the turbo LS in there, I said before, that's got to be a fun car to drive. Especially with no wing on the back of it as well, no sort of stabilisation or downforce.
I think it's because of the chassis tag 750 he's getting as close as he can without obviously going.
Exactly that. I remember talking to him about it, and he said it's a really good. It was running Super Comp before, but he said it's a really good car. It's built much better than Super Comp, but can't take it any quicker than 750. And he said to rebuild it or to make the changes to run quicker, just not financially viable. 753 with a 4. That boy's had a great weekend.
Wow.
Well done, fellas. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Becky and Kieran. And obviously, helped out by Mick today. Yeah, the speed at the stripe as well. Look at that, only 150 miles an hour. That runs 170 miles an hour plus.
60 foot or 103. Wow.
It does hook and go. Okay, Elodie Dubois, another one of the custom gang, sponsored by Milwaukee. She is on her own as well, by the looks of it.
Nick Good and a broken torque converter. That's why Nick didn't make it down. Thanks, Kirsty, for letting us know on that one.
Well, Elodie should be alongside. Yeah, here he comes. AC Bell. He's just trying to get. There we go. He's just trying to get the Firebird fired up, which he has done, and he's moving forward.
He had an issue with the. He had an issue with the cam timing. They've now managed to get that right, so hopefully it should be back on what he's expecting it to be for Ashley.
So 8.85, excuse me, for AC. Not without their strife this weekend, like you said, Ron. And quite a big old oil down on day one too, unfortunately. But it wasn't terminal.
Breather pipe.
Wasn't an oil terminal. Oh dear. Get worse, Darren.
As a classic example of I wasn't listening to what I was talking about. But there we are. Do that a lot, especially at home. Well, 855 as well is the dial. No, it's not. That's 885 that says on the back of there. Yeah, that is 885. But if he rolls into stage and takes it, yeah.
It's too late. It's too late for me to tell him.
Yeah, it is. Well, it does say 855 on the board. It does say 855 on our timing screen. So, yeah, it's because it's in shoe polish. It's not that easy to read. Well, Elodie doesn't go red. And she's already caught him by 1,000 foot as well. I'm sure she's just going to back off a little bit. Oh, big plume of smoke again, unfortunately, for AC. Well, all the worry about the index and everything, or the dial-in, sorry, was completely academic. Elodie Dubois takes the round win. 7-11 on a 06 track crew out doing their thing. I think I can see a trail.
No, it just hasn't been their weekend at all. It really, really hasn't.
So what did you say it was the other day? Breather?
There's a breather part, yeah. That's what it did last time.
Almost, it's a carbon copy, actually, of what it did last time. Anyway, we'll just have to wait and see what the track crew do. No one's sprinting for the tractor or anything else as well, which is, keep your fingers and everything else crossed is a good sign. Yeah, Dave nods his head. Hopefully that's, again, a good sign. We're experts at reading body language and looking at weather forecasts by now, aren't we? Yeah, all of the track crew up the top end, the marshals have gone back over the wall. Either that means they've got to get the all dry stuff, or we're getting on with it. Okay, the next pair underneath, or just behind the tower, actually. John Sleeth with a pickup. Bob Doyle. Yeah, looks like we are still on with it. Well, thank goodness for that, and hope everything's okay with... Now, it says Ashley was in that car this weekend. Is that right, or is it AC? It was Ash, I beg your pardon, sorry.
Yeah, because AC's running in Pro ET.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the dark.
So, John Sleeth. And Bob Doyle. So John Sleeth was a lot higher qualified than Bob this weekend. Bob went way too quick on, what day is it today? Thursday that was, I think,
Thursday.
wasn't it? Yeah, it was Thursday. Went down into the 8.3s, I think, which is pretty much uncharted territory for them.
Apologies, AC is running in Super Pro as well as Ash. They're both in Super Pro.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah, because AC will be taking on Daniel Giles.
So 760 is the number of choice for John Sleeth, even though he's run quicker than that a couple of times. Obviously they know what to do to get it down there. Time 06 reaction time for John Sleeth. Back off a little bit, which he does, nicely done. Good race to right at the very end. 006 for John Sleeth. And not exactly that bad. 08 in the other lane for Bob Doyle, but with both of them being roughly the same off their dial, that was a done deal. Right, so Jack Williams, Tom Atkinson. Again, Jack, not a regular in Super Pro all the time. Qualifies higher than one of the regulars. Although Tom Atkinson don't really worry about that too much. More the qualifying points, really, at this time of year than anything else.
Yeah, Jack's really took to driving.
Bizarrely, we haven't had many... Well, none of the top four in the championship have run yet in Super Pro Round 1.
Well, 04, I can say that one.
You can.
04 red. Unfortunately for Jack Williams, don't run 757. He runs 760. But look at Tom, though, just a thou off. 10 thou off, sorry.
Wow.
He was 07 on the tree, which was a green. That's the most important thing, obviously. Tom Atkinson moves on.
Right, championship team Didwell Racing 4th in the points.
They did any better. They'd have to change their name to Did Superb. Been waiting years to say that, and it wasn't worth the wait, really. No. Sorry. 8.55 for Bradley in the Slick Tricks lane. And Harley J, 8.86. Harley was another one of these These young fellas that started racing at 16. It wasn't legal to drive a road car, yet was doing 150 miles an hour in his dad's truck.
Yeah, we've had a few of them, haven't we?
Yeah.
Elliot Day, obviously in Street Eliminator, his dad had to drive the Cruise because Elliot was too young to drive on the road.
That's pretty awesome as well, isn't it? I love the fact that Elliot tuned it and drove it and did all that as well, but then wasn't allowed to drive it.
Very clever lad.
Okay, the truck's gonna get the green first. I'm not saying it's gonna move first. Harley goes red as well with an 05. .858. Yeah, the win light for Bradley. Number 1, he got a green light. Number 2, he was closer to his dial-in as well. So, okay, big time matchup this one. Number 1 qualifier Mark Bailey, unbelievably, gets Lee Huxley. How does that work? Mark Bailey's going, yeah, I'm number 1. Oh, really?
Well, not only that, let's not forget that Lee Huxley just put Mark on the trailer with the 00 light and it is dial-in, and he's on the same dial-in in Super Pro as he was in Pro ET because of the crossover. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one, this. Yeah. But Mark Bailey ran perfect ET in qualifying for Super Pro.
Well, it's a green light drag race. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Who's got the better race car? Oh, a lot of on and off the throttle at the finish line. And on our whole shot, Lee Huxley. He had 300 in the bank off the start line, and he took the stripe by 0.17. There we go. That's what you get for being number 1 qualifier, unfortunately, isn't it? Don't normally expect to get dumped in round 1, but anyway, moving on.
Okay, no problem. No, it's all right.
Okay.
Right. Championship points leader, Giles and Hartley Racing, coming out right now.
I find it so ironic that a big block injected dragster is towed by a Tesla. It's just the way forward, isn't it, really? Yes, we embrace modern technology, but God, we love the noise as well. So, who should Daniel be up against?
Oh, it's the other Bell, unfortunately.
But he's there.
Oh, he's there.
No. He is there. Maybe he's got a very long routine where he goes through the burnout, backs up and checks everything out. So, AC with the dart sitting around there, not fired yet, but I don't think that's it. There we go. The dart comes to life and comes around the corner. Yeah, there's no point in him even moving till Daniel's got roughly back towards the start line. Does that kind of affect anything you do when you're running him?
It can with me if I do a long burnout.
Okay.
If I've gone too early, which I have done before, and Ian's shook his head at me as if to say you should have waited.
Yeah.
And then I've gone back, and then I've had to wait, and the car will get warm.
Yeah. I mean, what difference does it get? It obviously can get too hot. Stupid question, but I mean, how hot's too hot?
I'm very lucky with the car. I put a massive radiator in it because it was sort of destined for Street Eliminator.
Oh, okay.
Many moons ago. So it does keep cool. So even in the hot weather, the driver's hot, but the car's all right.
Maybe stick some of that cooling on yourself then, yeah? Okay, AC Bell. Yeah, plug yourself into the radiator when you get in the car. That'll work. Ministry of Stupid Ideas. Well, Ashley's already out in round 1, I should say. AC takes his shot. He was number 28. Daniel was 12. But being number 12 means he was 100th off, I think. Well, Daniel goes red. That is going to be a huge moment in the championship. And look at that. AC Bell made a strong run. He was 0-2 on the 3. Yeah, he broke out, but he had wriggle room at the top end. He probably just saw his wind light on and went and took it through to see what it was going to do. And the speed kind of gives that as well, away as well, 149 miles an hour. Daniel Giles was 0-1 red. I mean, oh, so close. However, the guy in the other lane went 0-2, so no one cutting anyone any slack.
And look who's behind Daniel. Scott, who's second in the championship.
Yeah.
For now, well, till now, probably.
Yeah.
Well, they were only one place apart in qualifying, so that's just 10 points. That's nothing. But this is Scott's opportunity now to really close in that gap.
It's moments like that in a couple of weeks' time you think, yeah, cut the swear words off, I think.
Scott Hauser should have been alongside Dave Russell, but we haven't seen Dave for absolutely ages.
But it also depends on how far Scott goes eliminations too. So, wow.
So that's Scotty booking his spot in round number 2. 34, 178.
Yeah, like you need to give Scott a gift.
No.
Exactly. He's pretty good at taking care of himself. He doesn't really need.
Talking about gifts, this is Callum Swinchat. Should have been alongside Pete Walters, but we know Pete is out. Callum is 3rd in the points chase.
Wow.
Admittedly, he is nearly 500 behind Scott. In actual fact, he is 500 behind Scott because he qualified 13th, where Scott qualified 12th. And the gap was 490, so yeah, 500 points between them. But
a meeting like this, you can soon gain some big points.
Yes, exactly that.
Yeah, Callum's another one of those that races with a wild bunch, and this as well, and he's pretty damn good. The only surprise really is he doesn't win more often, but then not everyone can win all the time.
Yeah. Right, last pair, and it's the pair that did try and run earlier, Mark Cassell and Jack Brewster. Oh, Jack's engine has just faded and died there.
But he was just backing up and clicked it off. For what reason, I am not sure. This may be a gift. It is for Mark Coulsell. Yeah, it's a Byron. Well, what a great shame for Jack Brewster. He rolled forward, obviously for the first time. They were going to match up, no problem. But he didn't even make it through the water box that time.
I spoke to Jack and Martin before this round, and they were going to go for it. They were trying to go for the 6.
Yeah. We'll go through the matchups in round 2, where Mark takes the win, which he does. So Lee Huxley going to be taking on John Sleeth. Kieran Astley will be taking on Callum Swinchat. Fabian Dubois and Scott Hauser. That'll be a good one. Bradley Didwell taking on Phil Toppin. Ian Brown and Elodie Dubois. Tom Atkinson taking on Bailey Ashdown, Rob Brown taking on AC Bell, and Joe Kellett taking on Mark Coulsell.
Thank you very much indeed again, Ron. Thank you for Tracy for lending him to us, most importantly. Appreciate that. But thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, guys. Thank you.
Right, two-seater dragster round once again. And is another 60th birthday celebration. As I say, I don't know where the two-seater team find all these 60th birthday ones, but this is a chap called Desmond Hills. He's from Ipswich. 60th birthday present. The two guys at the start line told him about this last night as a surprise. So, well done there. The two guys down there, they didn't tell Desmond that they'd actually booked this ride for him. And now they're all laughing at him. After this, we have a Super Gas, I believe, and then it will be back to FIA and FIM classes. the final qualifying session for our pro classes. Can we please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the lanes, please, for first round eliminations?
Of course, 32 car ladder.
Yeah.
It's going to be the odd run here and there in that as well, isn't there?
812, 165. Right, so Supergas then for their last qualifier.
Yeah, qualification round number 8. We only actually lost one on Thursday, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Due to a delayed start, due to the most silly little bit of weather, which didn't go away.
I think Kirsty Trump has just been the font of all knowledge in Super Pro. I'm just going to get this through. Dave Russell had metal in the oil, which is basically the same as what Andy Thetford had. On Jack's car, there was a red light that appeared. He didn't say he was trying to be gentle this meeting, so it's a new engine, so precautionary, shut it off. Thanks, Kirsty.
Told you, Kirsty, you need to be up here doing this. We did get her in once, didn't we? This one. 10:01, 10:16, no improvement on either side of the racetrack, unfortunately for them. Trying to run as close to 990 as possible. So, also, if you're not in a viewing area now, it's a good time because we have the jet car behind the tower. We've got Supergas to run through, and then we have our fourth and final pro session of the weekend to set the fields for racing tomorrow.
Yeah, I never thought I'd say this.
So, Stefan Raffentrap, Don Scott. .996, 987 breakout there for Don Scott. No improvement actually for Stephanie. It's already been 991. Actually, the top 12 covered by 200ths of a second in Supergas. So, Tony Morris carburettors, Dave Gibbons here this weekend, but I think he's had to shoot off by now. Obviously, Tony Morris racing in the States this weekend. So, Vic Parsons and Wayne Hiscock. Vic currently number 12, Wayne number 3. .991 for Wayne, 986 breakout for Vic. Wayne had already gone 990 with a 7, so no, actually no help for him. Right, Stu Doyney, Pete Creswell. God, the amount of times these two have raced each other over the years. They've had championship deciders at the national finals. They've both won championships. Stu Doyney currently in the number 6 spot with a 991, but number 1 is Pete Creswell. He is number 1 qualifier at the moment. Both of them with 01 lights. 990. Oh, perfect ET, Pete Creswell. Well, he was already number 1 qualifier. Now he just cemented it. Absolutely perfect there for Pete Creswell. 9.900. Very well done indeed there, Pete. Mark Huxley up next with Tim Moore. Mark on a 992, Tim on a 998. 10.03, 10.02. No movement from either of those two. So it's the Morris boys represented by Stuart this time. And it's Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. Now, unfortunately, the Morris boys Camaro bowed out in the Super Pro ET, so it's just Super Gas left for the team. Of course, Dave Cherritt running in Pro ET got past Lee Morris in round one. 993, 991. No change. They stay put. John Dalrymple, Dave Fulton. Next pair. As you say, all of them have qualified with a 9.9. It's just where after that. And that's a 992 for Dave, 986 breakout for John. Again, no change in position. Martin Kirbishley with the little Brogy Roadster down there. He's already on a 991 with a 6. After 7 qualifying sessions, this will be his 8th. And he's the last one in the class. Throttle stop kicks in, releases. Goes 983, goes too quick, 148 miles an hour. So that is it. Super Gas qualifying is all done. As we now get ready for our second and final pro session of the day. It's round 4 qualifying for all of our pro classes. And it is bump time, as in someone gets bumped out of the field. And that will happen in certainly pro modified. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed. Got Comp Eliminator making their way down into the lanes. But first up, it will be the jet cars. It will be Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. Going to be taking on Roger Goring with Firestorm. The 2 jet funny cars are in the pairing lanes. They're waiting to come round the corner. But need Comp Eliminator to come down. As I looked into the pairing lanes, they weren't there yet. In the live action arena, as we look over there, Tony Dixon with Swamp Thing, and there you just see coming into shot, of course, Podzilla, the house truck as well. So that means they're pretty much at the end of their live action arena show this afternoon. Well, ladies and gents, I hope you had a fantastic afternoon, well, fantastic day so far. It's going to get real, real fun. Don't forget, and I must remind you on all of this, Santapod socials. We would really, really like you to pay a visit to that. Just click and like, share, whatever. There is content going on to the Santapod socials all the time. So if you do have access to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, check it out, give it a like, give it a share, as Santapod social media team have been very, very busy on there. So make sure you get well, share your content as well. Be really, really good. It just helps spread the word. We had a fantastic crowd here today. Thank you all so very much indeed for coming. But put it on your socials, share it far and wide, and we'll get even more people here. It just helps this place survive, and it just helps us to put on great events all the way through. Next weekend, Hot Rod Drags. Come and join us. It's a chilled out weekend, and it is literally hot rods, muscle cars, everything like that. Proper chilled out event. Weekend after that, it is the national finals. It's the final round of all of our sports and races championships, and also the final round of UK Pro Modified as well. So obviously it's the European Championships this weekend for Pro Modified, but it's the national championship for That was off-putting. Yeah, so it is National Championships next weekend. Make sure you get yourselves here for that. Right, you can see Comp Eliminator making their way down finally, with the jet cars will be coming around the corner. In actual fact, they are moving now. I believe Oz has just got a couple of dedications to read out just before the jets come around. So, Oz, who have you got and what have you got? No worries. I've got one I'm going to read out now because when the class comes down, they ain't going to have a clue what's going on. But the Crunwells, Chloe, Emmy, and Gracie from Junior Dragster just wanted a bigger shout out for their mum because it's her birthday today. So many happy returns indeed. Don't know mum's name. We just know her as mum. But Chloe, Emmy, and Gracie, they want to wish their mum a very happy birthday indeed. Okay, back to the live feed and getting ourselves ready for all the entertainment to continue. If you're on the spectator banking, look over your left shoulder, look at the big screen, and you can see that Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3, the house jet, the jet funny car, is propped in position and ready to go. You can see Martin sat to the left-hand side of the engine. So he has got that jet keeping him nice and warm and cosy and deafening him as he gets ready to run. And looking on the other side, going to be joined by Roger Goring with Firestorm. Slight difference with this car. This is a centre drive jet and Roger sits in front of the engine. It's a different jet engine in this one, but if you actually look at the two cars side by side, Firestorm is just a little bit longer as well. So Richie just getting himself psyched up and ready and everything, but yeah, they're all pretty much connected, ready to go. And just getting Rog into position to come round.
I'm just going to quickly give a shout out to everyone watching on the live stream at home. Unfortunately, we know you can't make it here for whatever reason, because if you could have, you would have. I just know we haven't done that yet. So shout out for everyone watching at home, whether it be in Scotland, Ireland, Hungary, USA, Australia, all over the world. That place goes out. You're watching it anywhere.
Yeah, that's one thing that Santa Pod is great for, is its social reach and the live coverage of these events here, just broadcast all over the world. And we do get messages from all over the world as well, notably from down under in Australia. We do have quite a few regulars from down there, including our great friend John Willard. A very good afternoon to John and the gang down there, who came and paid us a visit last year at Dragstalgia and a couple of other events as well, actually, with the Aussie Outlaw. And look forward to seeing them again in a year or two's time.
I would say he's the only one to have raced in Australia and the UK, but Carl Cox has done it as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, on a regular basis. Don't forget the Reed family, obviously they race here, but now obviously racing in Australia. My grandmother was Australian, but she never raced.
Oh. Oh, shout out as well if he's watching, Dan Melrose. Dan the cameraman,
the T-shirt man, yeah. Yeah, this time last year, Dan Melrose was here, but now is he track manager at Sydney, isn't he? I think that's where he ended up.
I think so, yeah. Surprisingly, he ended up track manager at the track called The Bend, which is a drag strip which is straight.
Yeah. Okay, so the waffle is about to stop as we get ready now for Jet Cars to open up our second session, and there's a little knock at the door. That means Darryl Bradford is on the other side of it. Do we open it? Do we let him in?
No. What a stupid idea that is. Dear me, that means you have to listen. No, it doesn't actually. You don't have to listen at all. What a silly thing to say.
So Darryl's at the top end.
You're about to have two very happy funny car drivers coming your way, and they're Jet funny car drivers.
Yeah.
So Martin Hill in Fire Force 5, 4, sorry. No, not even 4, 3.
Yeah, keep counting down.
I'll get there eventually. With the house jet and his playmate who loves coming over here to Santa Pod with the Firestorm. That is Roger Goring. You've seen them once today already, and if you hadn't seen them, you heard them.
So as we get ready now for the flame show and the afterburner pops. Once again, I have full respect for the camera work this weekend from all of the box lane guys. They really do a phenomenal job for us here.
Those at home getting all of the angles right now. I would say you're getting on the big screen too, but if you're watching the big screens, you're missing out. I'll be watching it with your eyes. So here we go then, turning up the jets. So Martin Hill already in pre-stage.
So Jet Car Racing to 1,000 foot here at Santa Pod, the European Finals. .579 at 205, 519 from Firestorm at 237. Great entertainment indeed. In actual fact, Martin couldn't hold Fire Force on the line there, just kept inching forward, and he's still got numbers though, which is the main thing. Great entertainment indeed from the Jets. Right, it is now time to start our eliminations. It is Comp Eliminator, I believe. It's going to be the first class to come round the corner. And yeah, just have a quick look at the matches actually. Reuben Dawson was number one qualifier. He gets the bye run. Carl Cox due to take on Terry Newton, but I haven't seen Terry for a little while because obviously he
No,
ended up
Terry's
a broken
bust, mate.
turbo.
He's out. No, it wasn't the turbo. Last run yesterday, if you remember, the car actually went right. He broke the drive shaft on the right hand
that's
side.
right. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
and that was it. That's what I was saying earlier because Terry was down with the other front wheel drive cars. Watching on. Sorry, mate. Didn't mean to interrupt.
And then he was in the grandstand as well, enjoying himself.
Of course.
You got Gary Carr taking on Chris Todd. Kev Jenkins taking on Jacob Bailey, but we know Jacob's got a lot of issues this weekend. Matt Davison taking on Nick Williams. Jordan Payne taking on Alan Duthie, but we haven't seen Alan Duthie put more runs in. Interesting one. Dan Williams taking on Kev Perkins. Rob Smallworth against Luke Stevenson. And Amit Jamshid taking on Amir Ashad. Keeps that one sweet. Dave Swift against Tom Herbert. So that's where we are there. And I think Daryl's got another Yorkshireman.
I do. Lucky guess, yeah. I'll probably turn the microphone on and off the wrong way around. Roger Goring, I always like interviewing you. I never know whether it's safe to stand in there. It's probably not safe to stand in. No, it's not. It's always it. Yeah. What is it with Yorkshiremen and jet cars, eh?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It were a great run, running against the fastest funny car in the world. And, I hope to do it again later on today.
Oh, you're doing it again later on today. It must be real good fun for you, Martin, to be going at it.
No, this were the second run today. It'll be tomorrow.
Nice to know you know what day it is. That's excellent stuff. Is that a jet car thing?
Sometimes.
So this car looks like it looks like super fun. Is it?
Absolutely. It is the loveliest car to drive, and I've driven some crap, man. I have ridden and driven a lot of bad stuff, and this is the third car that we've built, and it is the best of the best.
Well, it looks absolutely immaculate as always. We love the show you put on. Everybody can actually see you on the big screen down there, so they know what you and Martin look like now. You used to be able to hide, but now you can't. So they know what. You're only supposed to put that plug back in the side of his head once he's run the car, yeah? But thank you for the show as always, Roger.
Thank you very much. It's absolutely an honour to be here. We've had so many people come round our pits, and a lot of first-timers too, which is very common. So Santapod are doing a great thing. They're getting people through the door, and everybody has been so appreciative with us, and I'm sure Martin, for the shows. Long may it continue.
You bet. Thanks, Rog.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Back to you, Colin. Thank you very much indeed, Roger Goring, Helen, the whole team. As always, great entertainment.
Okay, so what's happening at the moment? Well, the Gluebird. Our lovely Gluebird is just putting down some extra sticky stuff because we're going into our second pro session, our final pro session of today, and of course it is the last qualifying session for our pro classes.
Well, what I want to show you, Colin, as well, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt us, I know you took a breath, but I said earlier about people that were tuning in, that were coming up to watch. Well, guess what, we've got some here. Say hi, guys. You're going to be on you're on TV. I'm not joking. You're going to be on TV. Look, they've come all the way up to the top end, right? And you guys as well. Give us a wave. They've come up to the top end. Oh, my goodness me. Cameraman's actually go. Yeah, look. There we go. The very, very top end. We're a mile away from you up here. There you go.
And he's got his Santapod T-shirt on as well.
He has
Look
indeed.
at that.
There's a lot of people camping up this end as well, and they're making their way over to come and check out the cars and soon the bikes as well when they come round the corner.
Those youngsters are 3/4 of a mile away from the start line.
If not slightly more. It's a long way up here. It really, really is. The camping field's still pretty full all the way down here, all the way round to the main gate as well. So thank you all again for the fabulous attendance. You might even be able to see that man over there as well. I don't know whether we can do this. You probably won't like it, but whatever. That's Julian from Nitro FM, who has really saved the day.
Well done, Jules.
Well, for the simple reason that we had issues with the cables this morning. Well, they did anyway, had issues with the cable this morning. He's been on a number of hours round trip with those legs on display as well. Oh dear, that's the dead cable, is it? Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so he's actually gone and got a hire shop to open up just for us today, all the way, like an hour's journey away. They've opened up for us today just so he can rent the cable so that we can bring you these pictures from the top end. It's a little bit of, it's not just the race teams that thrash to get things ready, honestly. Some of us too. Well, I say some of us. I get the easy bit and we get the easy bit. We just get to talk. He does all the hard work and the graft and everything else as well. So anyway, a little bit of fun from the top end.
Well, totally worth it, because the coverage we're getting from the top end, it just adds another dimension. I said it before and I'll say it again. It is just absolutely fantastic what we're getting this weekend.
Yeah, it really is. And again, I mean, I'm not encouraging people to come and sit here and watch, but do you know what? It's not the worst spot. If you're up in the camping field or you're checking things out anyway, just wander over to the fence and check it out. It's really, really good fun. Obviously, you have to stay the other side of the fence. You can't be this side of it. But there are plenty of times where cars come round here in all sorts of states of distress as well sometimes. But yeah, it's nice. It adds, like you said, it adds another dimension to it, doesn't it, mate?
Well, there's Martin Hill. He's actually got Richie in the car just to be towed back to the pits.
And in case you're wondering, it is super warm out the... Right, I'm standing round the back, and it's really warm round here. So as warm as it feels on the start line, it warms the jet tube up to that point. And it is lovely and warm anyway. Rod's just taking Firestorm back as well. No, not racing. No, don't race down the return road. Don't race. There, Rog is winning for the first time today. No, just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm going to tip you around the ear for that anyway. So, yeah, Roger Goring on his way back, as is Martin. So, we're waiting for round number 1 of Comp Eliminator. Colin just went through the pairings there, and they'll be with you shortly.
Yeah, as I say, they're just doing that final bit. Well, the Bluebird's back on station, just a little bit of sledding, because we just wanted to do the track prep once, and then we just go pretty much all the way through. As I say, it is Comp Eliminator that will be first, and then it will be into Pro Modified. Going to be very, very interesting indeed. Obviously, eliminations round 1 for Comp Eliminator, because they are on a 32-car ladder, because it's an all-run field for them. And then, obviously, when they come out tomorrow morning, it will be the round of 16. Well, tractor just doing the final few passes. That'll get back on station, and it's just like the pause before the action. Everybody's sort of just getting their final position. Huge amount of people on the spectator banking, and the grandstand's looking very, very chocker indeed. And of course, the empty seats that are there at the moment, they'll fill up as soon as we get going, especially when the Pro Mods come round the corner. And that will lead us into all of our other car classes, and then the bikes will follow that as well. Just talking about Comp Eliminator just for a quick second. Gary Carr leads the National Championship, and it is a round of the National Championship for Comp Eliminator. Nick Williams is number 2 in the points. Dan Williams, number 3. Dan is a way back, actually. I don't think possible that Dan could do it, but it's going to be between Nick and Gary for Comp.
I've just been told a piece of information from Euro Dragster, which makes things very interesting for, I believe, Reuven Dawson, if he's racing Carl Cox.
Yeah, in round 2.
Are they racing in round 2, are they? So
yes.
Who's Carl Cox got round 1?
Terry Newton, but he's not broke. He's broken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we doing round 2 today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Then Reuven Dawson may have a bye run tomorrow. Carl Cox isn't here tomorrow due to a prior engagement.
Oh, no.
So
substitute driver.
I volunteer. I volunteer.
Oh, no, that's a great shame. But yeah, Carl Cox, to be able to afford to run with these cars, you have to work for a living. And yeah, that's what Carl does. Travels all over the place. And when I say all over the place, it's global that Carl Cox works. So goodness knows where in the world he will be tomorrow. But yeah. Oh, that is a shock. I didn't know that.
But here we go, round 1 of Comp Eliminator, and it is the man himself, Carl Cox, coming round to take his bye run. Spot in the second round.
Well,
let's wait and see, shall we?
He just wants to go fast.
Because he may do really well now and not want to leave tomorrow.
This car has run in the 5s here with Carl, but he would love to do one in the competition. Oh, proper burnout as well from Carl. Got a funny feeling the team told him to do that.
Well, they're all smiling.
Yeah.
So this is Comp Eliminator, not Pro Modified. That's coming up shortly.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing we got to bear in mind. I mean, yeah, Carl Cox is a global superstar DJ, without a shadow of a doubt. We just know Carl as the DJ. As the drag racer. And he's so happy to be doing what he loves to do in his spare time, drag racing. Always happy to have a chat with the fans here. And huge amount of respect for Carl. Should have been alongside Terry Newton, of course, but Terry, unfortunately, he had turbo issues, but obviously more busted parts on that run where the car left the line and, basically broke shafts and things.
So it is a solo for Carl Cox. He's ran 6.08 in qualifying. He was on a stormer in the last qualifying session, but had to get out of it before the finish line.
Yeah, just a reminder, folks, this car is up for sale. No idea on price, but pop round and see Carl and the team, and they would advise accordingly. Lovely car there.
To the 8th mile, over the line to a 6.09, and lovely to see the shoots blossoming too as he goes 236 mile an hour. He was on the two-step for a long time.
Yeah, but also it's a sportsman tree, so that took a while to drop, didn't it?
Well, I was just saying, just having a quick chat up the top end, saying, he won't run it all the way through because it's eliminations and he doesn't want to whack his index. And I think he just did, didn't he?
I don't think he's quick enough to yet. 670 is the index, and he just ran a 6.09. So
that's 0.61 under. But anyway, I think it's anything 0.5 or under. But we'll try and catch a word with Carl in a couple of moments when the next pair have gone through.
Well, it's Reuben Dawson on a solo here.
And he definitely won't run it all the way through. We'll take that lovely 9.90 index, the one that's allowed him to go over 1 second.
Yeah, he's already off the gas, look at half track. Yeah, 11:42.76. I could have had him.
What would Bruce's index be?
Well, he wouldn't have one because it's not legal, because it hasn't got a original power plant in it.
So Kev Jenkins on another buy run, as to no Jacob Bailey. You'll see a lot of the cars lifting before the finish line. That's to protect their index. It didn't matter in qualifying how quickly they went, but now it does. It's, as Colin says, a success-based handicap, so the better you do, the more it drops. Helps even out the playing field a little bit. Or not. 750 for the fraudster, runs it all the way through, 182 mile an hour. Lovely clean run.
All right, next up it is going to be Jordan Payne. Should have been alongside Alan Duthie, but unfortunately Alan, I think I only saw one or two passes from him this weekend. So Jordan going to get a solo into round number 2 here.
So the bracket car gets a buy run. Probably won't run it out the back door. But then again, I said that for the fraudster, and he did.
Yeah, I don't think the fraudster could hurt its index. That's the other reason. Right, so we've got a 47 or a 48 or a 49. Oh, 57 this time, 158 miles an hour.
Right, I know the next two are doing their burnouts, but I've got the man himself, Mr. Carl Cox, up the top end. Thank you very much, Carl. Carl, really nice looking run in the 6.0s again.
Yeah, 100%. You know, if it was a bracket car, it'd be fantastic. 6.0, put your money on me on a 6.0. But, you know, I've run 5.9s here, you know, and it's surprising that we just cannot tip it into that 5.9 on the race day. But, and I'm really proud of my team and everything, that they worked really hard to try and get me to drive this car in the way that it is. I hope the crowd had a really good time watching me struggle a little bit with what happened last night as well, with Shoot coming out on the start line and had a window blowout on me as well, and he had a shut off on the 1,000 foot on the first run today. Oh yeah, nothing big gifted at all, but I've had a lot of fun this weekend.
Good man, thank you. Back to you, Carl.
Absolutely.
Okay, Gary Carr, well, he's miles ahead actually of Chris Todd.
Yeah, issues for Chris Todd, unfortunately. Chris can't meet his index as it is, but that's not the run he wanted. So Gary Carr will go through a safe 11.92. This is heads up racing, ladies and gentlemen. Although we do stagger the tree. There's a reason quite a lot of people call this car or class complicated eliminator.
Right, Kev Perkins, the Soul Man with the Oldsmobile Cutlass, taking on Dan Williams with the Camaro.
Yeah, sorry about that to cut over the race. I just had to get a couple of words from the man himself while he was up the top end.
No problem, but yeah, they came through quick the next pair. Right, so Dan Williams coming up to the line then with the Williams brothers Camaro. He's qualified in the number 3 spot. Kev Perkins, the Soul Man Oldsmobile. Index is 1120 and 799. They can go as far under as they like, but they don't want to affect their index, so the index changes. Well, Kev Perkins goes red, so it is Dan Williams that goes through, but Dan, we know, had a performance advantage. Goes 11-12. 786 there for the Cutlass. Rob Smallworth and Luke Stevenson, your next pair.
Issues for Dave Swift around the corner. I can see. I just saw one of the crewmen sprinting to the support van, and I can see the bonnet off the car.
I'll put it back on though.
But anyway, he will be coming up, hopefully, fingers crossed. Right now, Luke Stevenson and Rob Smallworth. Luke setting up the car for his daughter. Ran a best this weekend into the mid-11s. Odds-on favourite for this race is Rob Smallworth, as he can go under the index.
Yeah, probably go by Luke by the 330, to be honest.
Oh, Luke goes red anyway. To be fair, that wasn't a bad guess, Colin. Goes past him at 330 foot. Runs it all the way through, goes 757 at 178 mile an hour.
Yeah, of all the cars you're going to meet, it's your teammate, isn't it? So the two front-wheel drives, Ahmed Jamshed and Amir Ashad.
So this is a good way to explain how the indexes are created. It's down to your combination and your chassis type, and these cars have the same combination and are the same chassis type. Both front-wheel drive, both 4 cylinders, both turbos, so they get the same index. Ahmed needs to lift.
Oh, he judged that well. Look at that, 859 at 168.
there is Dave Swift. So whatever the issue was that they saw in the pairing lanes has been rectified. There we go, he finds reverse 2.
Jordan's doing a lot of work on his car. Oh no, that's Nigel doing the work, just getting the car ready to go back to the pits. Was it attaching the towing eye, is it? Oh yeah. Right, so on a solo then, Dave Swift would have been alongside Tom Herbert. One more pair to go after this, Nick Williams and Matt Davison, and then it will be into, well, potentially Pro Modified, but I can see a little fuel altered round there. Okay, so that's Dave Swift booking his spot in round number 2. Well, knowing how things quickly develop here. Right, matchups for round 2. Reuben Dawson taking on Carl Cox. Gary Carr taking on Kev Jenkins, Dan Williams taking on Rob Smallworth, Ahmed Jamshed taking on Dave Swift, and Jordan Payne will take on the winner of this pairing of Nick Williams and Matt Davison.
And I'll tell you what, Matty Davidson has a mountain to climb with Nick Williams in the other lane. You can hear the supercharged 350 cubic inch Chevrolet engine under the bonnet of the Copo. Going to be leading second, but he was your number 2 qualifier this weekend, which means he can go way under the 867 dial-in index. Sorry. Oh, he's got to be careful. Matty's nearly there. 8:42, well judged. That was, I say only 0.4 of a second at the finish line, but there was a 50-mile-an-hour closing speed.
Matty Davis has gone 161 miles an hour there, and that was his quickest of the weekend of 9:21. Well done, Matt.
And how about this, ladies and gentlemen? Not wasting any time at all. The Havoc altered. No Randy Bradford, unfortunately, this time around. We know what we want to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Bradford's Topolino is broken. So Nick Davis here to entertain, as he always does. Last night, 6:03, just a smidge under 240 miles an hour in the dark. A phenomenal thing to watch. Even the Bradford's team have come down to witness this as well. What has Nick Davis got? Can Nick go quicker than 6:03 at 2:39? Will the Bantam go into the 5s? He's just going to push it hard as he can and see what happens. Goes through the lights with a 5.98 at 237 miles an hour. They've done it. 598, 237. Party time down on the start line. Oh my goodness me.
Ian Marshall giving Rob Loring a hug. That's how you know you've done well.
Oh my goodness me. Stuart Bassett's down there as well. Oh boy. That's moment of the weekend for me. I think he's going to top that. Daryl, Nick Davis is going to come around the corner. He's probably there now. We've got to get a reaction from Daryl at the top end. I just hope he can hear us. There he is, right. So then, the only thing is, the only person that doesn't know is Nick.
Tell him to run a 6-0 and see what he says.
No. Right, so then, right, we're live at the top end. The cameras are there. We don't want the Pro Mods.
Not yet, not yet.
Nick Davis takes the crash helmet off. Yeah, we're pausing, we're waiting, but the Pro Mods are coming round. There we go. All right. Okay, so it is FIA Pro Modified. It's the bump session. Dick Costa in the tower once again for this final session. And it's nervous times for a lot of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
671 is the bump spot.
Yeah.
And
yeah, but also the extra points are very, very important now.
yeah. See, that's you thinking about the championship. We're just thinking about getting people in the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've got to be unbiased. Okay, so John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang has been in the 5.9s this weekend, but the run that he did it, when scrutineered, the car was found to be underweight, so he's not in the show. Wally Strobel, he's not in either at the moment. They've both got to go quicker than 671 to get in.
Yeah, they were surprised at the Webster team. Of course, they thought, well, how is it possible? We didn't change anything, we didn't took out any weight, and then someone said, oh wait, we changed some tubing in the car.
Oh.
And that was, well, enough.
It can't have been much under.
It was 6 or 7 kilos.
Oh, yeah, okay. Right, so John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang. Wally Strobel.
That's much more like it for John Webster.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Big plume of smoke, 603. He gets in the show, but that's not how he wanted to do it at all.
Ooh.
Yeah, and only 209 miles an hour. John Webster was 391 at 193 at the 8th. Yeah. But the telltale smoke could be, was a huge amount of work overnight, whichever way it goes. But we hope it's more than just a clean-up internally, and let's just hope it's nothing untoward. But we can never tell until they get the car back to the pits.
No. But this looks expensive. And like a lot of work.
Wally Strobel goes through with a 744, 154, so he's definitely not qualified. The bump spot drops to 654. But John is having a good look. Oh, no, sorry, that's a fire team having a good look. Well, he's turned the corner A-OK.
Yeah, the smoke started to clear further on down the shutdown area, but that was a big plume of smoke coming out of the exhaust there.
The spotter's having a look as well. Yes, having a look at the replay now. Obviously, Wally disappearing off into the distance as John was taking his time to build up the boost.
Well, the next pair have been given the signal to go through, and wow, look at that, like a steam train coming through the finish line.
Very fast one.
Next up then, Wayne Nicholson and Kim Christensen. Wayne's in, Kim isn't.
Well, the good news this time round is Kim Christian was able to get the starter motor detached, because that was the issue last time round. To lose a run for something like that, very, very unusual.
Yeah.
Oh, the Havoc team are at the top end there. Big hugs all the way round for that team. Was that the final swan song for Havoc going into the fives? I'll tell you what, they're all pretty emotional at the top there. Absolutely done it. Nick's still shaking. Nick's got the timing slip in his hand. And the big congratulations, yes!
There we go.
I don't know what I'm shaking my thumb at the screen for. They can't see me. But oh my word.
Oh, in fact, neither of these drivers are in the show at the minute. I thought Wayne...
Well, we must not lower the bumper spot, because that was my guess in the bumper spot contest. 6.54. No, of course, it should be 5 seconds, but we can still have it in the 20s even.
Yeah. Well, if these two go into the 10s or below, the bump spot becomes 6.25. Wow.
Here we go then, to get into the show and the race tomorrow. Wayne Nicholson. Not to tyre shake for Kim, but he's driven through it. Wayne's off the power. What can Kim do? 6.36 gets into number 15. He's not safe, not yet.
No.
Wayne goes through 7.06 at 1.53. There was not much between them at the 3.30, but at the 8th, Kim started to pull away a bit, but Wayne was down on speed then.
Yeah, I think he broke or a transmission or a rear end, because it went in the ref limiter pretty early already.
So bump spot drops to 6.44.
And who's not in yet?
Dave Smith is coming up. Roger Johansson is on the bump. Wow. And Mick Payne. Dave Smith is up now. I don't see.
Well, it's going to take He's going to take another PB from Mick Payne to get in. He PB'd with that 6.54.
Yep.
He's got to go quicker than 6.44 to get in. Likewise, Dave Smith has.
There's only one issue with that. I don't see Mick Payne in the pairing lanes.
No, and I think he was supposed to meet Dave.
Yeah. So Wally Strobel's run, Wayne's run. Dave Smith about to run now, no Mick Payne.
Yeah.
So Dave Smith, if Dave Smith can't get in... if Dave Smith can't get in, then the field is set, it's just where. So 6.44 will be where we ended up.
Yeah, well, Roger Johansson will probably be up a bit higher.
Oh, yeah, but no, I mean, nobody else can get in, that's what I meant to say, yeah.
No.
Well, this is first event of the year for Dave Smith. Trying to get hold of parts all season long.
And crew.
And crew, yes.
It's always difficult to get a good crew and to keep a good crew. It's all volunteers.
And of course, when the team's not running, the crew go elsewhere to help out.
Yeah.
They end up staying there. Difficult.
So let's see those Union flags out on the grandstands on the banking. Dave Smith driving for the UK. Needs to get into the show here.
Now. See those flags waving.
He can do it.
Even on the bank.
Yeah.
Dave can do it. He's been quicker than a 6.44 before. However, this is his first event of the year. It's a tall order.
Well, to be totally safe, he needs to get 6.2s, I think, but because the other no gears.
It looked really good. We're stuck in first gear.
Yeah. 8.42, 106 for Dave Smith. So that's it. We know the 16. It's now just the order.
Yeah.
That they're going to end up in.
Roger Johansson broke his center section after, well, a half a second or so in the run. All the gears, all the tooth from the ring gear were gone. It went completely silent. Normally you miss a few and then you hear a really heavy noise. But all the tooth were off.
So if Roger Johansson improves here, the bump will be a 6:36. So whoever said that wins?
Because King Christensen has run. Yes, you're dead right.
So, Marker Persson and Roger Johansson. Let's see the Swedish flags.
Yeah, Arke also has all kinds of gremlins in his car this weekend. First, the number 3 cylinder didn't want to run, want to fire. So checked some parts, eventually changed the coil, and then it worked again. And now after 5 seconds the car just stops, engine just dies. Electronic. So we changed the power grid now, timing computer. So hopefully it will do the quarter mile.
Well, it looks like Roger's got his finger stuck on the purge button there. He's just venting like mad. Wow. He's going to have the whole start line laughing in a minute about it. Much as he was purging there.
So as they come forward, everybody on the grandstands and on the banking, wave your Swedish flags. You've got 2 of them coming your way very, very shortly. 1 supercharged. That's the white Camaro you see in the Slitrix lane. 1 nitrous oxide assisted. That's the black Mustang in the Kestrel B lane.
Oh, what a great looking run for Roger. 6:03 at 241 miles an hour. Ake just getting out of shape there. 7:56 at 137. And yeah, the bump spot moved down to 6:36. Yeah. Phenomenal.
Yeah, Roger Johansson drove through a lot of power, a tire shake. At the end of first gear, as it looked. And Arke Persson, he was all over the track, actually.
Yeah, he had lots and lots of tire shake as well, moving the car over towards the centre line, so he had to back off. Look at the speed for Roger Johansson as well, 241 mile an hour.
Yeah. 5 cars have qualified with 6:03. Wow.
Only 6 cars in the 5 seconds.
So far.
So far.
I think, was it last year at the European Finals we had 15 cars in the 5-second zone?
No, not 15. I think we had 9.
I think we only missed out on 1.
Peter Kunz's run here before he got timed out. Of course, it was taking him too long to go from pre-stage into stage, while the other one was already in stage. And he said it was his best ever run. So it would easily be a 5.8, he said, looking at the data. But, well, he didn't get a time, so we will never know.
Yeah, last year's bump in Pro Mod was 6:24. Yeah, so actually a little bit behind last year.
With 12 cars in the 5.
11 cars in the 5s.
Oh, okay. Oh,
still spectacular though.
These 2 cars have both ran into the 5-second zone before.
Just looking at the names that were in the 5s last year, they're not here. Jan Eriksson, as we know, he's retired. No Mats Eriksson, no Jimmy Ulland, no Mark Hardfeld, no Mickey Gilchrist. So yeah, it's quite staggering.
Yeah.
So the British flags and the Swedish flags should be in the air by now. Peter Cook, John Debenham looking to improve their numbers. Peter's 15, John's in at 8. Look at the header flames for Peter Cook. All the way through to a 6:33, 234 mile an hour, and a 6:04 for John Debenham. Something went quiet, and I don't know quite what it was.
Yeah, it was Peter, but I don't know what happened. It looked really good when he left.
That's a third 6-0 from John Debenham in a row. Absolutely brilliant. He's qualified with 6:03. He went 6:04 on that one.
60-foot
killing
time.
them with consistency.
60-foot time of Peter was really bad. 1.2 seconds.
Yeah.
So 1-0 for John.
All right, next up it is Andy Robinson, representing the UK with the Camaro. There's a lot of these Mustang versus Camaro matchups at the moment.
Yeah, Andy had an issue the run before. He came back from the burnout, and the reason was that one brake pad came out of the brake caliper. It got sheared by a bolt from the brake disc, just came out, and it hit out the brake pad. So we couldn't stop and just rolled through the end.
That can only be classed as a bit of a rod stretch of that burnout, because that went a little bit higher than normal. It started at normal, then it just went higher.
Yeah, that's really high.
That was a new personal best speed for John Debenham, 252.37.
Very nice indeed.
Oh, 242, sorry.
I was going to say 250. I haven't seen a supercharged car do that for a long time. So Peter Cook with the Camaro. He's carrying them 15 spots, 6:25. Oh no, sorry, that's the wrong pair. Sorry, Mike Raymond with the Mustang. Currently number 14 spot, 6.14. Andy Robinson would love to get into the fives here. The car can do it, he can do it. He's on a 6:01 at the moment. He's currently the number 7 spot. The anger management Camaro down there. Great crowd watching FIA Pro Modified here, and of course it is the Motorsports UK Championship as well. Side down Broadway. Great looking runs, a pair. 592. Andy Robinson gets back into the fives.
But look at
a 609. Mike Raymond, yeah.
Wow.
And Daryl's back as well.
Yeah, thanks to the ever wonderful Julian, who, if he had any hair, he'd have torn it all out by now. Actually, no, he can tear his beard out. There we go. So that was 592 for Andy, yeah?
Yep.
And JT's quite happy with another 603. I'll try and catch a word with Andy in just a few moments. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we've been down for a couple of moments while Julian has been, goodness me, doing his thing.
All right, next up, Bruno Bada. And who's he got for company? The one and only Freddie Fagerström.
I was about to say two of the oldest cars racing this weekend, but Freddie's truck is new. Yeah, Freddie's truck's one of the newest cars here this weekend, actually, even though it looks just like it did the moment he first came over here to Santa Pod Raceway.
Another car expertly built by Matt Bragg, as is, believe it or not, Peter Cook's nitrous Camaro up here at the top end. There's a lot of cars that he's had a hand in, including tuning. It's Dean.
So both of these drivers more than capable of getting into the fives. Freddie hasn't done it here yet, but he did it in tier. He wants it very, very badly indeed.
Yeah, he really wants it here too.
Bruno's already done it this weekend, 597.
Well, we all know what we would love to see from Freddie. He's been in the 6.0s. The truck's been in the 5s. Freddie obviously has piloted it into the 5s, but we want to see him do it here.
Freddie with a wiggle on. Bruno's going to get there first. 599 and a 614 for Freddie. No improvement for either.
Well, I'm up the top end with Andy Robinson. A lot happier than you were, well, earlier, obviously. What was the issue earlier today?
We broke a bolt out of the carbon disc, and that caught the carbon pad on one side and spat the carbon pad out, so I had no brakes.
Oh, goodness me. What a horrible way to do it. But 592, much more like it. You probably still wanted a bit more than that. And like you said to me yesterday, like when you went 582, that was on a sportsman track back in the summer, wasn't it?
Yeah, we sort of... We're a bit behind the 8 ball, really. We haven't quite got the right tune yet for this racetrack. And this racetrack's really, really good. And we were suffering with lack of wheel speed earlier on. That we had to do a ratio change, which we've done. Of course, we're still behind by missing out on that last pass early this morning. But yeah, that's good. I'm pleased.
Well, you're going into race day with a 5-second run. That's more like it.
Absolutely. All good.
Good luck, Eddie. Cheers, man. Thank you very much indeed. Back to you guys.
Okay, so the fun continues, and this is where we try to shuffle the top of the pack instead of the bottom.
Yeah.
And it's Stian Rusanis with the Guatemala Express. What an amazing looking car that is.
Yeah. They're real pro mods.
Well, we do love the fact that not all the body styles are the same in Europe. Then that is our unique selling point, if you like. So many different body shapes over here.
Jerry had a problem the round before that his boost controller, the pipe that goes to the boost controller, that broke in the run. So then, well, you don't have enough boost anymore. But still ran the same 590.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You still ran a 590 with no boost.
So at the moment then, the Camaro is on a 589, the Willis is on a 603. They are 4 and 11 respectively. So Jari Matanemi needs to go over a 10th quicker just to move up one spot in qualifying.
And Stian is also looking for a 5-second, low 5.9.
If he finds
the wrong
just
side of the ladder now.
He finds 100th, he moves up 4 spots. Oh, yay. All sorts of wonderful there. Not. 693, 175 for Jari and 12.14 for Stian.
Yeah, that sounded like a bizarre one. I'm up the top end, folks, with a very, very happy Mike Raymond, edging ever closer to the 5s, actually. Your first time here, and in the 6.0s with a 6.09.
Yep, we ran a 6.09, getting closer to the 5.99 we want.
Yeah, is that what you're looking for? I mean, maybe you're running out of time a little bit this weekend, but is that where you want to be?
Yeah, for sure. We want the 5.99 this weekend.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, that's like that'll be 2 tenths quicker than you've ever run before. You think it's doable tomorrow?
I hope so. We will do our best, for sure.
We hope you've enjoyed your time here. I know it's your first time here racing anyway, but we're very happy to have you here.
We're happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. That's Mike Raymond, everybody. Is that your old fire suit as well? It is. It's his dad's old fire suit.
He's got it on there.
Yeah, it has. Look, there we go. How cool is that?
Brilliant.
Oh, again, the Camaro matchup. Bobby Wallace and Michel Thoren. The same as the round before.
So as you were saying before, Dick, these two cars are fundamentally identical, bar the power plant.
Yeah.
Both brought over from the United States, where they both raced for the same racing team.
Yeah, Ricky Smith's car and Khalid Al-Balouchi's car. Both Jerry Bickle cars.
Is it a case that they didn't really want these cars sold in the US, so other people got to know them, so they were quite happy to go abroad? Is that a case?
I heard the same.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good for us because now we've got two of them.
Very good point, actually.
Hopefully more to come.
Yeah. So the difference is, obviously, we talked about engines. The Pro Dutch team do have a 521 cubic inch supercharged engine in there, but Bobby Wallace has got 903 cubes, which is as near as, damn it, 15 litres. It's just under 15 litres. It's massive.
So let's see the British flags once again, and the Dutch flags for the Pro Dutch Racing team in the Slick Tricks lane. Bobby Wallace would love to see a 5.8 second run. Michelle aiming for the 5.7s. Well, Michelle moving over towards the centre line. Very, very close at the stripe. 6.03 and a 6.03.
Wow. Almost the same top end speed as well.
Yeah, because shows you how well the power does a balance, doesn't it? 6.03 a pair.
Both 0.9, well, 9.99 and a 0.98 for Michel. 2.6 and a 2.6. 3.96 at the 8, a 3.98.
Well, I know you've got another couple of guys coming, but very, very quickly.
My guy.
I know that wasn't a run that you. I know that Jari Rantaniemi at the top end. I know that wasn't the run that you wanted, but no, not at all. But you still go into eliminations with a good chance tomorrow.
Yeah, I didn't see any results who that run any run, but I was just trying to pass myself. A little bit too much power.
A little bit too much. Well, good luck tomorrow. You're the only Finnish car in Pro Mod, and you never know. Well, there's a chance of it tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see. It's a race day tomorrow.
Jari Rantaniemi, everybody.
Heikille Hessulle terveisiä kotisohvalle.
Yeah, he said he loves being in England, and I don't know the rest. Anyway, back to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, well, the marquee matchup. This could be the final tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. David Vector and Anders Arnover. We saw a big cloud of smoke from Anders' car at the run before, but that was a safety system in the car that when one cylinder gets too hot, the fuel tank will shut off the engine. But one EGD sensor, so a temperature sensor, broke. So that was a wrong information, but still the engine got shut off automatically.
These are your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers at the minute. That could change after this run.
Yeah.
5.85 for David, 5.78 for Andres. Both of these cars could run into the 5.7s. Could we see our first side-by-side 5.70 this weekend?
That would be nice, yeah. Yeah, David's personal best is a 5.74. And Anders Arnover is 5.78. So David has been quicker a couple of times than Anders.
So the Turbo Mustang taking on the supercharged Camaro for the number 1 spot in qualifying. Andrew's got Bob, but David Vector on an absolute flyer. What we've got at the finish line, 5.86 with a 1.
Oh, and Anders waited really long to go in stage.
Yeah, so no little points.
Yeah. Well, 3 points for David again.
So what happened to Andre that time?
He waited too long, he got timed out.
Oh, that's not how you want to go into race day. He had a terrific day. Well, one of his best days ever yesterday. He's still going to be number 1 qualifier, but not making runs on the day before race day is probably not the way forward.
No. But the good thing is, the interesting thing is, David is number 2 and Anders is number 1 in qualifying. So if they go through the whole day tomorrow, they will meet each other in the final.
Big if, that one.
Yeah.
Big if.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's the first time Andre has had staging issues all year, I think, actually. I know turbo cars tend to, they do take a little bit longer with their routine, but he's been absolutely on it almost, every run.
Yeah.
No problem at all. So it's still going to make race day really interesting. I guess you now have all the matchups, fellas, don't you? So number 1, which is Andre, is going to be going up against next number 16. Who ended up there? Was that...
unfortunately, it's all gone off the screen, mate.
I think that was... I can see his face.
Christensen.
Is it King Christensen?
I believe so,
Oh,
yes.
did he actually bump out the duster then?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, yeah, him against King Christensen. Number 2 will be David against number 15. I can't remember for once who was just in front of him, but it's still going to be super fun first thing tomorrow morning, round 1. You do not want to miss it.
Right, next up then is FIA Top Methanol. And I had a little surprise earlier on, actually. A spectator from the banking just popped up to say hello. That was Dave Alexander. Thing is, though, he was in the middle of the pro rod section, couldn't sort of turn around and say hello. But Dave Alexander, nice to see you.
So coming forward then, Johnny Lag and Sylvia Strout. Johnny in the Hunt Force Championship.
So Silvio Strauss with the blown car, and of course you do have a fuel car. I love the way these the characteristics of the two different cars here. You've just got the thunderous beat of the A fuel car as it goes up the quarter mile, and it doesn't build up the revs when it goes in stage. It just waits, and then you just hit the pedal and bang, off it goes. And then you've got all the drama, all the shouty stuff going on as the supercharged car comes up to line the revs come up. But it's the combinations that these teams prefer.
So you tend to see the supercharged methanol combination tends to be better at the tracks that are higher up because they are not naturally aspirated, so they can push their own air in. Whereas the A-fuel naturally aspirated machines like you see in the Slitrix lane have the advantage at more dense tracks. However, they've both got to make it down the racetrack. Johnny Lag currently sits at number 4. It's not made it down the racetrack this weekend. Best of a 7.79. Silvio, however, 5.45 in the last round. There's the shouting. Whoa, Silvio breaks the rear wing on the car. But Johnny Lag all the way through, 5.56, stays number 4.
But how did Silvio's rear wing break? It's like it snapped in the middle.
What, tyre shake was that, probably?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It's going to be that, isn't it? I'm up the top end with two, we'll see what happens this time tomorrow, won't we? I've got Andre Arnover and David Vector up the top end again. You're live on the internet. You're live on the big screen back at the start line. So, first of all, you, Andre, yesterday, great day. Well, apart from breaking stuff. Today, not so good, but you still feel okay?
Yeah, I feel okay. The first run today, the heat descender goes bad and shut off the car. And right now the pump didn't work. I'm not sure yet. I spooled it up, but just the car didn't move. So I didn't get time. I took the red, but the run was good. I feel it. I let it go, and all 3 gears, it was good. It feels good.
And for you, Dave, number one, the quickest run of that session, possibly not quite as quick as you'd like, but that's all you can do, really, isn't it? Run as quick as you can.
Well, that's it. You know, we are trying stuff now, and we're getting the car better now during the runs. Of course, I missed the number 1 qualifier, and that hurt us a bit in the setup.
Well, the first qualifying session, yeah. Now, you two have raced each other once this year. I'm not going to say what the outcome was or when it was or anything like that as well. But come on, tell me the plan. No, don't tell me the plan because you have to kill me. Tell me the plan. Well, what's going to happen tomorrow?
I'm not sure yet. But it's good because I'm coming one way, David comes the other way, so we can see the finals. If everything, so we can do that. So never know, as we see. One moment everything works, the other it's not. So it can be changed very fast.
And for you?
Well, if we are in the final, I'm not saying that we do, because anything can happen in drag racing, we know that. But if we are going to be in the final, it's going to be epic.
Well, yeah, it's also going to be, as nervous as you guys probably feel now, this time tomorrow might be even worse.
I'm quite comfortable. I'm all good. For me, as I said, the trophy is great. But if you can run the car, great. Like right now, my car too. I'm happy. I'm happy. It's the trophy worth already. So, but let's see. Fingers crossed tomorrow everything goes nice.
Any last words for him?
Well, no, not really. He's been an awesome opponent this whole year, and it's going. Yeah, like I said, it's going to be epic, and it's going to be a good fight.
Well, you can't get anything more international than pro-modified Estonia against the Netherlands and the other guys as well. We can't leave those out. Stian Roussons and Jari as well. We've got every chance of doing it as well tomorrow here in the UK, and it's been so much fun watching you guys. Thank you for the entertainment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you, Colin.
Okay, thanks. Well, actually, we've got a little bit of track work going on at the moment. The tractor's out there, so we're going to be down for a moment or two, actually. But it was good to hear, if you like, an extended chat at the top end between two championship contenders that you could see in their eyes wanted to murder each other because they both want this championship so much. And, of course, whoever takes it, and let's not forget the others, it will be their first championships. Because we're taking the silverware home every time. But with Jan retiring last season, we're going to have a fresh name on the trophy this year.
Okay, well, I'm still up the top end, obviously. If you've got a couple of moments,
go
that'd be
for
great. Johnny Lag, welcome back, Johnny. Well, even though you improved on that run, 5:56, I think that was, you're still number 4 in the order.
Yeah, but that time I should be number 4 because we have to run a lot quicker than that. But now it was our last chance to just made it down the track. So I'm just happy we made it so we can something to start from.
Well, you had big tyre shake earlier on today. What causes that in a fuel car?
We don't have any wheel spin. We start on third gear on like 1900 RPM. And no gear direct drive, so that's very hard to get the wheel spin.
And that's the problem?
Yes.
Well, it didn't look like a lot of fun to drive. It looked quite painful, actually. But it's between you and Tony tomorrow, I think. I think Tony's qualified number 2 at the moment anyway. You're number 4, so it depends what all happens. You're not going to race each other in round 1. You're probably going to race the funny car in round 1, so it's going to be fun.
I'm very used to meet that funny car. I'm doing that for so many years, so I'm not surprised.
Well, again, for all of us, it's fun to watch. You've been doing this a long time. You've won the European Championship before, but it would be nice to do it again tomorrow, yeah?
Sure would. We're going to give it a big try.
Johnny Lag, everybody. Thank you very much indeed, Johnny. Back to you up in the tower.
Right, Daryl, this is what you've been waiting for, actually. I have got the pairings, round 1 for Pro Mod now. Andre Oliver taking on Kim Christensen. We knew that one. John Tebenham has got Ake Persson. Jari Ratanemi has got Freddie Fagerström. An all-UK matchup next, Bobby Wallace and John Webster. Dave Vector has got Peter Kunk. Bruno Barda has got Roger Johansson. It's the Turenne Raymond matchup that's going to be very, very interesting. And at the last pair, if you haven't worked out already, Andy Robinson and Stian Roussons.
Well, can we? One thing I'd like to know: can we do buybacks after round 1 of Pro Mod, make it more fun?
Yeah,
that'd be good, wouldn't it? It's obviously in jest, but how cool would that be? Anyway, because there's a bunch of races in there that I don't want people to lose. You know, there's plenty of those, especially Jari Ratanemi and Fred. Pick them. You know, who would you like? You know, there's no.
Can we just do it as a league instead of elimination?
That's a brilliant idea. There we go.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but it really does get to that point, doesn't it, where you think, you know, I don't want Fred to go home. I don't want Jari to go home as well. Jari was just telling me before, when I spoke to him, or after I spoke to him, about the struggles that they had just getting here. I mean, Finland is such a long way away. It's like a 4-day freight ferry trip to get everything over here. All the crew fly in. He has the Luke, I think, picks it up from the docks and brings it down here, and then they come and race. But it's a long way. It's a lot of money. It's so much effort. But I said, yeah, the problem is though, is that winter starts on Monday. So, you know, you've got about a good 8 or 9 months before you can come out and do any of it again. And yeah, winter is just too long, and summer is too short, unfortunately.
Right, I think we're pretty much there. got the.
So what actually happened to Silvio's car? Sorry, I beg your pardon. I sort of caught half of that.
Yeah. I was actually looking at Johnny Lagg's car, then I sort of glanced over the other side and saw that Silvio had actually backed off the throttle and the wing had almost snapped slap bang in the middle, not like between the struts. So the wing was hanging down either side. Very, very bizarre. Never seen that before. Normally you sort of see a part of it break off or the canard coming, or the end plate, coming off. But no, it snapped in the middle.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
It was a 0.9160 foot, which on a dragster like that is a bit too quick.
Yeah, so that's tyre shake territory. That's what that is. Well, anyway, Silvio and the team back into the 540s this weekend, and the two championship protagonists, Tony Brinton and Johnny Lagg. I don't think Johnny is actually. We'll have to have a bit of a workout because Tony's got some Q points from this weekend as well. Now, Johnny Lagg was in striking distance as long as, if Tony goes out round one or the semi-finals and Johnny Lagg wins the event, I think it will be Johnny. But it all depends on the qualifying points too. So it's going to be fun.
Okay, so the other pair then in top methanol. Of course, Tony Brinton and Sandro Bellio.
Sandro ran 5:52 this morning. Dropped what the dragsters have to run to a 5.29. So if you see anything better than that in Tony Brinton's lane, he will be the #1 qualifier, as long as Sandro Bellio doesn't go any quicker. So the sleeping lion setup of the Fuel Dragster in the Kestrel beer lane stays nice and quiet right up to the point you stamp on its tail. And then the screaming supercharged small block Hemi underneath the funny car body for Sandro Bellio. You can see the 0.22 up on the start line top end board. I'll get my words in there eventually. This is for the #1 qualifying position, Belgium versus Sweden. Tyre shake instantly for Sandro Bellio. No issues at all for Tony Brinton. What's this over the line? 5:38, 268 mile an hour. He improves, but not enough. Sandro Bellio stays #1.
Yeah, but doesn't make it to the end of the track.
Wow.
Well, he's actually still moving. But literally at like 5 miles an hour.
Everybody in top methanol this weekend is encapsulating why it's so damn difficult to do this sport. Tony, actually saying that, Tony's been down the racetrack a number of times this weekend in the 5.3s, but they don't want those. They want 5.2s at least. Sandro has made some great runs. However, none of them, not that one this afternoon. You don't want to go into race day with a busted run before you do. So it's going to be #1 against #4 in round 1. That's very easy to work out. That's Sandro against Johnny Lagg. And on the other side, it's Tony Brinton with that big A fuel car. You can possibly see him climbing out of the car now.
We can, yeah.
You can, yeah. Tony Brinton with the Billsport NGK A Fuel Dragster. Climbing out of the car. Being very happy, taking on Silvio Strauch. Hopefully that's presuming as well Silvio and the team can get everything fixed up. So what do we have next, chaps? Pro Stock?
Indeed it is, yeah, FIA Pro Stock. And then, folks, it is Top Fuel Dragster in 3 pairs time. Always makes me snigger when I look at the pro stockers doing their burnouts. It seems to be the in thing that the crew chief just stands in line of the door and just moves one step back when the car approaches. They all do it. Kent Eriksson, obviously, when he does his thing to send Mike Malcolm down the burnout. He literally bending over the car when it goes underneath him.
Well, it used to be that someone used to stand in front of the car and the driver would aim at them, and the last minute they'd step out the way. They've obviously...
She's saying they're not as brave as they used to be then.
I think there's probably a rule brought in.
Yeah. Okay, Lars Britsmar and Simon Eckengren, your first pair. Simon has had a bit of a mare in qualifying, to be honest. He's rattled the tyres on every single launch so far. And, yeah, to qualify with an 11-second pass is not what he wants at all. Lars has been 675. He's only 1300ths off number 1. But that's how tight Pro Stock is. That's more like it for Simon. 671 and 667. Simon Eckengren gets a great one in there. Goes up from number 6 to number 3. 671 for Lars. That was his quickest as well, but stays number 5. So unbelievably, Michael Malcolm is in the number 6 spot here, but climb to number 2. He only needs to find a 10th or 1200ths to go top of the pile. See, Kent was almost bending over the car then when when Mike Malcolm went underneath him. So number 1 qualifier, Jimmy's on a 662. And Mike Malcolm, number 6, is on a 674. So 1200ths covers the whole field. In fact, Stefan Enrid, who is in the other side of the racetrack, he's on a 671. He's only 300ths ahead of Mike Malcolm, but he is 2 positions ahead as well.
So everyone this weekend competing in Pro Stock comes from the lovely country of Sweden. So let's see the Swedish flags out there on the grandstand, on the banking, supporting these drivers.
So for the last time in qualifying then, Stefan Enrid, Michael Malcolm. Well, there don't seem to be any rush to get in there, that's for sure. Come on, Stefan. There we go.
.99 to a 1 flat 60 foot over the line. 664.
Whoa. Mike Malcolm goes up to number 2 with that one.
He'll be super happy with that up the top end. I'm up here
well, the
with...
team are super happy as well. They did. What's that move called? I can't remember.
I've got no idea.
It's called the Swedish jig. Something like that. Well, when Simon Eckengren came around the corner and said, look, your parachutes work. I was just kidding, of course. But Simon, a 67, that's a big improvement on the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, we take a 67 this round. That was very good. We had struggled a lot. Tire check every round. Hasn't got out of first gear any of the 3 first rounds. So that was really nice.
And just quickly tell us, we've got to go back to the start line, but quickly tell us what the problem you were having was getting off the start line.
Actually, we couldn't get the wheel speed in the beginning to match up to what we needed.
So the track was too good, mate.
The track was too good.
That's a good problem to have. Good luck tomorrow, sir. You are defending event champion as well.
I try to defend that.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Okay, our last pair then in Pro Stock qualifying. It is your number 1 qualifier, Jimmy Orland. Sewn up the championship for this year. And can he retain... Well, can he get another 3 points, basically, for being quickest in the round as well? He needs to go quicker than 664 to ensure that. because Jimmy loves statistics, as we know, because Darryl went up to him and said, 13th championship, and Jimmy replied, no, I've got one in Pro Mod as well, 14th. He counts them all. So Robin de Ren, well, he was number 2 coming into this session, but with Mike Malgram finding an improvement, Robin de Ren would like to improve. The thing is, though, if he does, he's going to get very close to what Jimmy ran. So got a funny feeling that Jimmy could be aiming for maybe a 6.59. Who knows? Let's have a look as they come up to the line then. Your final pair in FIA Pro Stock. Both into pre-stage. Good looking run. It's 6.58 for Jimmy Orland. Well, I said 6.59. He went 6.58 with an 8. 6.65 for Robin de Ren. So Jimmy Orland takes all the points once again and gets into the 6.5s.
Yeah. Well, I'm up the top end with Mike Malgram. Did you say he was number 2 after that one?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent. So you have locked up the number 2 spot. That's got to be a lot better than all the other runs this weekend, really.
Yeah, but we decided, because the championship already lost for us, even second place, we decided to test some stuff, and we're working on a new motor. We haven't found the combination yet, and we gave that 3 runs and said, okay, let's put back the basic thing we know about. We were hoping for a high 50, to be honest. We ran a 58 last year in this weather, but we're pleased with 64. The car shake quite good. It was a little bit loose on the clutch. I mean, this was the first run with this combination, so I feel pretty comfortable for tomorrow.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, appreciate it. Hell of a good job from my team. I mean, we changed motors back and forwards, and they work hard on the car. Yeah, I'm really proud for the guys, you know.
Thanks very much, Michael. Back to you, Colin.
Here we go then. It is FIA Top Fuel Dragster and a drifting short burnout there for India Erbacher. Fair to say it has not been a textbook weekend for the team this weekend so far. Maybe, just maybe, it'll all come right on this run here. It's their 4th attempt to get down the track.
Yeah, that was very, very sideways indeed for India. In fact, they're staging her outside of her own burnout tracks.
Well, that's because their own burnout tracks, A, weren't straight, B, were in the right place. So it seems to be that the tyre guys just wiping off all the beads of loose rubber. Okay, so it's Urz's daughter India behind the wheel of Jasmine for Monster Energy, and of course for the Erbacher team. Top Fuel final session.
And how about that? Head of flames all the way through. 388, 319 mile an hour. She goes from the outhouse to the penthouse. Number 1.
Look at the team.
Unreal.
Wow.
Well, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. I think this weekend, it's actually, they normally have a US tuner over with them. I think it's a dad doing it all this weekend. India is just going to come round the corner.
It's almost a mosh pit down there.
Speed, fellas, what was that?
319.08.
I think that may well be fastest. I'm going to check it out anyway. So, wow, waited till the very, very last moment to do it as well. How dramatic was that? So, India, we're waiting on the turn-off. We can't see when she's coming, but she's going to come round.
Yeah, it is the
short.
fastest, Darry, correct.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was going to say the European record is 3:21, I think. So, yeah, close to that. You can see the Monster Energy car creeping round the corner now. Now, I'm going to try and do this. How long have we got, fellas?
Okay, you're right.
That's right, we're okay. Not that we can see, but they are having a good look. Well, we've got a couple of nights. I'm up here with a very relaxed-looking Johnny Hines at the moment. I mean, yeah, okay, at 7.53, possibly not quite what you were looking for, but at least, yeah, I was just, like I said to Brad, it's in one piece. At least it's going down the track now.
Yes, still in one bit. It's PB, more than likely PB a mile an hour, so it's a good way to end the year. And with taking a year out, it's a good way to finish the year.
So you off next year?
Yes. Yeah. Recoup some time. It's a lot of travelling.
It's a lot of work as well, isn't it? But I bet the trouble is as well, I bet the bike's fun to ride. It's going to be hard to stay away.
Yeah, it is fun to ride. it's different. A lot of people think it's a straight line, but it's really not.
It never looks like a straight line from where we are, but it's good to see you in competition as well. You will be going into round one. Okay, a mid-7 is still very, very respectable indeed.
Yeah, like I say, I'm a big guy, so mid-7's pretty good for me, really.
That wasn't what I was getting at, but no, it's still very good. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, we'll see how we get on tomorrow.
Good man. That's Johnny Hines, everybody. Off to, or back to you, Carl.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. Well, we are just doing a little bit of work in the slick tricks lane at the moment. So our track crew making sure that everything is 100% out there, but there is a slight concern. Not everything is 100% down there. Just give everybody an update where we are at the moment. We're into Super Street Bike. We have got Junior Drag Bike to follow this for their last qualifier. We will then have Hill. And then we'll just see what else we have got coming up after that. So that's basically where we are at the moment. Yeah, just looking down in the lanes, you can see Fire Force down there. And still loads and loads of people here. And it will be certainly worth hanging around to see Martin Hill run this evening, because obviously it's going to be pretty dark when he runs. And the flame show will be very, very spectacular indeed. So I'll tell you what, just for a moment, because I don't want to fill it up with too much waffle, let's give the airways over to Nitro FM, but we will take it back very shortly, as we're not far away from getting this show back on the road once again. Nitro FM, it's all yours. fives. It's going to push it hard as he can and see what happens. Goes through the lights with a 598 at 237 miles an hour. Wally Strobel will win an
That's much more like it for John Webster.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Big plume of smoke, 6:03. Here we go then to get into the show and the race tomorrow. Wayne Nicholson. Not to tyre shake for Kim, but he's driven through it. Wayne's off the power. What can Kim do? 6:36 gets into number 15.
Oh, no gears.
It looked really good. We're stuck in first gear.
Yeah. 8:42, 106. Okay, this wasn't scheduled just for yet, but we actually brought this forward. Right, this is absolute. I've been so looking forward to this. Folks, you need to look down on the start line now, and you're going to have to get your binoculars out, because Alexander Koch from Germany, we wanted him last year to bring this over, but he couldn't make it. But this year he has. We have Fire Force 3 in 1/4 scale. Yep, it's a radio controlled model of Fire Force. It's a little baby jet engine in this thing. I've been so looking forward to seeing this. I've been watching this thing develop over the years on Facebook media and everything. And I know for a fact that when the Fire Force team saw this for real, they were absolutely blown away. And we're actually going to see if Alex can actually give this thing a little run as well.
It's nice to see the Fire Force crew out there on the track as well. I'm sure Richard will go out front and start conducting it just out of habit.
Yeah. So those of you that are actually can see the big screen, if you look on the big screen, you'll be able to see this. I'm sure the box lane cameras will be there in a moment as well. So we need everybody to give it a bit of space as well. So Alex is now given the radio control unit. But this is one of the best radio control models I think I've ever seen. And everybody that knows me, I've been involved in model car racing for, well, 30 plus years. And to see something like this, it's just the best thing ever. It really is. An amazing model.
Yeah, just like Colin, I've been watching this thing develop over a long time. I'm intrigued to see how loud it's going to be, because the little RC jets tend to have a tendency to be quite loud.
Well, not saying that, when he started doing his like testing of the jet, did it in his back garden on the patio. And then he realised at quite an early stage the patio wasn't big enough. So we just give Alex all the time he needs at the moment.
So Alex doing his final pre-flight checks, just checking the little Fire Force car. Over for just a second.
There we go. We can just see the jet starting up at the back there.
Oh, wow. That's so
wow.
cool.
Look at that.
Those of you who can't see this little car down on the start line, take a look over to the big screens. You can just about see it there. I've never seen one car get so much attention. There's riders and drivers around the back of the tower as well to watch this thing.
The body is lowered, just like the real thing. Oh, this is just fantastic. So moves under its own power for the first time here at Santa Pod.
Oh wow, the smoke as well.
The only difference he's got, it's running on a prepped surface, so it's a little bit stickier to what he would normally be used to. So Alexander with the miniature Fire Force 3.
He's got the attention of, I think, just about everyone on site at the minute. Oh, he's in stage.
Well, best of luck, Alex.
Whee!
And the chute comes out as well. Oh, wow, that is just the best. We know there's so much more development to come from that. But for our first time ever seeing that here, that was absolutely fantastic. Very, very brave man to bring that car all the way over here. Give him a Santa Pod cheer. Come on, raise the roof for him. Absolutely wonderful thing to see. And as I say, that's the first time that Alex has ever run that car on a prepared drag strip. Now, normally he would be running it just on an unprepped surface, and the jet will be absolutely fine. But he's having to fight the steering because of it's a very sticky racetrack, so it's a lot harder for him to actually drive that jet. But absolutely wonderful thing to see. And if you get an opportunity to go and have a look at that in the pits, brilliant job. Absolutely brilliant. And now it's been treated like a vacuum cleaner. You've got like a broom just pushing it back. It's not the fastest thing you're going to see today, but I absolutely love that. Well done. But it was the smoke show as well, and the parachute coming out. It was absolutely everything. And full respect from the Fire Force team as well. And I certainly hope that Callum organises a photo shoot with Fire Force 3 and the miniature one together, because he certainly deserves it. Alex, thank you ever so much indeed, mate. Well done.
It's the thing as well, usually when you miniaturise a vehicle, it just doesn't look right. There'll be some sort of proportion off, but there just isn't.
There's nothing. It's absolutely spot on. Well, we weren't expecting that to come round until Martin Hill was going to come round with the Fire Force 3 jet itself, but because of the change, that's what happened there. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Good news as well, we've got riders back on their bikes, so I think this will be just one of the final sleds from the tractor, and we'll be back to Super Street Bike.
Well, that's one of the best gap fills I think we've ever had.
I think it's the best.
Loved it. Yeah, forget about hot air balloons and things like that. That was wonderful. So all of our crews are back in position, and it's getting darker. The strip lights are on, and as you can see, we've got Street Eliminator are in the lanes as well. We've got Junior Dragster in the lanes, Junior Drag Biker in the lanes. We've got some racing to do this evening as well. And actually, well, when I say racing, we got Junior Dragster. It's their last qualifier. So as we continue then with Super Street Bike qualifying for them. So Costas and Eric, your next pair. Costas is currently number 7 on a 726. Eric Gruber currently number 9 on a 745.
So Costas racing for JKE Raceworks. Eric rolls through stage and spins the tyre massively. No issues at all for Costas. What's he got all the way through the finish line? 7001! A new personal best by about 10 years, I think. 208 mile an hour. He moves up to the number 7 spot. He actually doesn't improve.
I love that. His personal best by about 10 years. You're about right. That was phenomenal pass. So close to a 6-second run. 208 miles an hour to boot. Oh, he's going to be deliriously happy with that one. Right, number 3 qualifier at the moment, Alan Morrison Jr. going alongside Margot Schmidt, currently number 6. They are both in the 6-second zone, but would like to go deeper. Definitely Margot as well. She's on a 697, can go into the 6.8s. Alan Morrison Jr. on a 680 would like, well, he'd love to go quicker than 673 to take top spot. Margot with a better 60 foot. It's Margot Schmidt all the way to a 695 at 207. She finds improvement, but no in position. 857 for the Morrison machine, so no improvement for them. They both stay put. Ross Morrison, number 5. 693 from him at the moment. Daniel Lenks, number 2 on a 674. He only needs to find 100th from Jake Michel, but Jake's still to run.
Yeah, Daddy's done it before. He can consistently go into the 660s. He just hasn't done it yet this weekend.
$117 for 60 foot for Daniel. 674 with a 0. He's improved, but not enough. 695 there for Ross Morrison. Oh boy, oh boy. Jake Michel holds on to the number 1, but that was so close. Daniel did find improvement, but not quite enough. Right, so here he is then, Jake Michel. Morgan's Lund, number 4 on a 689. Your last pair in Super Street Bike. One of these two will be number 1 qualifier. It's Jake that holds that position. It's only Mogans that can take it away from him, but he's got to find a lot of performance to do it. But the conditions are brilliant now. No wind. And a great racetrack. Both of them 118 to 60 foot. Jake has slight advantage on a 676 for Jake Michel. 216 miles an hour. 682 at 209 for Morgan's Lund. So it is Jake Michel that takes the number 1 spot away from the European Finals. Now then, can he turn that into an event win? We'll find out tomorrow. It's Junior Drag Bike for their last qualifier. It's the young lad himself waving to the crowd, waving to his fan base. That's Jackson King. Going alongside Brad Morrison. In actual fact, Dave Lawrence told Jackson to go in and stop waving. 12.20 dial in for Brad. 13.23 for Jackson. Off they go. .12.05 breakout, 13.37 the right side for Jackson, but no improvement, so they both stay put. Brad 5, Jackson 6. And they're not going to change from those positions, so let's have a look at our next pairing. It's Richard Wilcox. He's in the Castrol Lane going alongside Holly King. So these two are 4 and 3. So Richard Darling in 981, Holly 835. Well, Holly is going to get there first, so let's have a look, see if she can hit that 835. And moving up for number 3, she goes 853. A breakout for Richard. Way too quick there, 959 on a 981. So they stay put, Richard 4, Holly 3. So the number 1 qualifier is going to be from one of these two. It's Anouk Bergering, who is number 2, Leah Morrison. She is the number 1. Can she hold on to that position? She's been really, really close all weekend long. Sticks with the 11.10 dial-in. She sits on an 11.11 as her best. And the dial-in for Anouk is 12.31. She's going to have to hit that number to take the number 1 spot. It's as simple as that. Otherwise, it's going to be Leah Morrison that takes that number 1 into eliminations tomorrow.
What a way to end your 1-year anniversary that would be.
Oh, 11.10. She breaks out this time. 12.50 for Anouk.
No, Leah Morrison doesn't break out. She dialed 11.10.
I thought she dialed 11.11, didn't she? Oh.
Bang
Was it
on.
11.10? Oh,
Yeah.
my apologies. Well done.
And happy anniversary to the Lovebirds. So up next, what we've done is we've put a magnifying glass in front of the one you've just seen. Just kidding. This is the full-scale Fire Force with Martin Hill behind the wheel. This is Fire Force 3. I think, were we expecting Fire Force 5?
We were, but because we had the little Fire Force,
Okay.
I think the idea was that little Fire Force was going to run, and then the big one was going to run. But
oh, cool!
Because they had to shuffle it around a little bit because we're getting late in the day. So Fire Force number 3, the Jet Funny Car into position to put on a show. You lucky people that have stayed with us this late to see the end of our pro session, because this is how we wrap it up with Fire Force. And it's quite dark out there now. It's not pitch black, obviously, but it's dark enough to get a full-on flame show as well. From the Fire Force 3, the House Jet Funny Car. Just get everything into position. Martin's strapped in, he's ready to go. Ed just wiping the tyres off because they have to roll through the burnout box to get into position there.
A very, very extensive checklist they have to go through to make sure everything is up to the standard it needs to be. So, final checks over the jet as they plumb in the compressor. So what they do is they pump air into the fuel cell to pressurize it, put the starter motor onto the side, wind the thing over, kick the igniters on, and then the thing will come to life. Here we go then, the quickest and fastest jet funny car in the world. Filling Nitro FM and the barn with smoke. And I mean really filling. So the transit gets moved out of the way. All eyes turn to Richard out front. He's the man conducting the show. Up the jet. This is when me and Colin start holding things down in the tower. Whoa. I don't know what Martin has done, but it's making things really, really aggressive.
So here we go then, Martin Hill then with Fire Force number 5. The Jet Funny Car. Richie and Ed wave to the crowd, wave back at them. You're going to see Fire Force 5 disappear into the distance in the dark here at the European Finals. All the way through to a 580 at 266 miles an hour. One of his quickest runs of the year. Outstanding pass. 580, 266.
He was actually 399 to the 8th mile.
Wow. 3.9999 at 207 to the 8th mile. Brilliant run there for Martin. Okay, we have got some racing to get done now, actually. We have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Round 1 eliminations for them. We have a qualifying session for Junior Dragster. And we also have, I think, Q9 for Super Comp, and then Pro ET, second round, to whittle them down from 32 to 16. So that's what's to come at you. So as Martin Hill, well, he's already at the top end there. He got there very, very quickly indeed. Got there in 5.8 seconds. The support vehicle takes a little bit longer to get up there. But there we go, at the top end. So as we get ourselves ready then for some eliminations, and it is round 1 for Street Eliminator. Andy Bond, his number 1 qualifier, will get a solo. Now we know there's quite a few cars that aren't going to make it round, and Jamie has joined us up in the tower to give us some updates, that what he knows anyway.
Yes, indeed. It's been quite a long day. We're starting to feel a little bit sleepy, but up here for the jet car certainly gave me a bit of a boost, woke me up a little bit. Yes, so there are...
Have they done their cruise already then?
They did their cruise, straight after the last session.
Oh,
Effectively.
wow. So they've done a qualifier, a cruise, and a background for first round of elimination.
That's right, yeah.
correct,
Because they would have run this afternoon, but because they need to sort themselves out, they were out the cruise when they could have been running.
Okay.
So obviously they come in after the second pro session.
Yes, indeed. So I made my way down to the pits, not knowing that they were on the cruise at that moment, and pretty much everybody was gone. But obviously those who hadn't gone on the cruise were eliminated before even getting out there. So Paul Morton, unfortunately, his car stayed in the pits, as did Elliot Day, and of course Joe Stevens, after quite a nasty bang at the top end, shall we say, that caused the delay earlier on. And I tried to find a little bit out about what potentially happened, but every time I visited those guys in the pits, all you could see was legs sticking out from underneath the car. So I thought I'd leave them to it. Obviously, commiserations. It's a big shame for those guys. Hopefully they can get that sorted, but they have plenty of time now to do so. I spoke to a few other people as well. So Rob Slater, I apologise, who just missed out on his first 7-second pass with an 8:004 in the last session, and they think they can get that done.
Sorry, I was just watching Hazel Carter run across the screen.
She just been silly then, or?
Yes. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So yeah, Rob was just a sliver away from his first 7, and it turned out to be he basically hit the rev limiter. So effectively, it was so close. It could have been there. So hopefully, with some good conditions that we have this evening, we might get that done. But I'll say no more. You never know. Anthony Higgs, you'll like this, Colin. The reason he had the pop and the bang.
Oh, sorry, we got the Carter family. Hello. Yes, we can see you. Oh, and ugly as well. Well, I'm Paul.
Oh no, you've got the juniors involved now. Hi Teddy, hi Josh.
Hi Mum, I'm on the telly. Yeah, we can see you.
Great stuff. As I was saying, sorry. So Anthony Higgs, the reason he had quite a bit of a backfire and a pop and a bang in the last run, must have been doing a good 140-50 miles an hour at the time. Just before half track, he pressed the trans brake button, and somehow the car survived, did the cruise, and is back for this evening session. But Mrs. Higgs decided to paint the trans brake button bright red so that he doesn't accidentally press it this time.
Oh, goodness me. I tell you what, if the car doesn't brake naturally, Tony tries to brake it. I think it's the only way you can put it. Well, he wants to retain the title of certifiable nutter forever, and doing stupid things like that. Oh, Tony. Oh. Oh, wait, look, the junior dragster drivers are all waving at the big camera now, and Graham Smith's team. There's Roxanne at the back. Hello. Yeah, and Rach, we can see them. Oh, it might even Mark Todd. There's Mark Huxley giving it a wave as well, and I think that's Craig Dixon down there. Good afternoon to you, Craig. There's the juniors waving away.
No, Mark, don't do that.
Oh, dear. See, they'll all play the live stream back later on and go, oh, look, I'm on the telly. As the camera pans left.
I can see Key Astley down there as well with Becky. I'm only shouting them out.
Interesting, it's a remote camera. It's nobody's controlling it.
It's up there.
Yeah, it's a remote camera.
So you can't see where we're looking.
Yeah, they can see the big screen over there. That's why they know they're on the telly. Oh, Richard was waving. No, he's not. He's scratching his head. There we are. Actually, joking aside, just looking at the rest of Street Eliminator cars lined up in the lanes there. Also, our juniors round for one more qualifier. There's a pairing. Look, the old Fords. You've got the Ford Cortina of James Murray having a fantastic weekend this weekend. He's lining up alongside Tony Higgs. How about this one for an unusual one? Ash Cooper lining up alongside Sam Young with the current Beetle. And then at the head of the pack, it's the Winstanley Morris Minor taking on the Sheridan Cuda. That will be your first pair. Darryl's made it back from the top end, having a little afternoon out. Such a shame we lost the internet up there, but I think what we did see up there was absolutely fantastic, and just listening to people, even though we couldn't see some of it, was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Well done, mate.
It was trying, shall we say.
Yeah.
trying. There is, I mean, yeah, I think the thing is with when Nick Davis ran the 5, at least I hope you saw it. I hope you saw what happened then, because I didn't have a microphone then, unfortunately. We got the microphone fixed, got all that working, got the cameras and the microphone working together, and then the internet went down and there was no pictures. So trying to make the best of what it was. I mean, everybody worked their absolute backsides
And
off.
that's nobody's fault here that we lost that either.
No,
It was just circumstance.
Well, we're back on. If you, the live stream's back, big screen's back as well. So, okay, round 1 of Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Welcome back, Jamie. And how did the cruise go? I noticed Paul Walton walking around Sand's car, which is not a good start.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Well, I know, as I say, some people didn't make it out on the cruise at all. Elliot, Paul, Joe Stevens, obviously. It looks like we've got Victoria Smith standing in the middle of the start line as well, so I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
I can tell you, actually, Paul Morton was out with fueling problems, but very happy with the 862.
Well, the idea of round 1, folks, is not to all come down and watch. You're supposed to bring cars. Just kidding. But anyway, Phil Winstanley, I think, for his first elimination round ever in Street Eliminator against Mark Sheridan. Well, the little Moggy's out on him. However, here comes the twin-turbo CUDA. Actually, there it goes, not here it comes. 783, 188 miles an hour. A great try from Phil Winstanley. Did everything he could. He treed the guy in the other lane and just... Look, he ran away from him for a little while.
Bear in mind, everybody, these cars are 100% street legal, and 188 miles an hour from Mark Sheridan is his slowest MPH of the weekend.
It's just a nod to how not ridiculous it is, but that's pretty damn cool as well. Okay, Sam Young and Ashley Cooper next. Well, the Electric Beetle. How did he get on with a hot start? I'm not going to say that.
Just bizarre, but yeah.
Well, again, like we said, we had a precedent with Johnny Smith. Just having a quick look under Ashley's transit. Given the thumbs up by Mr. Marshall. So, heads up race first, the finish line wins. Well, the noise is coming from the Slitrix lane. However, the win is coming in the Kestrel lane with an 8:30 is quickest so far. Look at the speed as well. 163 miles an hour. Great try from Ashley Cooper. 974, 143.
So with a paint transbrake button, don't press me button, is Anthony Higgs.
Why is it painted with don't press me?
Because, you
didn't know.
You didn't hear. The reason it popped and banged at half track at over 150 in the last round, he pressed the transbrake button. And somehow got away with it.
Oh, how did he get away with that? Well, obviously he did, because he's here for round 1. He was due to be racing Phil. No, Phil drew it, unfortunately. Well, he obviously got worn out by Graham Smith in that match race earlier on today.
122 to 60 for Anthony.
Nice looking run again. 775, 186. That's almost a banker for him these days, isn't it? That's I don't want to say par for the course, but that's about where it should be. But he's been quicker than that. It's about 3/10 quicker than that this weekend. Okay, James Murray with the Cortina estate. And Rob Slater. Look at that shot. Sorry, we had this last night, but that shot is just so cool.
Nice to see Michael D'Souza down there, actually. I know obviously he hasn't got his car here, but at least Michael's made an appearance, so good to see Michael. And, of course, all the others from Street Eliminator that didn't make the cruise, actually. As you say, Vix is down there, Els is there. Paul Morton is down there as well, but will we see that magical 7 appear for Rob Slater? 8:00 is what he ran in qualifying.
He's chopped loads off it this weekend, hasn't he? He started out with a PB of an 8.4, was it?
8:37 he ran on Thursday. Sorry, in testing on Wednesday, I believe.
And James Murray, again, another one of those. He's been running quicker and quicker, but he's not been running 8.0s. Rob Slater slightly slower than before to 60 foot. However, he will be going over the finish line first too.
8:04. It's a win.
175. Great weekend and a great drive from James Murray in the other lane. 9:55, 141.
I love watching the crews after a run like that because that is an outstanding pass from Rob Slater, and the crew went, oh.
They all know what they want. How can they be disappointed with an 8:04?
I think a lot of that was in the 60 foot actually, because the 60 foot wasn't quite where it was before, which didn't equate down the racetrack. But there we go. Nigel Hale with the pickup, and Graham Smith with.
Apologies, Darryl. Graham Smith in the last qualifying round hung the front end of that car in the air until way past the 60 foot, and also ran a PB. Down into the 8.3
Yeah,
for the first
8:37. Front end comes up once again. Graham looking very good. Is going to be a low 8, but what flavour? 8:39, 160. That's another 8.3 run for Graham. Right, Mark Todd should have been alongside Els, but Els is down there. Yeah, boo.
Now Mark back over 200 miles an hour for the first time since the rule change this weekend. 204 miles an hour, the fastest speed he's managed this weekend so far.
Oh no, he's working brilliantly. Obviously, when it works. Yeah, exactly.
Just being told to hold for a second, something going on with the back of the car. Can't quite see what it is.
I think that was the chute, yeah.
Parachute.
Yeah, twin parachutes on the back of there are needed when the car runs over 200. He's been 204 this weekend. See if he's put a big tune in it for round one. 1.20 to 60 foot. That's a storming run. 720 at 202 miles an hour once again. The chutes have just come off at the top end.
Oh, wow.
The chute came out, but the chutes are laying in the middle of the racetrack up the top end there. I think Mark's going to get stopped. He does indeed and goes around the corner. I can see the parachute laying on the racetrack. Can you see that? Or is that just my imagination?
Right.
Yeah, he did pull the chutes going through the finish line, but he won't be wrapping them up until he gets back to scrutineering because that's where they are. Oh, that was a lucky one.
He actually went round the corner at quite a few miles an hour.
Yeah.
Lucky it's a street car.
Yeah, four-wheel brakes and good ones at that. There you go. There's the parachutes being dragged off
Going
on top of the track.
over the wall, which is not something you normally say out loud, is it? Okay, Andy Bond with the even uglier sister. I just had a quick chat with the crew in the staging lanes. I said, "How the hell did you do that?" And he said, and they just said to me, 4 weeks of 14-hour days is the short answer to that one. Massive amount of work.
Yeah, for those who might not know, Andy had a big crash, as you say, 4 weeks ago. And the entire front of that car, pretty much from the bulkhead forward, minus the engine itself.
From the black bit forwards is pretty much new. Apart from the engine miraculously was untouched. I was really quite surprised about that bit. So Andy went 7:01 to qualify number one, well over 209 miles an hour as well. Nice 121 to 60. Knowing Andy, I'll be surprised if he takes it all the way through. No, he's going to. 7:03, 212, top speed of the weekend for the ugly sister. That is not only a Herculean effort, but he comes back and runs his best numbers of the season as well. That's
it's the best numbers since the rule change.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, Rob Carter should have been racing Joe Stevens. We lost Joe in a cloud of smoke while we had the car up there. So, Joe, I hope it isn't too bad. However, oil on the track and not making it for the cruiser round one is...
Yeah, as I say, I went to inquire in the pits, but all I could see was legs under the car, so I thought I'd leave them to it and wish them the best.
Oh, you didn't take the chance to give them a tickle to see what it was, no? I'd have done that.
We don't know each other that well yet.
Okay, fair enough. Which one? Look, basically, or bust, you're going to get to know him well. Rob Carter
with the Passat. Look at that launch.
Wow. 114 60 foot. That's the quickest I think he's ever done.
That's epically good. And that's a 747 at 185 miles an hour, that is. Well done. Okay, round one of Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. They're doing the happy dance down there. Oh, no, sorry, beg your pardon. We still got Al Mack. So you said Al Mack was missing in the last session, but he obviously made it on the cruise.
He made it onto the cruise.
He's close at the top without Andy Bond for the championship as well, isn't he? Now, that's such dedication. Should be racing Victoria Smith. Victoria is down there in civilian clothes, unfortunately. Any idea what the issue was with Victoria?
Well, we saw her struggling with building boost on the start line in a couple of the last qualifying sessions, and I think they're still struggling with that. Not entirely sure what's developed in the last hour or two that's meant they didn't make it.
Yeah, backing off a little bit, taking a round win. Going through to the next round is the most important thing.
That sets up round two for tomorrow.
Yeah, and obviously no Paul Morton or Jack McClure, because that was a pair, but neither of them have made the call.
So someone's going to have a bye. Jamie?
Yeah, actually, it's Mark Sheridan that gets the bye.
Well, they all deserve it. They all work super hard. Jamie, thank you very much indeed once again. Much, much appreciated. Hopefully
Pleasure.
you'll still be around for the next round tomorrow.
I certainly will. I'll see
Top
you there.
man. Thank you very much
Pairings
indeed.
for tomorrow. Andy Bond gets Rob Slater. Rob Carter gets Graham Smith. Mark Todd gets Sam Young. Tony Higgs gets Al Mack. And Mark Sheridan gets the bye.
And before we get to Junior Dragster, I've been trying to do this all day, but a very big hi to all those people at home. Evie, Kaya, Elodie, Mummy, Nana, Fudge the dog, Auntie Sky, and Auntie Katie as well. There we go. That's the whole household. My house has been raided because I'm here. That's what's going on. They're all having a watch party in the sunroom, which is lovely. Junior Dragster, round number one.
No, this is this is qualifying number
Oh, is it
8.
still?
Yeah, still
Sorry, I
qualifying.
beg your pardon.
No, they go to eliminations tomorrow. And this is the... wow. Frankie Kent, 017. Jacqueline Bartlett, 029. I don't think they're going to improve looking at this. No, they're not. Wow. This is the last chance saloon then. Don't forget, let's just remind everybody that Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster has got a very, very kind sponsorship from the Green family. £500 goes to the championship winner. £50 for each of the Junior Dragster Championship rounds is available if any of the juniors get a perfect light in qualifying.
Okay.
If they don't get a perfect, £50 then goes into the runner-up championship pot. So at the moment, if nobody claims the perfect light money in Junior Dragster qualifying, it goes into the championship runners-up prize fund.
Wow.
So in other words, the Green family have put in 800 quid.
That's really nice.
500 quid for the winner and potentially £300 for the runner-up. But yeah, so it is £300 for the runner-up. If anybody gets a perfect line quali, £50 comes out for the first person that does it. Very clever way of doing it. And huge thanks to the Green family for doing that.
Well, no improvement for Freddie Taylor out there with the Outlaw. Goes red on the tree. Liam McDonald, 075. Not his best.
So up next then, Teddy Howe and Daniel Todd. You've just seen Mark go through with a 720 and lose his parachutes. Good news for Dan is he hasn't got any, so we can't lose them.
Probably Mark's just got in touch with Dan. Can you pick him up on the way through?
So Daniel looking to improve on a number 25 qualifying position. Teddy looking to improve on an 015. It's going to be very tough to improve on that. .07 and 06, no improvement for either.
This is going to be real tough to improve because I've had so many goes at it, apart from this young lady, Chevy Checkett, because she's only been here today because she'd been at school all week.
They rolled in about this time last night, I think. I saw them pull in. Dab Mick down there. I haven't had a chance to say hi to Emma and Letty today. Are they about somewhere?
Must be.
I'm sure they are. So this is only her second qualifying set. Well, the only one she's competed in anyway.
That's it.
Yeah, it is the second one.
Yeah,
she did the earlier one this morning.
Qualifiers, Chevy gets 2. But usually, that's all she needs.
It is actually, yeah. Did a kind of drop the mic moment at the last event where she just turned up in the last session, went in the top 3, I think it was, something like that.
Oh, very close. 0-2 red and a 0.1 red for Chloe Cronwell in the other lane.
Now, funny you mentioned that about them both going red, Tom. Obviously, you've done this plenty of times. One of the things I learned years ago, I always used to remember hearing about people red lighting because it got dark. And it really is a thing, isn't it? Because your eyes react quicker in the dark because you can see the lights better, can't you?
Yes, it's the reason why you actually see most drivers have tinted visors. It's the exact reason. They do try and get you to remove the tinted visors when you do racing at night.
Or for obvious reasons.
I never did. Simply because that exact reason. It's like putting blinders on a horse.
Yeah.
You can just see the light better. You tend to see people going red.
Yeah, I mean, it's the next pair, Lola Bell Kent and Tom Peters, already well qualified, both of them. Lola goes 0-4 red and 0.13 for Tom is not going to help. Yeah, I remember sitting at home on the practice street before I even started racing, and I would, 0 lights all the time, no problem at all. Just, it's easy when it's on a button and, there's nothing around you. It's not the most difficult thing to do. But then, turn the light out, go red every time.
Yep.
Every single time.
Yep.
I'd always go red by a good couple of hundred, something like that. So I never got to race at night, sadly. I got to run at dusk, not race, but run. It was. It's a really weird phenomenon. There's not a lot you can do about it, is there, really?
No, bar just changing when you launch.
Yeah, but that's really difficult because you want to
yeah.
be consistent, don't you? That's the whole idea of it. Molly Openshaw, Harry Peters, up next. Yeah, I like your idea of the tinted visor, but then you can't see where you're going.
You can fix that by just opening it.
Tom. You are not giving the best.
Molly, she's improved 0-1-5.
Well, that was a deep stage 0-1-5, but she'll take it anyway.
Yeah, it goes up to number 9. Nicely done.
You are not giving the kids the best life tips, old
Well,
chap, by the way.
it used to be an issue with the tinted visor when there was no lights or the lights weren't this bright. It's not an issue anymore.
Okay. Keep digging. Keep digging. Have we got a family of minions on the banking over there?
We have.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I tried to get them a t-shirt earlier with a t-shirt cannon, but I missed.
Yeah, it wasn't a big enough target, was it?
The whole group of them together. Sam Hiscock and Jake Cooper.
Ooh, 001 red for Jake Cooper.
It does remind me of the funniest T-shirt we had at the main event. It was the guy that wears on his stag do with the Just Stop Oil. Remember that? We thought he was going to get lynched.
They made him wear it, didn't they? That's fantastic.
Oh, dear.
Okay, it's great. Yeah, there they are. You can see it. You're on the big screen, boys.
There's the minions.
You're on the big screen. Check them out. No, they're not even looking. Look, all you lot are waving. Look, the minions are doing what minions do. There we go. We've just spotted ourselves. There we go.
Look, we're on the telly.
Handstands, please. Handstands. We only accept handstands as a method of being on TV now. Not only is that on the big screen at the racetrack, that's live streamed around the world.
That's live streamed around the world, isn't it? Yeah.
There we go. You're famous. Disney will be in touch for copyright very shortly. Okay, back on the track. Grace Smith and Ted Sullivan.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much indeed to the very astute director who found them on the camera as well.
Ted moves up to number 14 from 19 with an 0-2-2. Grace stays number 6.
Teddy, of course, in the championship chase. He's got to catch up to number 2 qualifier in a minute, which is Luke Muggeridge. But currently number 1 is the young lady in the Kestrel beer lane. That is Kandra Redshaw. For a long time, she was the only person to go 00, and she'd done it twice. Went 008 in her first qualifier and then improved to a 0010. If you want that number 1 spot off of her, you've got to go perfect. I hope she doesn't this run too. In the other lane, Emily Moore. She's currently sat in number 15. There is room for improvement, although very, very, very small. Whoa, 018 for Kendra.
She's good.
That's really nice. Well, unfortunately, the car seems to have died out there, actually. She's coasting way before half track. We may have to have, the quad's coming out already. A retrieval. She still stays at number 1, but she crosses the 8th mile finish line at 11 at 11 miles an hour.
So the universal sign language for kill the car comes out. Both crew chiefs do that to their drivers.
Right, so let me just give you an update. Junior Dragster are putting in their last qualifier, to be followed by Super Comp, and then to wrap the day up, round 2 eliminations of Pro ET. And then we are done for the day. What a day it's been. Time now, 20 to 8. Another late finish, but so what? Enjoying it.
So
nowhere else to go, we're all staying on site. Just less time to catch up with teams and eat.
So it gives me a little opportunity to speak about the couple of young ladies on the start line, because both have been doing British drag racing very, very proud recently. Ada Cassisi in the Slitrix lane took her car over to Carfest at the August bank holiday, spending 3 days getting kids involved, sat in the car. There she is, waving on the big screen at the minute. There's been more people sat in that car over the last weekend than I think ever before, which is good going because it's a very, very tight car indeed. I sat in it, but it took me about 10 minutes to get back out of it again. And in the other lane, that is Neve Deavy. Neve went over to the States to race, flying the flag for the Brits. There was a few of them that went over there. She took number 1 qualifier in the States. She took number 1 qualifier in Germany as well. And she's currently sat in the number 3 spot. There you go. You can see Neve on the screens as well. She's giving you a wave. Hey, some cheers as well.
I think Caitlin was giving her instruction to smile and everything. Oh, dear.
And there we go.
Caitlin, I haven't even seen you this week. I haven't even said hello or given me a kiss or anything. You've done nothing to me. You haven't even blown me a kiss or anything. We've fallen. No, not you, Richard.
Yeah.
There we go. Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks, Caitlin. Finally, I get one.
Slim blokes need love too, don't they, Rich? Definitely.
Yes, Steve. I never got to blow a kiss.
Can we knock this off before it gets any worse? Because it's just not going well, is it?
Okay, so the top end just about to clear as the junior dragster of Kendra Redshaw about to take the scrutineering exit. So they've been told to fire them up.
There you go. You can see on the big screens now the tinted visor of Ada Cassisi. It really, really does help with concentration. As I said, it's like putting blinders on a horse. And if you look at some of the pro teams in the States, they actually have started putting stickers on either side of their visor so they can only see directly in front of them.
That's been going on a long while, that has. Because a lot of people, it's to keep them concentrated on what they're doing, not what's happening in the other lane, isn't it, mainly? And, I remember, God, blimey, 30 years ago, Richard Holcomb used to have exactly the same thing, so he can only see straight in front of him. Even Steve Torrance does it as well. Colin, go on.
I know, I was just saying, we've had internet problems, right? I've just picked up my phone and literally about 30 messages I've just all pinged through, starting at just before 10 o'clock this morning.
Excellent.
They all just come through as one massive batch.
What I like is you get a barrage of them, I get none. Yeah. That's really good.
Including your one that said something Mike had died. That was 4 hours ago. Oh dear, sorry about
that. Neve Deavy and Ada, 0.13 for Neve, 0.7, no improvement for either. But they had their moment on the big screen and on live TV as well. Luke Muggeridge, currently number 2. That's not going to do his championship chances any harm. How tight is it at the top?
Well, coming into this event, there was 10 points between them. And at the minute, I think with qualifying, there's about 80. Wow. Which is still only one round of eliminations. That's it.
So we've got this event now. We've got the national finals in 2 weeks' time to go. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so Luke was, as you say, 10 points ahead of Ted. But Luke qualifying number 2 at the moment, certainly helping his cause, as you rightly said.
So for Luke, there is room for improvement, although only one position. Kai can improve too, but I don't think he will with a 0.7 light. It was an 0.2 for Luke, so still really good, just no better than he's already done.
I just got a message to say we don't want you to feel left out. Pete, what are you doing watching Junior Dragsters? More importantly, come on.
Eva, Davis and Max Love. Eva's dad, Nick, just ran the first 5 in a fuel altered in Europe.
He's still just, floating around on a cloud, I think, down there. I just spoke to him in the staging nature a bit as well. Yeah, he's just seriously beaming from ear to ear. We just can't stop it. I do hope you saw that. I know the mic wouldn't work at that point, but I do hope you saw what happened up there. He was just overjoyed.
Yeah, the team coming up and just hugging and everything. It was unreal.
I'll tell you a very quick story about that in a second when they leave.
And in the lane, Max Love. He's very, very good on the lights when he wants to be.
Well, 0.11 for Eva Mackenzie with a 0.9. Again, no improvement, unfortunately. Yeah, when Rob Loring came up to get Nick at the other end, he said to me, I thought, that's fantastic. And he said his first thought was, oh, bugger, that means Daryl's going to be coming to talk to me. And he said he kept looking for me and looking for me and looking for me. And then suddenly realised I wasn't there, so he scarpered to get in the car and come up and get Nick.
Oh, dear. Listen out. Sorry, next week there will be an announcement about our 3 winners from Silverstone Festival that will be having a go in a Junior Dragster next year. And emails will be sent out to those winners. And that will be, we're going to time it so it all happens with Silverstone Festival's media at the same time, so it's a general release. But needless to say, the 3 junior winners are all girls.
And why not?
Yep. We're very, very well indeed. So yeah, watch out on Monday or Tuesday next week for the social media release of our competition winners at Silverstone Festival Junior Dragster.
An 0.31 off the line for Daniel Weir. I don't think that's going to move him up at all, unfortunately. Yep, stays 18. Emmy Cromwell goes 0.10. And that is a wrap for Junior Dragster qualifying. The next time you see them, they will be racing to send each other home. However, here we go again with Supercomp. They ran in the dark last night as well, actually, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, so Supercomp Q number, last qualifying session for them. Before we get on to round number 2, already, how unbelievable is that? Round Pro ET. Sorry, that's why I thought, that's an ingenious idea, mate. That's why I thought, yeah, why not? That's why I thought that that'll be round 1 of Junior Dragster, because that's going to be 32 down to 16, and obviously that's what we're about to do with Pro ET as well. No, that's the thing I do when I'm creeping around the house. I just press the button on my phone. I don't turn the actual light on to do that, to creep around the house, not to wake the kids up. Sorry, they're listening. I shouldn't have said that, should I? Damn it. Anyway, Daddy doesn't creep around the house when you sleep, ever. Paul Hudson and Ellie Mae Brown. These two have paired up the last 3 times, actually. Ellie's best number is an 8.96. Paul's is an 8.97. Paul would like to qualify higher because I think he's leading the championship, not by much. As the saying goes, every little helps.
So the throttle stop comes off for Paul, hunts down Ellie, who lifts at the top end.
880, 143 for Ellie, breaks out again. Well, how many is that? 7 out of 8 runs will break out. So Paul Hudson stays at number 8. That was an 8.96. Again, they're still qualifying and jockeying for position for tomorrow.
Steve Hudson, Andy Clifford, numbers 5 and 6, both have run 8.92. Andy Clifford's forward with the nice little candly flames again.
So Andy's best of an 8.924. Steve's best of an 8.926. Andy making a huge move over towards the wall, but they're glued together now. Steve going to cross the finish line first. No, he doesn't, but he goes the right side of the number, 8.93. No improvement for him, and a breakout 8.81 for Andy Clifford.
Okay, Leah Kellett and Arndt Putzman, as we mentioned earlier. Doesn't matter how you run 890. You know, more traditional dragster in one lane and a turbo Beetle in the other. Why not?
So these two cars have actually raced before, believe it or not, over in Germany. Both were running in Super Pro, and Joe was driving the Dolly Daydream Dragster. They actually raced in eliminations. Not going to say who won, because I think Joe will punch me.
It wasn't Joe then.
So Leo, your number one qualifier at the minute, 8.9008. On currently bringing up the rear with a 9.31. Well, that's the best launch we've seen from the Beetle so far. It's drifting over the finish line, a bit of a flash of flame. Crosses the line, 9.35, but an 8.91. Very, very good for Leah. She's going to be tough to beat on race day.
Okay, so that is a wrap for Supercom. As we go into our last class of the day, it is Pro ET, but there was that puff of smoke, and so they just need to do a track check up in the Slick Tricks lane just to make sure everything is okay before we send our first pair. So the pairings then for Pro ET, round number 2. Reuben Dawson taking on Will Clark. Lee Huxley taking on Billy. Simon Innes taking on Bjorn. Johnny McClure taking on Tom Watkins. Brett Featherstone taking on Bob Molden. So you've got Marie Mills down there. Maybe taking on Andrew Barton. Don Scott taking on Amy Watkins. Anthony Mitchell taking on Doug. Vic Parsons taking on Darren Huxley. Susie McClure taking on Warren Watts. Dave Cherritt against Jason Pickett. Dave Fulton against Ronnie Mercer. And Tom Kay actually gets a bye because neither John Turner or So here we go then, our first pair. Marie Mills with the little altered, dialing in 10.38, going to be chased by Andrew Brook with the Appliance Dragster, 9.16. And it is Andrew Brook that takes that, 9.18 on a 9.16, 10.52 for Marie Mills. Andrew Brook takes that by 0.4 at the stripe.
So up next then, it will be Lee Huxley and Billy Everett. Lee Huxley in the last round, his package was 1/100th of a second. He went 008 on the tree and was 007 off his dial-in.
Yeah, it wasn't very kind when it was up against Mark, was it? I'll teach him. 5-0 now to Mark against... Sorry, 5-0 to Lee against Mark. So the Dark Horse Mustang then. 864. 954 dial-in for Billy. 0.9 of a second difference on the tree.
Well, it's a green light drag race. Billy is out in front. The gap's closing. Who's going to take it? Oh, it's Lee Huxley by 004. Billy Everett went 009 on the tree, but lifted that little bit too much at the finish line.
He's not going to look at that timing ticket. Deary me, stand well back when he gets given that one. He was 009 on the tree and just gave up a little bit too much at the finish line, unfortunately. Wow.
Good racing, though. Real good racing.
Well, once again, they're racing in conditions they haven't run in all weekend, aren't they?
Yeah.
I.e. the dark.
That was a super race. Right, Brett Featherstone, Bob Molden, your next pair. Green light drag racing once again. Brett's got his nose in front, and Brett takes it 967 to lose at 958.
Well, not looking that far off ET wise, but a 0.22 reaction time on eliminations is never going to be the way forward. Still, he's still in Super Gas. Should be competing in tomorrow. Okay.
Doug McClure taking on Anthony Mitchell. 11:34 place 10:79. Now then, all of the round winners here go into the final 16 to race tomorrow.
So would it be 16 left after this round? Is
Yes.
that how it's going to work? Yeah.
The field of 16, yes. I think there's only actually going to be 14 cars.
Okay, I was going to say whether this... Oh, Anthony Mitchell goes red, 087, quite a big red unfortunately as well. Doug McClure around to race on Sunday with the Slugcess. And an 11:34 for Doug McClure.
Well done, Doug.
On an 11:34, well, ran it through to see what it was going to do and it was worth it.
Yeah, perfect TT. Well, that's not perfect, but he hit his number, that's the main thing.
Breaking news. We have a Super Twin down to run. And I'm not sure why, I can only presume.
Because be a rerun then.
Well, it's got to be. For what reason, I'm not sure, because I was down the other end. Mark van der Boer.
Yeah, was it the lane cross or something, or the blocks?
That was this morning.
Right.
But it could be. It could still be a rerun
of
for
that one then.
Yeah.
Well, he's down here anyway. The bike's over there, so he may be after this this last session of elimination round of Pro T. Will Clark, Reuben Dawson, number 1, taking on 39. However, don't be surprised if the number 1 qualifier gets beat because Will is really good. Well, Reuben's already gone round him by the looks of the lights. As long as he breaks out, which he doesn't, he's got a spectacularly good race car this weekend. Oh, that was closer than it looked from up here, though. With a margin of 0.3.
Right, next up then it's the Don Scott, Amy Watkins pairing. 974 for Don, he's going to go first. Amy's going to do the chasing here. winner of this actually gets a bye in the next round. So very important pairing, this one.
Wow.
Yeah.
The start line was a surprise. Don Scott is way out in front. Don Scott takes the win light as well.
Oh, Amy's not going to like that slip. She hit a number, but she was late, and I mean very late off the line. Don Scott takes it, 9.79 for the win.
Well, racing in the dark, you know, changes things, definitely.
Yeah.
It changes people's reaction times. And sometimes people are a little bit wary as well, because obviously they know that they're going to react quicker. Amy's really good. It's a little bit out of character, and obviously the car ran the number. So, Johnny McClure and Tom Watkins.
Well, the last remaining Watkins. And takes it with a 9.74.
Yeah, plenty of time to back off out there as well. An 04 light for him. Other lane, 0.39.
Well, I don't lose my neighbours in the pits now, because if Tom had lost that, they'd have all packed up and gone home. Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb taking on Dave Cherritt. This is going to be an interesting one. Because Jason, well, he got through round one. He's still a new engine. He's still getting used to the combination, knowing when to lift. But then Dave Cherritt is one of those that, well, he lifts when he races as such. He's a very clever racer indeed. Oh, but it's Jason Pickett that takes the win. Dave Cherritt goes red.
And a 0-2 light for Jason Pickett. He's coasting at the top end.
Yeah. He's seen the win light. So Jason gets to stay to tomorrow.
Okay. Your next pair will be our friend from Germany, Bjorn Schedelitzia. I hope I said that right, because I've said it wrong all weekend otherwise. In the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. Just waiting to see what the dial-in is, because it's dark, we can't see what it is. Taking on the Innes family. Yeah, we can't see a thing from up here.
10.41, there we go. Against a 10.66. Simon Innes going first. A quarter of a second later, the Camaro again. He's trying to the three. Oh, double bulbed. Don't think Simon's too worried about that. Oh, but Simon Innes goes red.
They both do, actually, bizarrely.
Yeah.
It's just Simon went red first. So Bjorn moves into round number 3. Wow, this is a big time matchup as well. Ronnie Mercer. Look at that shot again on the live stream. With that's really, really cool. See, that's the same shot, that the one shot of the day yesterday, but there's a different cameraman down there, so it's got to be the shot, not the cameraman. Is that right?
No, because the cameraman was in the other lane.
Exactly.
Yeah, heard you.
He shook my hand earlier. I don't think he's going to do that with it when he sees me after this, but there we go. Okay, yeah, Dave Fulton, that is out there. It's not a Roadster, that is a Nova. 990 is the number, obviously the number for Supergas. However, Ronnie Mercer is running gas. So he's running the number he would normally run in Supercomp as well, 894. He fancies a bit of closing speed.
Well, Ronnie actually had the pedal on top of there.
Dave Fulton's way out in front. He lifts. Dave Fulton lifts, everybody. Breaking news.
And wins.
Yeah, that was 0.7. 9.94. Nicely judged, sir. Well done. Had reaction time advantage 0.7 of a second as well.
That was almost a baby hole shot by 0001.
All right, next up, the Eye Candy Dragster of Susie McClure taking on Warren Watts. Winner of this gets Jason Pickett in round 3 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, a couple more pairs than the Super Twin bike. I'm not sure. We have to try and find out why we're rerunning, Mark.
I'm sure it's the top end blocks.
Yeah.
Issue, yeah.
Some sort of it's always some sort of timing issue. Something that's not his fault, obviously. So the only fair thing to do is give him another round.
Susie unfortunately goes red, so it is Warren. Oh, Susie only went 0-1-0 red, but it was still a red.
Warren +1.
Yeah, I'm convinced Warren's watching their bowl before he leaves, because that's the second time he's done that now.
Look at that, though, for Warren Watts. 8.94 and a 93. Superb job. Still a good weekend for Susie and the team. She's going to go home as the quickest McClure in the house.
Right, this is Tom Kay. Gets a solo here. That was purely because neither John Turner or Frankie Taylor, Freddie Thompson appeared in round 1, so there was no winner, so that would have been who we would have raced, but nice easy one. A test and tune run, if you like. Looking for a 10-14. Went red. Probably break out as well. Yeah, 10-12. Doesn't matter. Right, your last pair then. Darren Huxley taking on Vic Parsons. So the winner of this will be taking on Doug McClure.
So this is the last race of the day.
It is, yeah.
We have one more qualifying run behind it, but then that's it for qualifying for everybody. So 11.14 for Darren Huxley. He will be leaving, well, he'll take the tree first. Vic with a 9.78. Don't do that, it's catching. It really was. I wasn't going to yawn till I saw you do it. Never mind.
No, I was just stretching my mouth.
Obviously, yeah. We do that all the time. We have to. It's part of the job.
And it goes red, so Darren Huxley goes through.
That was a good light as well from that. You could actually see.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, that was a 0.4 and it's an 11.29. That bit doesn't matter because he already had the win light on in his lane.
And we're on to Super Twins. That's the end of Pro ET.
Yeah, this is not the last run in Pro ET, folks. We don't have Pro ET motorcycles just yet. Not nitro ones, anyway.
Yeah, ET bike.
Well, they got an 870 cut-off, so maybe not. Last run of the day. So Mark van der Boer, yeah, we've still got. Ah, there we go. It wasn't. I thought it was going to change to Super Twin. It was still going to be a Pro ET. So Mark van der Boer at the moment has run a 7.111. Sorry, yeah, 7.11 or 7.111 even. Currently due for a date with Marcus Christensen. If he can run a 6 of any kind, that will change to a date with the Beast.
Oh, it won't be after that. Huge flash of flames.
Oh, that was a big pop, unfortunately. Well, it looked spectacular until it looked even more spectacular. That was not what they wanted to do. They're going to be faced with a huge amount of work to get anywhere near coming back tomorrow. So thank you all for a wonderful day. Why did you do that? Oh dear, never mind. Sorry, someone just come up to. It's a bit blinding, but there we go. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Can everyone leaving before you all file out? But can you please put your hands together for undoubtedly the hardest working and most professional track crew on the planet, Santapod Racers Club. Everybody, please give them a massive round of applause. They've done it again. From everybody, start line marshals, pit marshals, the lineup guys, everybody up the top end, all the turnout crew. And yeah, absolutely everybody. Thank you very much, Eve, for a spectacular day. Enjoy your evening. There's still loads and loads going on. So enjoy your evening. We'll be back for eliminations tomorrow. It's not Josie actually doing the slow walk. I know that because you're over there. Yeah, there we go. But thank you very much to absolutely everybody. It's been fantastic.